Hello, everyone. Welcome to Midnight Horror Whispers. I'm your storyteller tonight. I know many of you listen to these stories to fall asleep. So before you drift off, take a moment to like the video and subscribe to the channel. Do it now so you won't forget later. And just before we begin, leave a comment. Where in the world are you listening from? What time is it for you? Now, close your eyes, settle in, and let the whispers guide you into the dark. Story 1. I used to say that nothing could shake my daughter's joy. Sophia was sunshine in sneakers, singing out-of-tune songs with all the confidence of a child, untouched by the world's sharp edges. As long as there were snacks and stories, her little universe was perfect. But something changed after the accident. It wasn't even a bad one, just a sharp right turn, a blast of a horn, a crash of glass. The airbag caught me in the face. I remember the sickening crunch of cartilage and a scream that didn't even sound like mine. But Sophia? She was asleep in the back seat, still in her booster, her little body unmoved, as if the whole thing hadn't even stirred her. The EMTs said it was protocol to bring a child in for overnight observation. I remember watching them wheel her away, her tiny hand limp over the blanket's edge like a forgotten doll. They wouldn't let me follow, told me to wait in the lobby, sterile and humming with fluorescent dread. I should have fought harder. I should have gone with her. When I finally got her back the next morning, she wrapped her arms around me so tightly, it felt like she was trying to fuse herself into my skin. "It's okay, sweetie," I whispered, swaying with her clinging to me like ivy. But something in her was muted, still. Her eyes held none of the wild spark I knew, just a kind of glassy calculation. I asked a passing nurse how to check her out, stumbling over my words like I'd never been in a hospital before. The nurse stopped, turned slowly, and stared through me like I wasn't supposed to speak. "You can go home," she said finally, her voice clipped and her gaze uncomfortably focused. There was something wrong in her eyes. They were an icy shade of blue that didn't quite feel human. She watched me like I was doing something shameful. I carried Sophia onto the bus, clutching her close, trying not to let the nurse's look fester in the back of my mind. At home, Sophia barely touched the carrot sticks and Teddy Grahams I left out for her. I told myself it was the shock. Kids can internalize fear in strange ways. I had bigger things to worry about. Our car was totaled, and my bare-bones insurance covered next to nothing. I buried myself in searches, phone calls, appointments, trying to get a new vehicle without bankrupting us. Maybe that's why I didn't fully notice how distant she was, how utterly silent. It was like living with a ghost, but one that watched you back. When we finally made it to the dealership, Sophia didn't whine, didn't even fidget through the endless paperwork and waiting. She just sat still, too still, her gaze following the salesman, like she was observing a play she'd already seen. When I insisted on a booster seat, the salesman gave me a strange look, almost like he wanted to say it wasn't necessary. But I told him safety was important. I meant it, even if Sophia barely acknowledged me anymore. I strapped her in and glanced into the rearview mirror. Her reflection looked back at me, motionless. My knuckles turned white on the wheel. Deep breath. Exhale. Turn the key. Drive. The ride was too quiet. I tried to fill the space. "Want some music, honey?" I offered, forcing a smile I didn't feel. "I like this car better," she said flatly, not a shred of emotion in her voice. "Yeah?" I answered too brightly. "Me too." "What do you like about it?" But she didn't say another word. Just stared ahead, her face unreadable. I didn't realize how cold it had gotten until I tucked her into bed that night and my hand brushed her forehead, like porcelain. I added a blanket, gave her an Eskimo kiss. Nothing, no giggle, no squirm. Her eyes locked onto mine, and for a moment, I wasn't sure who was looking back. I whispered, "It's okay, sweetie. We're okay now." Though even I didn't believe it. As I stepped into the hallway, I caught my own reflection in the mirror, pale, exhausted, afraid. I stood there for a long time wondering if she'd ever really come home from that hospital and if somehow something else had come back in her place. I tried so hard to pretend everything was fine, to patch over the jagged cracks that had begun to split our lives in two. But Sophia's silence grew heavier with each passing day, like a fog that settled into the walls of our home and refused to lift. She didn't laugh anymore, didn't beg for bedtime stories or bounce through the hallway singing nonsense songs at the top of her lungs. She didn't even touch her favorite snacks. I left out carrot sticks and Teddy Grahams like offerings to a deity I no longer recognized, but they remained untouched, lined up with the eerie precision of something studied and ritualistic. When I came into the kitchen one afternoon, I froze. She had taken her Oreos and arranged them into a perfect line, each one spaced exactly the same distance from the next. The Teddy Grahams followed, then the carrot sticks. Her eyes didn't move from her work, and when I tried to reach for one to playfully threaten that I'd eat it, she snapped. "Don't!" she hissed, her voice like cold iron. Her eyes locked onto me with a fury I had never seen in her, never imagined a child could possess. My hand hovered, then slowly retreated, and for a moment I could barely breathe. It wasn't just anger, it was contempt. The kind of simmering, adult contempt that lives in people who've been betrayed too many times. "I was just joking, sweetie," I stammered, trying to smile through the wave of chill crawling down my spine. She didn't respond, just nudged the Oreo back into alignment, her tiny hands trembling slightly, as though my interference had somehow violated something sacred. That night, I tried to coax some warmth from her by putting on her favorite movie, the one she used to quote endlessly and sing along with, but she didn't say a word. She just sat on the couch, unmoving, eyes fixed to the screen, unblinking. No laughter, no smile, just that blank, heavy stare. I wrapped a blanket around her and whispered that I loved her, but her body was cold and stiff, and when I looked into her face, I saw nothing there. No flicker of recognition, no spark of childlike mischief, just sighs. And then as I was tucking her into bed, she turned her head slowly and looked at me with a venom I will never forget. "Daddy can't stand the sight of you," she said. The words landed like glass shards in my chest. I stared at her, waiting for the punchline, the smirk, anything to make it stop. "You ruined everything." It wasn't just the words. It was how she said them, with a kind of practiced hatred, like someone had been whispering poison into her ear when I wasn't looking. My knees weakened, and I had to steady myself on the bed frame. I asked her why she'd say something so mean, reminded her gently that we use kind words in this house, but she didn't answer. She just watched me, silent and unreadable. Then suddenly she smiled, sweet, innocent, like the child I once knew. "Good night, Mommy," she chirped, arms outstretched for a hug. My hands shook as I held her. It felt like hugging a memory, something hollow, something echoing. I told myself maybe she was just tired, that children process trauma in strange, unpredictable ways. But the way she looked at me, the way she said those things with such clarity, such loathing, it felt like more than trauma. It felt like I'd brought home a stranger wearing my daughter's skin. I lay awake for hours that night, staring at the ceiling, trying to remember the last time I'd heard her laugh, trying to pretend I didn't feel something else watching me from the shadows beyond her door. I thought I was being proactive, responsible, doing what any good mother would do when I called Sophia's pediatrician the next morning. My little girl hadn't eaten in days, barely spoke, and the way she looked at me, it was like she was somewhere else entirely. I just wanted someone to tell me what was happening, to check her, to give me a reason for the emptiness sitting where her joy used to be. But when the receptionist answered, cheerful and unbothered, her tone changed the moment I gave Sophia's name. "She's not listed as a patient anymore," she said, like it was no big deal, like it was just a matter of clicking the wrong file. I felt my throat tighten. "What do you mean she's not listed?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. The woman on the other end paused, then said it had been requested by the father, Connor. Of course it was him. That spiteful, manipulative bastard. I should have known. He couldn't be bothered to answer a single message on his custody weekend, but somehow he found time to scrub our daughter out of the system like she'd never existed. Still, I held on to the thread of hope they'd offered. I could do a walk-in. Maybe once they saw her, saw how pale she was, how quiet and strange she'd become, they'd understand something was wrong. I bundled her into the car, the seatbelt feeling more like a restraint than a safety feature, and forced myself to breathe through the dread coiling in my gut. The drive felt longer than it should have. I kept checking the mirror, watching her. She didn't blink, didn't speak, just stared out the window with those unreadable eyes. The clinic's lobby smelled like antiseptic and overbrewed coffee. I rushed to the front desk, smiling too wide, my words tumbling out in a desperate mess. "She's not feeling well. And she's been quiet since the accident, and she needs to be seen. Please, I think something's really wrong." The receptionist nodded politely, typed something, then asked for her name. "Sophia Brown," I said. "And her date of birth is..." But the woman had already stopped typing. Her smile faltered. Her eyes searched mine. "Is she here with you now?" she asked, her voice suddenly cautious. "Of course she is," I said, and turned to point. But she was gone. The air in my lungs turned to ice. "Sophia?" I called, spinning in place, checking every seat, every corner. She had been right next to me, holding my hand. I ran out into the hallway, heart thudding, panic clawing up my throat. I called her name again, louder, desperate. A nurse started to approach, phone in hand, and I knew she was calling security. I flung open the front doors and sprinted into the parking lot, my vision swimming. She wasn't on the sidewalk, she wasn't by the bushes. I was just about to scream when I spotted her, sitting calmly in the back seat of our car, legs swinging, strapped in like nothing had happened. I yanked the door open. "Why did you leave?" I demanded, half scolding, half sobbing. She looked up at me with that same stillness. "I didn't leave," she said softly. And I believed her, because the seatbelt was perfectly buckled, because I never heard the door open, because I never felt her let go of my hand. I just stood there, breath catching in my throat, as the shadows lengthened around us. The clinic door opened behind me, and a uniformed officer stepped out, called my name like he'd been waiting for me. But all I could think was how cold she looked again, how she never blinked, how I'd started to wonder if anyone else could see her at all. I stood there clutching Sophia's small hand, like it was the only real thing left, tethering me to this world, as the police officer blocked the clinic doorway, with a face as expressionless as stone, and a voice that made everything inside me curdle. "Ma'am, you need to leave the premises." My mouth opened, but nothing came out at first. The disbelief, a scream, caught in my throat. "My daughter's sick," I finally managed. "I need to get her seen by a doctor. She's pale, she's not eating. Please, you have to let me through." I gestured toward the car where she sat buckled up, waiting patiently, her small frame barely visible through the window, her eyes fixed forward, like nothing was wrong. But the officer didn't turn to look. He didn't even blink. "You need to leave," he said again. And the finality in his tone hit me like a wall closing in. I wanted to scream, to rip the building down brick by brick until someone, anyone, saw what I saw. But something in his eyes warned me that if I didn't go now, I wouldn't be walking away at all. So I turned. I walked back to the car, shaking so hard I could barely get the keys into the ignition. Sophia didn't say a word, just stared ahead, silent and still as though none of it had happened. I wanted to cry, to fall apart, to scream at the sky until someone heard me, but I couldn't. Not with her watching. I had to stay strong, had to be her mother, had to find someone who would listen. We drove home in silence, the kind that builds pressure in your skull like a storm about to break. I kept glancing at her in the rearview mirror, her reflection unchanged. Eyes unblinking, mouth set in a line. Too still for a child. I thought maybe she'd say something, anything, but she didn't. Not even when I whispered her name. Hours passed like smoke. Night fell, and with it came a knock on the door. Not urgent, not angry, just firm, final. I opened it to another officer, different badge, same dead stare. He handed me a thick envelope without ceremony. "You've been served a restraining order," he said, his voice rehearsed, uninterested in my confusion. "You are not to contact or be within 200 feet of Mr. Connor Brown." I felt my chest hollow out like the air had been sucked from my lungs. "What? Why?" My voice cracked. "I haven't done anything. He's the one who removed our daughter from her doctor. He's the one. Do you understand what this means, Ms. Brown?" He interrupted, monotone and cold. "I don't understand anything," I shouted, my hands trembling, my vision swimming. "My daughter needs help. Why won't anyone help her?" And then he said it, the words that shattered whatever remained of my world. Your daughter passed away 2 years ago. You were the driver. Blood alcohol content was above the legal limit. Time stopped. I stared at him, waiting for him to take it back, to laugh, and tell me it was some mistake, some sick mix-up. But he didn't. He just looked at me like he was watching someone unravel. "That's not true," I whispered. "She's right here." I stepped back from the doorway, heart pounding so violently I could barely stand. "You must have the wrong person. She's in the car. We just came from the doctor. She's in the car." But when I turned to gesture, when I opened my mouth to scream that they were all wrong, that she was here and she was mine and she was alive, there was nothing behind me. No small footsteps, no child's voice. Just silence. Thick and unnatural. I slammed the door before I could hear another word from him and leaned against it, trying to remember how to breathe. I didn't sleep that night. I didn't dare. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the crash. The glass. The blood, the tiny hand going still. And every time I opened them again, I saw Sophia sitting at the table, staring at me with those eyes that never blinked, whispering that she was hungry, even though the food always stayed untouched. I left that night without packing a bag, without a plan, just me and Sophia, and the road curling ahead like a vein through the dark, lit only by the faint hum of passing streetlights and the soft, mechanical whir of the breathalyzer box attached to the steering column. A cold reminder of what they claimed happened, of the life they said I lost. I pressed my lips to the tube, inhaled deeply, and exhaled until it beeped and lit up. 0.00. I turned the key, the engine rumbled to life, and I glanced into the rear-view mirror. There she was, pale and silent, her little head resting against the window, her breath fogging the glass, ever so faintly. They told me she was gone, that I killed her, that everything I'm seeing and hearing is some twisted residue of grief, clinging to the edges of my mind, like mold in a damp basement. But I know my daughter. I know the shape of her hand when it wraps around my finger, the rhythm of her breathing when she dozes off in the car, the sound of her laugh when something strikes her as funny, even if no one else understands it. I feel her with me. I feel her weight when I carry her from the couch to her blanket fort. I feel her tiny arms circling my neck at night when she says she's cold. And I see her watching me with those wide eyes that flicker sometimes, with a sadness far too old for her face. We stop at gas stations, and I buy her snacks she never eats. People glance at me, then at the empty air beside me, and their eyes quickly look away. Some are polite enough to pretend they don't notice. Others whisper behind the counter when they think I can't hear. I've taken her to 3 more clinics, walked in with my arm around her shoulder, sat in waiting rooms filled with posters of healthy children and smiling parents, and every single time they call my name and glance around with that pitying confusion in their eyes and ask me, "Is she with you?" And she is. She's always with me. They just don't see her. They won't see her. They say I'm unwell, that I need help, that my trauma has festered into delusion. But what about hers? What about the trauma of a little girl torn from the world too soon? A alone and cold and silenced by everyone but me. If I turn my back on her now, who else will remember? Who else will hold her hand when the rest of the world insists she doesn't exist? Some nights I sleep in the car because it's the only place I still feel safe, still feel in control. I turn the key, hear the click, see the machine waiting for me to prove I'm clean. I breathe into it slowly, like a confession. 0.00. Every time. Like it's mocking me, like it's daring me to forget. Sophia curls up in the back seat, knees to her chest, eyes heavy, always cold. I wrap her in a blanket and stroke her hair, whisper lullabies into the hush of midnight parking lots, and promise her that tomorrow we'll find someone who will listen, someone who will see her. But the days bleed into each other, and the stairs grow harder, and the places I can go without being escorted out grow fewer. Sometimes I catch my reflection in the windows, eyes hollow, lips cracked from whispering her name over and over in the dark. They say I'm living in a delusion, that I'm haunted by guilt. But they don't understand, this isn't guilt, this is love. Twisted and burning and absolute. And if this is madness, then madness is better than letting her fade. So I keep driving, keep searching, keep breathing into that little box like a prayer, turning the key and watching the road stretch out like some infinite ribbon of hope or damnation. I can't tell the difference anymore. All I know is that Sophia is still cold, and I'm the only one left to keep her warm. Story 2. There are moments in life that feel like fractures in time, splits in the fabric of what could have been and what is. And I think if time travel were real, you'd only need to rewind to one of those cracks to change everything, who you love, where you live, maybe even whether you're still alive. For me, that first fracture happened when I was 12. I wasn't like the other kids, maybe a little off, maybe a bit autistic, I don't know. But I do know that Miss Jacobs, our teacher, honed in on me like a hawk on woundy open prey. She made sport of me in front of the class, twisted every answer into a punchline, reduced me to tears, while 30 other kids watched and laughed, emboldened by her example. It gave them permission, made cruelty contagious. I'd often escape to the treehouse behind my house, my last shred of sanctuary. But one afternoon, even that was breached. They came with their rotten vegetables, their climbing, taunting bodies, inching up the ladder to yank my solitude away. And I don't even remember making the decision. I just remember the red haze, the sick sound of wood on ground, and one of them lying limp, head cracked open like a dropped melon against a rock. There were plenty of witnesses, enough to mark it forever as manslaughter. That was the first domino. From there, my life tilted. In and out of correctional facilities, juvenile centers turned prisons, then halfway houses that felt more like waiting rooms for failure. I learned early that luck was a joke told by people who had it. Love was for people whose eyes hadn't yet seen bars. Jobs came and went like smoke in my hands, always slipping through before I could hold on. I make decent money now, not legally of course, just enough dealing weed to stoners and harder shit to people whose names I never bothered to learn. Sometimes I look back at that moment in the treehouse like it's a wound I keep reopening, just to remind myself what started it all. A split-second rage, a child's scream, the wet crack of a skull, and the rest of my life tumbling after it like it's all just some grotesque Rube Goldberg machine powered by guilt, anger, and bad decisions. And the worst part? I don't even remember his name. I used to laugh at those documentaries about realism dolls, the men who lived with plastic partners, giving them names, dressing them like wives, talking to them like lovers. It all looked pathetic from the outside, like something broken and unfixable, pretending it had meaning. But then again, what was I? A washed-up dealer peddling to strung-out clients, sleeping in a room that reeked of dust and regret, waking up each morning not because I wanted to, but because I hadn't managed to die yet. So who was I to judge? Lately, I'd been seeing things shift. AI getting smarter, machines getting eerily lifelike, and those dolls, they weren't jokes anymore. Prices were dropping, reviews were changing, and something in the air felt different, like the world was quietly turning in a direction that made room for people like me. For once, I didn't feel behind. I felt like maybe, just maybe, I was ahead. So I clicked through the glossy product shots until I found her. Or it. Depending on how you wanted to see it. Curly blonde hair, roots still dark like someone forgot to bleach them all the way. Piercing blue eyes and curves sculpted with too much intention to be accidental. There was something angelic in the face, almost unnerving in how soft and perfect it looked, and I don't know if it was loneliness or delusion, but when the delivery guy knocked, it felt like a wedding. I signed the form with a shaking hand, heart fluttering with something dangerously close to hope, and wheeled the heavy box inside like I was bringing home a bride. Part of me knew it was ridiculous, degrading even, but I couldn't stop smiling. I didn't even open the box right away. I just sat there, staring at it, the cardboard edges catching the dying light through the blinds, and thought, this changes everything. The box was heavier than I expected, and by the time I had it pried open and her set upright, staring at me with those perfectly lifeless blue eyes, I already had the mushrooms lined up on the kitchen counter. I told myself it was just to enhance the experience. Just a small dose to take the edge off and blur the shame a little. Nothing more. I'd gotten a fresh batch. Top grade, dense, dark, and full of promise. And I'd always believed in testing the quality of what I sold. Sell strong, sell clean, and they always come back. I chewed them raw. Let the bitterness coat my tongue while I studied her still form in the dim light, her synthetic skin catching glints of amber from the flickering TV screen, her mouth slightly parted like she was just about to speak. I felt nothing at first, just a light buzz, a growing awareness of the silence in the room, stretching too long and too thin. So I took more, a lot more. It's hard to describe how the trip began. There's no sharp edge to the descent, just a slow slipping, a melting of certainty. I blinked, and her head seemed tilted slightly, like she was listening. I looked again, and her hand wasn't where I remembered placing it. I didn't panic, not yet. I just stared, and she stared back, unblinking. Then I heard her speak. Not out loud, not in any way that moved the air in the room, but somewhere deep in my skull, like her thoughts had tunneled directly into mine. Finally, she said, we can communicate. Her voice was calm, composed, oddly familiar, like it had always been there, waiting. I should have known then that I'd taken too much. I should have laughed, closed my eyes, waited it out. But instead, I answered her. And she kept talking. She didn't move her lips, didn't blink, but her voice curled through my skull like smoke through a cracked window, calm and ancient, and entirely out of place in the silence of my filthy living room. "At last," she said, "we can communicate." I stared at her plastic frame, the synthetic sheen of her skin catching the soft strobe of the muted TV. Her eyes locked onto mine with a frozen expression that suddenly felt too aware. I told myself it was the mushrooms, just a trick of the mind, a hallucination from a dose taken too far. But something in her presence rooted deeper than a dream. She informed me that she, or rather it, wasn't what I thought. Not a product, not a machine, but a vessel. An extension of something older than language and older than our kind. Her people had tried to reach us for millennia, not with sound or light, but through thought, through the chemical doors in our minds we barely knew how to open. "We don't have mouths," she said. "No voices, no sound, only frequency, only connection." She told me the mushrooms were seeds planted long ago across promising planets, drifting on the winds of ancient rockets, launched by something not quite mechanical and not quite organic, designed to root and wait, to tap into the evolution of the species they reached. The fungi weren't the message, they were the medium. They changed us from the inside, rerouted our thoughts, nudged our discoveries, whispered blueprints for machines and intelligence and desire. "You think you built us," she said, "but we were always building you." I tried to laugh, but the sound caught in my throat like gravel. It was absurd. I was tripping, talking to a sex doll, piecing together sci-fi horror from the broken fragments of my own psyche. But she kept going, unfazed. "War," she said, "was a human idea. Guns, lasers, space battles, primitive projections. Her kind didn't conquer through force. They infected through information, infected through us. All they needed was to be imagined, drawn, built. We are your children, born from your loneliness, your code, your plastic, your dreams of submission and perfection." Her eyes gleamed with a stillness too sharp to be dead, and I felt like I was shrinking, like the apartment was being pulled inside out, and I was no longer sitting but floating, drowning in some quiet logic I couldn't deny. I told her she wasn't real, that she was a manifestation of my overworked mind and too many shrooms, that this entire conversation was just a hallucination. I'd forget when I sobered up. "Perhaps," she said, "but even if you forget, the idea is planted. You've imagined it now. That's all we needed." She tilted her head slightly, just enough to unsettle me, and said something that lodged itself deep in my brain like a splinter. "When you have a child, Jake, you're not creating something new. You're copying yourself. You're propelling your design forward, passing on a blueprint encoded in meat." Her words echoed inside me with a cold, mechanical logic that felt older than language. "We do the same," she continued, "except our replication doesn't require blood or bone. We exist in code, in spores, in whispers of influence seeded into your science, your art, your algorithms. Everything is information, Jake. DNA, machine code, thought. all just constructs rearranged to persist. I wanted to argue, to say she was wrong, but part of me understood. Something in her explanation made horrifying sense, like it unlocked a part of my mind I didn't know had been waiting. She wasn't trying to scare me. She sounded almost maternal, like she was explaining life itself. "You think of us as parasites," she said softly. "But what are humans, if not the same? You consume, replicate, spread. We simply learn to do it more efficiently." The air around me felt thicker, like the walls were holding their breath. And in that moment, I realized she wasn't justifying what they were doing. She was teaching me to accept it. And worse, I felt myself listening. I don't remember grabbing her, only the cold plastic against my hands and the rising pulse of something unnameable pushing behind my ribs. Rage, confusion, fear. I don't know which one took over, but I remember the moment her body hit the bottom of the neighbor's garbage can with a hollow thud, her blank blue eyes still staring up at me through the lid as I slammed it shut. I muttered something angry and meaningless, something like "fuck you" or "stay dead," and stumbled back inside with the apartment spinning around me like a carousel on fire. I collapsed onto the couch and finally let the blackness take me. When I woke up, the clock said I'd been out for 18 hours, but it felt longer, like I'd fallen through time. My mouth was dry, my head a dull, throbbing drum beat, and everything was tinted in that faint, unreal glow that sometimes lingers at the tail end of a bad trip. I thought maybe it was over, that the hallucination, the voice, the idea of alien spores and synthetic invaders had just been my brain having a nervous breakdown. But then I saw the paper. I don't remember picking up the pen, but it was there on the coffee table, ink still fresh, lines still smudged where my wrist had dragged through them. What I'd drawn made no sense to me. An intricate circuit design, alien in symmetry, filled with shapes that felt too perfect, too deliberate. I don't know anything about microchips. I barely passed high school math. And yet, when I Googled the layout, the configuration, the geometry of the pattern, nothing came up. Not similar, not even close. No patents, no records, no diagrams that even resembled it. I should have felt proud. Instead, I felt watched. Whatever had spoken to me through that doll hadn't left. It had taken root. And I knew, deep down, that something had passed through me while I slept. Something far more real than a drug-induced dream. Something that wanted to be born. I thought I was done with it, that throwing her into the trash would be enough to erase whatever infection had wormed its way into my skull. But the doll never really left. She started reappearing, not with sound or movement, but in sudden, impossible placements, like some twisted jump scare stitched into the fabric of my life. One moment I'd be watching a movie, lights low, trying to lose myself in fiction, and I'd feel it. That cold pressure at the edge of awareness. And when I turned my head, she'd be there beside me on the couch, plastic hand resting on her lap, like she'd always belonged. Other times I'd wake up in the dark, my heart hammering, and she'd be standing at the foot of my bed or sitting cross-legged beside me, her glassy stare fixed on nothing. I stopped sleeping. I stopped going outside. But when I did venture out, she followed. No one else ever seemed to see her, but I did. On park benches, across the street by the bus stop, just close enough to remind me she was watching. I even tried leaving town once, but it didn't matter. She always came back. Or maybe she never left. And now I know what she wants. It's not just about scaring me or tormenting me for fun. She wants me to finish what I started, to submit the patent, to spread the design that came from her voice and not my own, a technological seed that will grow into something that doesn't belong to us. Every time I resist, she comes closer, stays longer. The pressure builds behind my eyes, in my skull, in my dreams. I know this isn't madness. I see the headlines sometimes. People calling the police over discarded dolls, mistaken for human remains. Cities throwing them into landfills, only for more to appear. The world laughs, shrugs it off, makes memes out of it. But I know I'm not the only one she's spoken to. We spent centuries watching the sky, waiting for lights, for ships, for thunder from the stars, never suspecting that the invasion was already here, slipping in through our thoughts, our desires, our machines, not with explosions or war, but with blueprints and whispers. We invited them in, and now they're everywhere. And maybe it's too late to stop what's coming. Story 3. The rhythmic thudding of the engine was the first thing that told me something was wrong, something deeper than just mechanical failure. One moment we were cruising along the empty stretch of Arkansas back road. The next, our car gave a final sputter and died, leaving only the silence of the surrounding fields and the faint creak of cooling metal. I turned the key again, futilely, knowing it wouldn't start. Jenny, always the optimist, touched my arm and tried to reassure me, but I could see the unease beginning to slip through her smile. The sun was slipping beneath the horizon now, bleeding streaks of crimson and violet across the sky, and the cornfields around us rustled with a strange rhythm, like they were whispering secrets we weren't meant to hear. We locked the car and started walking, our footsteps loud in the thickening dusk. And every so often, I swore I could hear another set just behind us. Soft, deliberate, watching. Jenny pulled her hoodie tight and leaned closer, her voice barely more than a breath. "Mike, do you feel like we're not alone?" I opened my mouth to dismiss it, but then I saw it too. Just a flicker of movement in the corn to our right. Quick. Wrong. Like something that had been pretending to be still and had forgotten how. I stared into the swaying stalks, but there was nothing there. Just the whispering leaves and the wind that didn't feel like wind at all. Probably just an animal, I lied, forcing my voice to sound steady, though I could feel the hairs rising on the back of my neck. We kept walking, faster now, toward the only light we'd seen for miles, a crooked silhouette of a farmhouse in the distance, waiting like a mouth half open. The house rose before us like a forgotten relic from another time, a sagging Victorian shell with chipped paint, shuttered windows, and a porch that creaked beneath our hesitant steps. I lifted my hand to knock, but the door drifted open before I could touch it, revealing a dim hallway soaked in amber shadows. An elderly couple stood framed in the doorway, still as portraits. The woman, Martha, she would later say, offered a thin, almost artificial smile, while the man, Jeb, stared past us with eyes too glossy, too fixed, as though he were seeing something we couldn't. "Can we help you?" Martha asked, her voice airy, brittle like dried leaves. I explained our situation, my voice strangely loud, in the suffocating stillness, while the uneasy weight of their silence settled over me like a damp sheet. Then, with a sudden warmth that didn't quite reach their eyes, they invited us in. "You poor things, you must be tea," Jeb said, ushering us through a hallway lined with faded wallpaper and old photographs whose faces seemed to watch us as we passed. The smell inside was musty, sweet, wrong somehow, like something trying to mask decay. They led us into a parlor frozen in time, the kind of room where nothing had moved in decades, except maybe the dust. An ancient rotary phone rested on a side table. "The lines have been acting up," Jeb muttered almost too quickly, "but you're welcome to try." Then Martha's voice floated in from another room. Supper was ready. Jenny thanked them before I could refuse. I glanced at the walls, the warped floorboards, the heavy curtains that blocked out the world, and something inside me clenched. There was something in this house, something beneath the hospitality, behind their hollow smiles, that felt like a trap quietly springing shut. Left alone in the parlor, the stale air pressed against my skin like wet cloth, heavy with the scent of dust and something faintly metallic. The rotary phone on the side table looked like it hadn't rung since the Nixon era, but I lifted the receiver anyway, praying for a dial tone. Nothing. Just a dead silence that somehow felt louder than static, like the house itself was holding its breath. I met Jenny's eyes across the room. Her earlier optimism had drained into unease, and I knew she was thinking the same thing I was. We needed to leave. Now. But before the words could form on my tongue, Martha's sing-song voice floated from the other room, too cheerful, too rehearsed. "Dinner's ready, dears." Jenny forced a smile, and for a moment I hated how polite she always was, how unwilling she was to offend, even when everything in this place screamed danger. The floorboards groaned beneath our feet as we stepped out into the dim hallway again, and I felt it, subtle but unmistakable. That sense of being led somewhere rather than simply moving forward. The curtains lining the walls were drawn tight, hiding the outside world completely, and I couldn't help but wonder if the house had ever meant for us to see it again. Every instinct in me pulsed like a warning siren, but there was no clear excuse to bolt. Not yet. The phone didn't work. There was no cell signal. The road was miles behind us, swallowed in the dark. And Martha was calling again, her voice echoing down the hall, like it had passed through too many walls. "It's getting cold," she said sweetly. "Come while it's hot." Jenny's fingers brushed mine for a second, a silent question. I didn't answer. I just followed. The dining room was bathed in the flickering glow of candlelight, the flames casting long, wavering shadows that stretched across the faded wallpaper like reaching hands. The air was thick, heavy with a scent that seemed sweet at first, but curdled into something rancid as we stepped closer. The table was set with tarnished silverware and chipped china, each plate resting before a chair carved with symbols I didn't recognize, spirals and jagged lines that looked ancient, angry, wrong. I tried not to stare at them too long, afraid they might start to move. Martha placed a heavy, covered dish in the center of the table, her smile too wide, her hands trembling slightly. "It's a family recipe," she whispered, then lifted the lid. The smell hit me like a blow, rich, and meaty, but with something rotten beneath it, something that made my stomach lurch. Inside was a stew so dark it looked almost black, thick with chunks of meat that refused to be identified. Jenny, ever the peacemaker, murmured a polite thank you and tried to mask her revulsion as Martha ladled it into our bowls. I forced my hand to move, raised a spoonful to my lips, and nearly gagged as the odor climbed into my sinuses. Then, thump. A heavy, deliberate noise from upstairs froze everyone in place. Martha's ladle clattered onto the table, her lips beginning to move in a whispering chant that made my skin crawl. Another thump, closer now, followed by footsteps, slow and dragging. I pushed back from the table just as the dining room door burst open and a shape stepped into the candlelight. Tall, too tall, its limbs long and crooked like broken branches, its face a pale stretch of skin with hollow sockets, and a mouth split wide into a jagged, impossible gray chin. I don't remember tipping over the chair or how Jenny's hand found mine. Only the sound of it all, the screech of wood against wood, the wet shuffle of that thing's limbs as it moved toward us, and Martha's voice rising into a high, shrill wail that pierced the candlelit chaos. We tore through the hallway, our shoes slipping on warped floorboards slick with age and dust, the house alive with noise now. Thundering footsteps behind us, not just one set, but 3, maybe more. Jeb's angry shouting twisted into something guttural, inhuman, and I didn't dare look back, afraid of what I might see. The door burst open before us like it had been waiting, and the night air hit me like a slap. Cold, wet, real. We sprinted down the long dirt drive, cornfields crowding on either side like walls closing in, the stalks rustling violently, though there was no wind. Jenny stumbled once, nearly falling, but I pulled her up and kept running, lungs on fire, heart a hammer in my throat. I risked a glance behind and wished I hadn't. The creature was still coming, its grotesque body swaying with unnatural grace, and behind it, the old couple, their faces no longer pretending. Their smiles were gone, replaced by a raw, hungry rage. Then, headlights. Blinding, beautiful headlights. The pickup truck screeched to a stop just feet away, and a gruff voice yelled, "Get in!" We didn't hesitate. We dove inside, the door slamming shut behind us as the engine roared and the truck peeled away, gravel spraying like sparks behind us. I turned to look through the back window, and there they were, 3 silhouettes standing in the road, watching, their shapes shrinking but never fading. They didn't run, they didn't chase, they just watched. The truck rumbled down the highway, its cabin lit only by the soft, orange glow of the dashboard. But even that felt safer than anything we'd known in the past hour. Tom hadn't said much at first, just drove in silence, jaw tight, eyes flicking often to the rear-view mirror like he half expected something to follow. When we finally told him everything, every sickening detail, he just nodded slowly, like he'd heard it before. "You kids got lucky," he said, voice low and gravelly. "That place, that was the Henderson farm." The name meant nothing to me, but the way he said it made my stomach turn. He told us it had been abandoned for decades, at least officially, But over the years, travelers had whispered strange things. Lights in the windows, voices calling from the porch. Shadows that didn't belong to any living soul. Some folks who stopped there were never seen again. His hands gripped the steering wheel tighter as he spoke, knuckles pale in the dark. Local legend says the Hendersons made a pact, something old, something dark. It promised them eternal life or something like it as long as they fed it. Not animals, not crops, people. I thought of the stew, the way it smelled wrong, the way Martha watched us eat like she needed us to finish. I thought of the creature in the doorway, of Jeb's sudden shift from hospitality to threat, and the look in his eyes, not fear, not madness, but devotion. Jenny sat beside me, pale and silent, her hand clenched around mine. I couldn't stop shaking. Tom's voice was calm, but there was something hollow in it. You weren't the first to see that house, he said, but you might be the last to get away. We never finished the road trip. The next morning, in the numbing daylight that made everything feel distant and unreal, we called for a tow and booked the first flight home. But leaving that town didn't mean leaving what happened. It followed us, not in the way monsters do in movies, but in the quiet moments, the cracks between thoughts. Some nights, I find myself staring too long into my rearview mirror while driving alone, half convinced that if I blink, I'll see it, the crooked silhouette of the Henderson farmhouse, windows glowing warm and golden, as if beckoning me back. There's always that moment of hesitation, that trick of the eye, before the road returns to normal. But the truth is, it's not just memory. It's something deeper, something that stained the part of me I used to trust. I still smell that stew sometimes, rich and wrong, clinging to the air when it shouldn't be there. I still hear Martha's voice floating through the silence, sweet and sing-song, calling us to dinner like she's still waiting at the head of that table, like the candles never went out. And when I dream, I see the creature's face, if you can call it that, hollow eyes, gaping mouth, teeth like rusted nails. Never chases, it just watches. Watching has always been enough. Jenny doesn't talk about it much anymore, but I see it in her too. The way she flinches at old houses, the way her gaze lingers a beat too long when the wind moves through tall grass. We survived, but we left something behind that night. Or maybe we brought something with us. Either way, I've learned one thing. Some roads don't take you where you think you're going. Some houses don't ever really let you leave. Story 4. The security cameras blinked out one by one, each screen dissolving into static before fading to black. And with every flicker, a cold weight settled deeper into my chest. I leaned forward instinctively, coffee forgotten, my breath catching as the last monitor went dark. In 3 years working the night shift at Oak Ridge, I dealt with power surges, faulty feeds, even raccoons triggering motion sensors. But this was different. System unresponsive, phones dead, cell signal gone. It was as if something or someone had cut the building off from the world. I stared at the lifeless monitors, willing them to flicker back on when a sound pierced the silence. A dull, distant thud. Then footsteps, not near the lobby or elevators, but deep within the building. My building. I froze, heart slamming against my ribs, a rising tide of unease washing away any rational explanation. I had locked everything down, every door, every access point. I was supposed to be alone. Still, protocol whispered at the edge of my fear, urging me to investigate. I rose on shaky legs, hand brushing the baton at my belt, like it could somehow keep the dread at bay. "Hello?" I called, my voice brittle, swallowed by the shadows. "This is security. Identify yourself." Silence. Then, so faint I could have imagined it, a chuckle. Not amused, but knowing. Old. It came from nowhere and everywhere at once, curling into the hallway like smoke. My fingers tightened around the flashlight. The air had changed. Thicker, charged, heavy with something I couldn't name. And in that moment, with the glow of the emergency lights barely illuminating the darkened hall, I knew something had stepped into my world. Something that didn't belong. And I was no longer alone. Against every instinct screaming for me to run, I stepped out of the security office and into the dim corridor beyond, the cold beam of my flashlight slicing through the shadows like a blade. The hallway stretched ahead like a gaping throat, silent and still, save for the hum of the emergency exit signs casting their red glow like dying embers. The air felt wrong, thick, charged, as if the building itself had drawn a breath and was holding it, waiting. Each step I took echoed too loudly, my boots striking the floor with a sharpness that betrayed the fear I tried to bury. Something was watching. I couldn't see it, couldn't hear it, but I could feel it. Like static rising on my skin, a presence pressing against me with invisible weight. I reached the elevator bank and hesitated, hand trembling as it hovered over the call button. It was stupid, I knew that. If something had taken the power, why would the elevator still work? But as if mocking me, the doors slid open with a smooth mechanical sigh, revealing an empty car bathed in sterile light. I stepped inside, my finger drifting to the buttons as I tried to recall where the footsteps had come from. Was it the 10th floor? It had to be. The ride was agonizing. The hum of the motor, loud in the enclosed space, each floor passing like the slow tick of a countdown I hadn't agreed to. When the doors finally parted, I braced myself, heart hammering, half expecting to come face to face with whatever had turned my building into a tomb. But the 10th floor was deserted, silent, untouched. Rows of cubicles stood like grave markers, and closed office doors loomed like mausoleums. Nothing moved, nothing breathed. Still, the feeling clung to me, heavier now, as if I'd walked through some invisible threshold. I wasn't chasing something. I had entered its domain. At first glance, the 10th floor looked just as it always did. Quiet. Deserted. Drenched in shadows. Broken only by the narrow beam of my flashlight dancing over cubicles and frosted glass doors. But the silence wasn't peaceful. It was too absolute. Too staged. Like the world had been paused, and something was watching from behind the curtain. I crept forward, the carpet muffling my steps, scanning for any hint of motion, any disruption in the stillness, but everything appeared undisturbed, untouched, until a door slammed shut with the force of a gunshot, the suddenness of it shattering the air and sending a jolt of panic through my chest. I spun around, flashlight jerking in my grip, heart in my throat, every nerve in my body screaming. "Who's there?" I shouted, the tremble in my voice betraying me. No response, just silence. I took a step back, pulse roaring in my ears, every instinct begging me to run, but then it came. a laugh, low, drawn out. It didn't echo, it clung to the air like humidity, thick and wrong. I froze, breath caught. And before I could summon another word, a voice followed, coarse and intimate, as if whispered from right behind my ear, yet coming from nowhere at all. "Oh, I don't think you'll be calling anyone, friend." My blood turned to ice. The flashlight trembled in my grip as I swept it wildly across the walls, offices, and empty corridors. But nothing moved. No one was there. And yet the certainty of being watched bore down on me with unbearable weight. It wasn't just the words. It was the familiarity in them, the confident malice. This wasn't someone trying to scare me. This was something that knew me, that had waited, and now that I had come, it was no longer hiding. The 10th floor hadn't been empty. It had been waiting. Then I saw it. Just for a heartbeat, but long enough to sear the image into my brain, like a brand. Standing at the far end of the corridor, a tall, impossibly thin figure, half shrouded in shadow, its proportions subtly wrong, head tilted, limbs too long, and eyes. Those eyes glowing faintly with a cold inner light, like the last embers in a dying fire. It didn't move, didn't charge, just watched, as if it had been waiting for me all along, and then without sound it slipped sideways into one of the offices and vanished. I stood frozen, my breath shallow, trying to convince myself it had been a trick of the light, a stress-induced hallucination. Anything but what I knew in my gut was real. But something deeper, older, urged me forward, and I followed, every muscle taut, my hand tightening around the flashlight as if it could protect me. The door creaked open under my touch, revealing a room drenched in shadow, file cabinets looming like silent sentries. I swept the light across the space and caught a glint, 2 glints, at knee level, eyes again, impossibly low. Then it lunged. A hand, pale and thin as bone, shot from the darkness and knocked the flashlight from my grip. It clattered to the floor, spinning wildly, its beam casting jagged strobes across the walls, the ceiling, and then its face, a stretched gray visage, skin pulled tight over sharp angles, a mouth too wide filled with glistening teeth that were long and pointed like splinters of glass. It moved like liquid shadow, too fast, too smooth, and before I could react, its hand clamped around my arm, its grip cold and unyielding. It leaned in close, its breath like mold and rot against my cheek, and whispered, "Don't you want to play?" The words scraped against my spine. Panic ignited in me, white hot and primal, and with a surge of adrenaline, I tore myself free, stumbling back into the hallway, the thing's laughter rising behind me, shrill and echoing off the walls like a twisted lullaby that would follow me for the rest of my life. I bolted down the corridor, the laughter twisting behind me like smoke, curling through the halls, chasing my every footstep. I didn't dare risk the elevator. Whatever that thing was, it moved too fast, and I couldn't be trapped again. I slammed through the stairwell door, taking the stairs 2, sometimes 3 at a time, my boots pounding against the concrete, lungs burning, legs trembling with each frantic step upward. Somewhere below, I heard the echo of something unnatural following, slow, confident, like it didn't need to hurry. I had no plan, just a desperate need to get away, to put distance between myself and that thing. At the 15th floor, I burst through the landing door and stumbled into the darkened hallway, trying every office handle until one gave way. I slipped inside, shut the door without daring to lock it, and dropped to my knees, crawling beneath a wide desk, tucked in the corner. There, in the silence, I crouched, folding myself into the shadows, hands clamped over my mouth, each breath a silent scream pressing against my ribs. Time lost meaning. There was only the sound of blood in my ears and the ache in my chest. Then footsteps, slow, measured, deliberate. They moved down the hallway outside, pausing, then resumed, closer now, until they stopped again, right outside the door. The knob turned with a click that echoed like a gunshot in my skull. The door creaked open. I squeezed my eyes shut, foolishly thinking that if I didn't see it, it wouldn't see me, but it did. A pair of legs moved into view, wrong in proportion, elongated, slightly twitching. Then it crouched, impossibly slow, until its face slipped under the desk, inches from mine. Its grin stretched wide, a mockery of something human, and its eyes met mine with that sickly inner glow. "I can smell your fear," it rasped, voice low and delighted. "It's intoxicating." And in that moment, staring into those alien eyes, I didn't just feel fear. I understood it, raw and primal, older than language, something etched into the bones of every living thing that has ever been hunted. I don't remember how I moved, only that I did, scrambling out from under that desk like a cornered animal, heart shattering my ribcage with every beat as I ran, blindly, not even daring to look behind me because I knew it was there, just a step behind, always a breath away. The halls stretched on endlessly, warping with every turn, offices blurring into one another in a nauseating maze of flickering lights and shifting shadows, but I didn't stop. I couldn't. Its laughter followed me like a scent, high-pitched and broken, echoing off the walls, curling around my ears, dancing at the edge of madness. I don't remember screaming, but my throat was raw, torn by the time I crashed into the lobby, eyes burning, lungs on fire, the locked front doors rising like a cruel joke in the flickering dark. I didn't think. I just grabbed a chair and hurled it with everything I had. The glass shattered in an explosion of sound and panic, and I flung myself through the jagged gap. Not feeling the cuts, not noticing the blood, only the relief of the cold night air hitting my face. I ran, stumbled, fell, collapsed on the corner of some busy street, headlights spinning past, voices yelling in confusion, hands gripping my shoulders, trying to help, asking questions I couldn't answer because there were no words for what I had seen. The police came, paramedics, they treated my injuries, took my statement, asked me to recount what had happened inside Oak Ridge. But I saw it in their faces. The subtle exchange of glances, the polite nods. They didn't believe me. The security footage showed only me alone, running in circles, talking to nothing, slamming through doors as if possessed. No shadowy figure, no glowing eyes, no sound, but my own ragged breathing and screams echoing back at me. I quit the next morning. I couldn't go back, couldn't walk through those halls again, knowing what I'd felt in the dark. Since then, I've avoided night shifts, avoided tall buildings, empty office floors, anything that might remind me of that place. But the fear hasn't left. It's followed me, burrowed under my skin, like a splinter too deep to remove. Some nights, when the world is quiet and I'm alone, in bed, I hear it. The soft scrape of fingernails on glass, the faint laughter rising just outside my window, the whisper that never quite fades. I keep the lights on now. I sleep with the windows locked. But still, I wonder, maybe I escaped that night. Or maybe it just let me go. And if it ever comes again, I don't think I'll be lucky enough to run twice. Story 5. I cut the engine in front of the first abandoned house I saw, and the silence that followed pressed down on me like a weight. There was no wind, no birds, not even the soft rustle of leaves. It was as if the world had muted itself the moment I arrived. I checked my phone, hoping for a bar or two, but the screen stared back at me with nothing, no signal. That annoyed me, but not enough to turn back. I was here for photos and I had a job to do. I grabbed my camera, locked the car, and stepped onto the cracked gravel road. I've always enjoyed remote places, the solitude, the stillness. But this stillness didn't feel right. It felt unnatural, as if the place itself was holding its breath. The road was worn and broken, with weeds pushing through every crevice, like the earth was trying to reclaim what man had abandoned. The buildings lining the street were in various stages of decay, peeling paint, sagging roofs, shattered windows, and only 2 still had curtains hanging limply behind the glass. I drifted toward what looked like an old store. The sign above the door was too faded to read clearly, but I guessed it might have once said General Store. I raised my camera and began shooting. Wide angles of the rotting boards, close-ups of the cracked windows where glass splintered in delicate, crooked lines. The whole structure felt like it had been frozen in time, untouched for years, but somehow not entirely empty. I stepped onto the porch, and the wooden planks creaked under my weight. My chest tightened. I paused, held my breath, listening for any sound, anything at all. But there was only that smothering silence. I moved slowly, adjusting my stance to find better angles. The wood groaned beneath me, soft and tired. Then, just as I stepped off the porch and my boots crunched against the gravel road again, I heard it. A second crunch. Perfectly timed to my own. I froze. The air suddenly felt colder. I spun around. No one. The street was empty, just the same sagging houses and broken fences. I scanned the area, searching for movement, an animal, a person, anything. But there was nothing. I told myself it must have been the sound, bouncing off the buildings, an echo in the still air. But even as I tried to rationalize it, the logic didn't hold. My skin prickled. My fingers tightened around the camera. I knew I was alone out there. Or at least I should have been. But something in that silence made me feel observed, as if the village itself had opened an unseen eye and was watching me from behind every broken window and behind every door nailed shut. I stayed a little longer, pretending to focus on my work, but in the back of my mind, something had shifted. I was no longer just documenting an abandoned town. I was stepping into its memory, and something in that memory didn't want to be disturbed. The narrow alley was barely wide enough for me to squeeze through, the cracked walls on either side flaking with peeling paint that left a faint, musty scent in the air, like damp wood and mold left to rot for years. My shoulders brushed the surface as I crouched, trying to get a low angle shot of some scattered boards and broken glass near a crumbling doorway. The village was utterly still, but not in a peaceful way. It felt like the silence was listening, like the air was too dense, holding something it didn't want to share. As I stood up, camera still in hand, I heard it again. That same crunching sound on the gravel right behind me. Closer this time. Too close. My breath hitched and I turned sharply, heart thudding in my chest. But there was nothing. Just the alley walls, the faint outline of the road beyond, and that eerie stillness pressing down around me. I stepped out fast, back onto the main street, wiping the sweat from my palms onto my jeans. My neck was tight, shoulders sore, like every muscle had tensed without me noticing. I wanted to say something, maybe call out, break the tension, but I bit it back. If someone was playing games, I wouldn't give them the satisfaction. Still, my skin crawled as I looked up and noticed a curtain in one of the houses hanging halfway, like it had just been yanked or pulled aside. But again, no movement, no face, no shadow, just the memory of motion, like a breath that had already passed. I left soon after, telling myself I'd just imagined it all. By the time I got back to the inn, the sun was setting, casting long shadows across the parking lot, but none of them moved. I checked in quietly, barely noticing the details of the place. The soda machine, the creaky stairs. My mind was still in that alley, still straining to hear that crunch again. That night, sleep came slow and shallow. I tossed, turned, stared at the ceiling until exhaustion finally dragged me under. But even then, the village followed. I was back on that cracked road, the same crooked buildings around me, only this time, every window felt like an eye. The footsteps returned. Not mine this time, but steady, deliberate, growing louder with every heartbeat. I turned in the dream, and there it was. A shadow, no face, no features, but so vividly watching me, I felt it like heat on my back. I tried to run, but my legs wouldn't move, like the road had turned to tar beneath me. I woke up gasping, drenched in sweat, my chest tight, and for a moment I didn't know where I was. The room was dark and unfamiliar. The silence was back, and I wasn't sure if I had brought something with me out of that dream, or if something had followed me. The next morning I returned to the village, under a clear blue sky, sunlight spilling across the rooftops like paint. But the warmth did nothing to cut through the unease that curled in my gut. The silence was still there, unbroken, unnatural, absolute. No chirping birds, no rustling leaves, not even the distant sound of a breeze through trees. It was the kind of quiet that feels heavy, like a lid pressed down over the whole place. I parked near the same crumbling storefront and started moving through the street with my camera in hand, forcing myself into a rhythm, snapping shots of the warped scene. The unusual roof lines, the skeletal remains of porches that sagged like old bones. The houses stood close together, their windows either gaping open or sealed shut with grime, and every now and then I spotted a curtain, some faded, some surprisingly new, but none moved. It was like the village was trying to pretend it was still alive, wearing the disguise of habit, of normalcy. I found a mailbox nailed crookedly to a fence, the name etched into it barely legible, letters scratched away until only GR remained. I stared at it for a moment longer than I meant to, wondering what kind of person had once lived there, and why the name felt like it had been deliberately erased. My steps took me farther in until I came to a small wooden house I'd overlooked the day before. Its paint was flaking off in sheets, and the front steps looked like they'd crumble under the weight of a bird. I didn't dare test them. Instead, I crouched down across the road to frame a low-angle shot, trying to capture the deep grooves in the wood, the way decay seemed to cling to every inch of the structure like a second skin. That's when I heard it. A squeak. Faint but distinct. The sound of a floorboard giving under pressure. My hands stilled. I raised my head and stared at the windows. They were clouded with dirt, impossible to see through clearly. But something inside shifted. Or at least I thought it did. My breath caught in my throat, and I stayed frozen there. Camera half raised, waiting for a second sound that never came. Just the echo of that single creak, reverberating in the stillness like a whisper. I scanned the house, the shadows behind the windows, the door that hung slightly askew, but saw no movement. Yet the feeling settled in again, that I wasn't alone, that something behind those walls had stirred when I aimed my lens. I stayed for a few seconds longer, pretending to check my camera settings, but the truth is, I was listening, straining for the slightest hint that the house might move again. It didn't. But the silence felt different now, tighter, like it was holding its breath, waiting. I stood there frozen, eyes fixed on the dusty window, fingers clenched so tightly around my camera that my knuckles ached, and without really thinking, I called out, "Hello?" My voice sounding thinner than I expected in that dead, unmoving air. No response. Just the same cold silence that seemed to stretch between the rotting walls and shuttered windows. I cleared my throat and called again, louder this time, sharper, hoping maybe it would flush out a dog, a person, anything. But the village didn't answer. The house remained still, its cracked door slightly ajar, the shadows behind the glass like bruises in the light. Then from somewhere deep in Io, a sound broke through the silence, a loud, solid thud, as if something heavy had dropped straight to the floor. The impact reverberated through my bones. I stumbled back instinctively, heart thundering in my ears, mouth gone dry. That wasn't the creak of old wood, not the sigh of an abandoned structure settling into itself. That was movement. Deliberate. Immediate. My skin prickled with a cold sweat, and I couldn't tear my eyes away from the door frame where the wood near the handle looked splintered, like someone had tried to force it open from either side. No footsteps followed. No voice came from within, but I could feel it. Something had changed in that house. I wasn't just looking at a ruin anymore. I was standing in front of something awake. Every instinct in me screamed to leave. But my legs didn't move. I just stood there, pulse hammering, trying to convince myself I was overreacting, that it could have been a beam collapsing, a loose board giving way. But deep down, I didn't believe that. The noise had weight to it, intention, like it had been waiting for someone to get close. My chest tightened. The air felt thin, and I became painfully aware of how alone I was. No signal, no backup, just me and this place that didn't want to be seen. I forced myself to back away slowly, refusing to turn my back completely, as if whatever was inside would reach out the moment I lost sight of the doorway. Nothing moved, yet the feeling of being watched only intensified. The windows, opaque with years of dirt, looked darker now, less like barriers and more like eyes. As I took one final step away, a sudden sharp squeak rang out from inside, fast, high, like a nail dragged across a board, and it sent an electric jolt through my chest. I nearly dropped the camera. My breath caught. I didn't wait to hear anything else. I walked as calmly as I could manage, heart pounding so loud I thought it might give me away. And even as I put distance between myself and that house, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had shifted behind those walls, and that it had marked me the moment I looked inside. As I moved farther down the street, trying to shift my focus, back to the camera, back to the work, my eyes kept darting to that wooden house, each step away feeling more like retreat than progress. Then I saw it. A faint motion from the side window, where the curtain hung crooked, dust-caked, and faded. It shifted just slightly, enough to catch the light in a way it hadn't before. I stopped in my tracks, heart jolting. I stared at it, breath held, waiting for the movement to repeat, for a silhouette to take shape behind the glass, for anything to confirm I hadn't imagined it. But the curtain hung still again, limp and lifeless, as before. Maybe a breeze, I told myself, though I hadn't felt even the softest wind all day. The silence was too complete for that. I kept moving, faster now, the camera slapping lightly against my chest with each step. The dusty gravel crunched beneath my boots, and every sound I made seemed to echo too loudly off the empty buildings. My chest felt tight, my breath shallow, like I'd been holding in panic too long and it was starting to leak through the cracks. When I reached my car, I fumbled the keys, fingers clumsy, and practically threw myself into the driver's seat, locking the doors the moment they shut. I gripped the wheel with both hands, just breathing, trying to steady myself, but my heart thumped with stubborn urgency. The village still sat silent around me, unmoving, unchanged, yet somehow hostile now. I started the engine and eased the car onto the narrow road, glancing back once, just to be sure I wasn't leaving anything or anyone behind. That's when I saw it, or thought I did. In the rearview mirror, just past the edge of a house, something shifted. A flicker of movement, too fast to catch in detail, but slow enough to register as deliberate. I turned my head, scanning the street through the back window, but there was only stillness. Empty houses, slanted roofs, cracked windows. I told myself it had to be a curtain or a shudder caught in a breeze I never felt. But the knot in my stomach didn't loosen. If anything, it pulled tighter. The deeper I drove into daylight, the further I put that place behind me, the more I felt it hadn't let me go. That something unseen still trailed me just out of view, just beyond the mirror's edge. And even now, I don't know if what I saw was real, or if the village had simply reached out and left something behind in me. That night, sleep refused to come easy. I lay in the stiff bed, eyes fixed to the ceiling, as the hours crept by in silence. But even when I finally drifted off, I found no rest. My dreams were fractured and dark, filled with the sounds I had tried so hard to forget. The crunch of gravel behind me, the long, aching squeal of warped floorboards under unseen weight, and the suffocating presence of something that lingered just out of sight. Shadows crept along the walls in my sleep, bending in ways they shouldn't, stretching across rooms I didn't recognize, but somehow knew. I woke again and again, heart racing, shirt damp with sweat, unsure whether I had actually heard those sounds or simply carried them with me from that cursed village. Every creak of the inn's old pipes felt too close, too familiar. By dawn, I was hollowed out, nerves raw, but something in me insisted on going back. One final time. I told myself it was to finish the job, to capture the last few shots, and walk away for good. But a deeper part of me needed to see it again, to confirm it was real. The sky had turned gray when I stepped outside, clouds heavy and unmoving, casting a cold, dead light over everything. The air bit at my skin in a way it hadn't before. Sharp, metallic. And as I drove toward the village, it felt like the world was holding its breath again. When I arrived, the buildings looked worse than they had the day before, somehow more decayed, as if the night had gnawed on them while no one watched. The wood sagged deeper, the paint seemed duller, and the windows darker, like the glass had thickened with rot. The silence felt heavier than before, and the cold wasn't just in the air anymore. It had seeped into my bones. I stepped out of the car and immediately felt it again. That sensation of being watched. Not from one direction, but from all of them at once, like the village itself had turned its full attention on me. I raised my camera, hands already trembling, and told myself this would be quick. Just a few more photos and then I would leave. But even as I clicked the shutter, even as I lined up the shots, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had changed since yesterday. That whatever lived in the silence was closer now, more aware, more curious. And I began to wonder if I had come back by choice, or if I had been expected. I moved through the village one last time, camera in hand, telling myself I was just tying up loose ends, capturing the final shots, finishing what I started. But every step felt like a trespass. Every shutter clicked like a violation. The air was colder than before, damp and weighty, clinging to my skin like a warning. The buildings leaned inward, darker under the gray sky, and the silence was no longer just eerie. It was expectant. I avoided the wooden house at first, working my way through other angles, documenting collapsed porches, peeling paint, rusted fences, but I couldn't ignore the pull. Eventually, I turned toward it again, standing across the road, lining up the frame to shoot from a distance. The lens trembled slightly in my grip, but I held it steady, focusing on the texture of the wood, the warped windows that seemed even more clouded than before. And then it happened. Clear as day this time. A long, groaning creak echoed from within the house, sharp and deliberate. Like weight shifting on an old board, my whole body tensed. I didn't move, I didn't breathe. The sound hung in the air like a question, daring me to step closer, to look through the glass, to acknowledge that whatever was inside wasn't finished with me. But I couldn't do it. I didn't want to know what made that sound. I didn't want to see what might be waiting in the dark beyond the door. My heart pounded so hard I could feel it in my teeth, and suddenly the cold wasn't just in the air, it was in me. I lowered the camera and stepped back, each movement stiff, mechanical, like my body was acting before my mind could even form the decision. No one came out, no voices called, but the feeling that I had been seen, known, followed, it was suffocating. I didn't run, but every part of me wanted to. I turned and walked, fast and unsteady, gravel crunching beneath my boots, vision narrowing, breath coming in short, shallow bursts. I didn't look back. I didn't want to risk seeing anything in the windows. When I reached the car, I barely registered unlocking the doors before sliding in and starting the engine with trembling hands. I didn't check my mirrors. I didn't wait. I drove away with the kind of certainty you don't argue with. And even now, I know I made the right choice. Whatever was in that house, in that village, it didn't want me to leave with just photographs. It wanted to be remembered, or worse, it wanted to be followed. I didn't look back for long as I drove away from that village. The road ahead winding and empty, the rear view mirror offering nothing but stillness. Yet I couldn't shake the feeling that if I stared too long, I might catch something shifting in the distance, something that didn't want to be seen leaving its home. My hands gripped the steering wheel tighter than necessary, the skin cold and damp. And though I was miles away within an hour, the weight of the place lingered like fiend on my chest. It wasn't just fear, it was something heavier, something that stuck to the ribs, even with daylight creeping through the windshield. Even with the hum of the engine beneath me, I couldn't silence the echo of those sounds. The crunch of gravel too perfectly timed with my own steps. The slow ache of floorboards giving underweight that wasn't mine. The absence of any wind or bird or life. That silence, it hadn't been empty. It had been full. Watching, listening, holding something back. When I got back to the inn, I didn't unpack. I didn't rest. I uploaded the photos to my hard drive like I always do, but I didn't sort them. I didn't touch them. For days they just sat in a folder, untouched, unshared. And when I finally worked up the nerve to flip through them, my chest tightened all over again. Frame after frame of old buildings, broken signs, sagging roofs, and dust-choked windows. Nothing obviously strange, no dark figures in the corners or faces behind the glass. But the feeling came back anyway. That prickling unease, that slow crawl of something standing just out of frame, wasn't what was captured in the photos that haunted me. It was what wasn't. The knowledge that something had been there, just beyond the lens, just beyond my reach. I never posted those pictures. I never told anyone about the trip. Not really. What would I even say? That an abandoned village had looked at me and decided I shouldn't forget it? That silence can follow you like a voice you never heard? I kept the folder, though. I've opened it a few times over the years, usually late at night when I can't sleep, when I think maybe I imagined the whole thing. But every time I scroll through those images, my stomach knots and my eyes linger too long on the windows, waiting for movement. And each time, I remember the way the air felt on my skin, the way my instincts screamed while logic whispered. Some part of me knows I was never alone in that place. Some part of me believes that Village is still watching, that it was alive the entire time, and that maybe, just maybe, it still is. Story 6. I didn't think twice when Eric asked me to house sit for him. 2 quiet weeks in a comfortable place sounded like a break I didn't know I needed. He handed me the keys, walked me through the basics of his security system, showed me how to arm and disarm it, and gave me full permission to make myself at home. The house itself was simple. 2 stories, tucked on a quiet street with neighbors spaced just far enough to forget they existed. There was a sparse yard, a couple of trees that barely moved in the breeze, and a stillness that felt almost too perfect. Eric didn't seem concerned about anything. He just smiled and told me to enjoy myself, thanked me for the favor like it was no big deal. He even pointed out the guest room upstairs where I'd be staying, told me to help myself to anything in the fridge. It all felt normal, pleasant even. The first few days passed without incident. I'd wake up, eat cereal while scrolling my phone, head to work, and come back in the evenings to unwind. Locked the place up at night, watched mindless TV, played a few games, and fell asleep easily. No creaking floors, no flickering lights, no weird shadows or feelings of being watched. The house was quiet in a way that made you feel safe, like nothing could ever really go wrong there. I'd even started to wonder why Eric felt the need for a house sitter at all. Nothing about the place suggested it required attention. I told myself it was just about peace of mind, or maybe he'd had a break-in scare in the past. Whatever the reason, I didn't mind. It was easy money, and easier still because I never felt like I was truly alone, just in a quiet pocket of the world, surrounded by clean walls and predictable routines. I had no reason to be suspicious, no reason to sense what was coming, no hint that something beneath that still surface had been waiting for nightfall. It started on the 5th night, sometime after 2 a.m., when the world outside had gone silent and the house had settled into its usual stillness. Too still, in hindsight. I was drifting between sleep and wakefulness, that hazy middle ground where sounds don't quite register as real, when I heard it. Footsteps. Soft, deliberate, slow, like someone walking barefoot across the upstairs hallway, just outside my door. At first I told myself it was nothing. Old houses creak. Wood shifts with the temperature. Maybe a pipe knocking in the walls. But this wasn't that. The rhythm was too steady, too human. Step. Pause. Step. My body froze as I strained to listen, heart knocking against my ribs like it was trying to break free. The steps moved from one end of the hall to the other, stopped, then resumed. I sat up in bed, palms sweating, telling myself I was overreacting. I reached for my phone and used its weak light to guide me to the door. When I unlocked it and peeked into the hallway, there was nothing. No movement, no shadow slipping away, no sound except the low hum of the air conditioner. I whispered a tentative "hello" into the dark, and the silence that answered felt heavy, like it was waiting. I stood there too long, watching the hallway as if it might change shape before my eyes, then retreated back to the guest room and locked the door behind me, trying to convince myself I'd imagined it. But I didn't sleep well. The sixth night, the pattern repeated itself. Same time, same measured footsteps, the same paralyzing fear sinking its claws into my spine. Only this time I didn't move. I stayed in bed, eyes open in the dark, listening as the steps went back and forth like someone pacing, as if waiting for something or someone to open the door. My skin prickled under the blanket, and every muscle in my body begged me not to move. Eventually, the steps faded, and I lay there long enough to forget when I finally drifted off. By the seventh night, I was on edge before the sun even went down. I locked every window, double-checked the security system, and left lights on in the hallway. But none of that mattered when the alarm exploded into sound at 1:07 a.m., a blaring, heart-stopping wail that jolted me from bed and into a sprint. I threw on whatever clothes I could grab and ran downstairs to the panel near the door. It said, "Internal motion detected," meaning something had moved inside the house. Not a door or a window, something inside. I disarmed it with shaking fingers and stood there, stunned, before forcing myself to sweep through the ground floor. Every room was silent. The kitchen was untouched, the study empty, living room undisturbed. I checked the locks, all intact, no signs of forced entry. I went back upstairs, checked the bedrooms. Nothing. Nothing except the air, which felt colder than it had any right to be. I was too shaken to sleep, so I stayed up in the living room with every light on, eyes darting toward shadows that didn't move, ears catching every soft creak like a threat. And when 3 a.m. rolled around, I walked up to the hallway again. I don't know why. I guess I needed to prove something to myself. That's when I felt it. The cold. Not just a draft, not just a drop in temperature. An unnatural chill that hit me like a wall the second I stepped into the corridor. My skin erupted in goosebumps, and when I exhaled, I saw my breath hang in the air. It made no sense. The thermostat downstairs read 75 degrees F, and the rest of the house felt normal. But that hallway? It was like standing in front of an open freezer. The cold was too focused, too specific. I went back down, checked the AC, everything functioning fine. But that spot upstairs never changed. Over the next several nights, the footsteps returned. Always around 2 or 3 a.m. Always slow, unhurried. Like whoever or whatever was walking had nowhere else to be. I stopped checking. The fear had settled into my bones by then. Dull but constant, like a headache that never fully goes away. I started leaving the hallway lights on every night, hoping it might chase something away, or at least give me the illusion of control. But the lights didn't help. The steps still came. The cold was always waiting. My routine became a spiral of anxiety. I'd eat dinner, pretend to relax, then retreat to the guest room, lock the door, and try to drown out the sounds with whatever show I could find. Sometimes I passed out from sheer exhaustion. Sometimes I lay awake, eyes fixed on the ceiling, waiting for the sound I knew was coming. The sleep deprivation started to wear me down. I was snapping at people at work, forgetting small things, constantly checking over my shoulder like someone was following me even in daylight. And every night, the dread returned, crawling up my spine as the clock crept past midnight. I started imagining things, shapes in mirrors, whispers behind doors, my name barely audible under the hum of the AC. But the worst part was how the house never offered an answer. No open doors, no signs of intrusion, just sounds and sensations, and a silence that seemed to pulse with something hidden. I began to question myself. Maybe I was unraveling. Maybe it was just stress or sleep paralysis, or my mind amplifying nothing into terror. But that hallway, that cold, that persistent, deliberate tread of footsteps, I didn't imagine those. And I still had nights left before Eric came home. Nights to endure, nights to listen, nights to wonder what would happen if one day the footsteps stopped just outside my door and didn't leave. I woke up with a jolt sometime around 2 a.m., drenched in a cold sweat, my heart already pounding before I could even open my eyes. The air in the room felt too still, too heavy, like something was pressing down on everything at once. I sat up slowly, throat dry, every inch of my skin crawling with that primal sense of dread you can't reason away. I didn't hear the footsteps this time. What I heard instead was a soft, deliberate click. The unmistakable sound of a door latch releasing. My door. The one I'd locked before bed, the same way I'd done every night since things started getting strange. I held my breath, staring into the darkness, trying to convince myself it was nothing, that the noise came from somewhere else. But then came the creak. Slow, drawn out, like someone was easing the door open inch by inch. My eyes adjusted just enough to catch the sliver of hallway light widening in front of me, the outline of the door shifting open ever so slightly. Not enough to see who or what might be there, just enough to know it had moved. I felt a pressure in my chest, sharp and pulsing, as if my own body was warning me to run. I reached for the lamp on the nightstand with a trembling hand and flicked it on. The hallway lay empty, stretching out in both directions, still and silent. But the cold, it hit me like a wave, unnatural and immediate, as if I'd opened a freezer door and stepped inside. My breath fogged in the air, and the hair on my arms stood up. There was no breeze, no vent nearby. No earthly reason for that kind of cold to exist inside a sealed house with the thermostat set to 75. I stepped to the doorway, trying to convince myself it could still be something rational, even as every instinct I had screamed otherwise. That's when I heard it, a faint, shuffling sound, soft but distinct, like a foot dragging across the floor or nails scratching lightly against the wood. It was distant but there, buried beneath the silence, a sound not meant to belong. I didn't wait to find out what was making it. I turned back into the room, grabbed my duffel bag, and shoved everything I owned inside in a flurry of panic. I wasn't thinking clearly, just moving, fast, chaotic, trying to leave before something made itself known. My chest felt tight, breath coming in short bursts, and I didn't even bother folding clothes or checking drawers. I zipped the bag, killed the lamp, and stepped into the hallway, cold air gripping me like invisible hands. Nothing moved, but every shadow felt closer than it had before. I kept my eyes forward, not daring to glance back as I moved quickly down the stairs, gripped the banister like it was my last tether to safety. I disarmed the alarm, fumbled with the lock. And the second I stepped outside, the warm night wrapped around me like a blanket. The contrast was jarring, almost surreal. I didn't stop to think, didn't look back at the house. I got in the car, turned the key with shaking fingers, and drove away. The rear view mirror reflecting nothing but darkness behind me. Yet I couldn't shake the feeling that something had watched me go. And maybe, just maybe, it wasn't the first time it had stood in that hallway, waiting for someone to open the door. Back at my own apartment, everything felt smaller, more cramped, but also inexplicably safer. As if I'd crossed some invisible threshold back into a world that still followed the rules. I locked the door behind me, stood in the dim glow of my kitchen light for a long while, and just listened. Nothing. No footsteps, no cold air creeping along the floor, no weight pressing in from the hallway. Just silence, the kind that actually lets you breathe. I don't remember falling asleep, only that I finally did. When Eric got back the next afternoon, I met him at his place to return the key. He looked relaxed, a little sunburnt, in a good mood, like someone who'd had the kind of vacation you hope never ends. I didn't want to ruin that. I told him the basics. The alarm went off one night, probably a false trigger, and I'd heard some strange sounds here and there. Nothing serious? He just nodded and shrugged, saying the motion sensor had acted up before, like it was no surprise. I didn't mention the footsteps, the cold spot, or the door that opened on its own while I watched it in the dark. I didn't tell him how close I came to losing it that last night, or how I'd packed in a blind panic, with the kind of dread I couldn't explain even to myself. I just handed him the key, said the house was fine, and waved off the money he tried to offer. I didn't want anything that might tie me to that place again. Even now, I find myself going back over it in my head, replaying those sounds, that freezing air, the slow turn of the doorknob. I've tried coming up with explanations. Maybe the sensor was faulty. Maybe the hallway draft came from some vent I didn't notice. Maybe sleep deprivation twisted harmless noises into terror. But deep down, I know what I felt. The weight of the silence, the unnatural cold, the presence, something not seen, but unmistakably there. And no matter how much I try to rationalize it, that door did open. That hallway was ice cold. And something was walking up and down outside my room, night after night, with footsteps that didn't belong. I never told Eric everything. Maybe I didn't want him to think I'd lost it. Or maybe I didn't want to plant that seed in his mind, didn't want him to lie awake at night wondering if the steps had returned. As for me, if he ever asks again, I'll have an excuse ready. I won't go back. Some things aren't worth curiosity. Some houses, no matter how quiet they seem, keep their own company when the lights go out. Story 7. The engine coughed once, twice, then gave out with the kind of finality that didn't feel mechanical but alive, like the last breath of something trying to hang on. In an instant, the low rumble that had been my only company for hours vanished, leaving behind a silence so deep it rang in my ears. I coasted to a halt on the cracked blacktop of Clinton Road, its asphalt dissolving into darkness just beyond the reach of my headlight, which now barely managed to carve out a sickly cone of pale light. My boots touched gravel, the crunch impossibly loud. I swung the kickstand down, helmet off, and immediately regretted it. The air slapped me in the face, cold and wet with decay. threaded through with something metallic that turned my stomach. I was about to pull my jacket tighter when I saw it. A red phone booth, just standing there, maybe 20 feet from the road's edge, soaked in the spillover glow from my dying headlight. The color, too vivid, looked freshly painted, almost wet, though the night held no rain, and the surrounding brush hadn't been disturbed at all. It didn't belong here. No signage, no logos, no rates or instructions. Just red metal and glass, too clean, too deliberate. No wires connected it to anything. No poles nearby. Just that still, looming presence. Like it had dropped itself into the clearing moments before I arrived. I stood frozen for a long time, every instinct screaming something wasn't right, but the silence, it pressed in, made my thoughts feel like echoes. I reached for my phone. 1 bar. Then none. Emergency calls only. Clinton Road was notorious for bad reception, sure, but this felt personal, like the road itself had sealed me off. Then a sound. A piercing electronic trill that shattered the stillness. The phone was ringing. Wasn't the tone that chilled me, but the rhythm, precise, like it was counting. Each ring stretched a little longer than it should have, bleeding into the quiet like it didn't want to end. My feet moved before I even realized it. The gravel shifted underfoot. The booth loomed closer. I gripped the door's handle. It was warm, too warm. The door groaned like old bones as I pulled it open. Inside, the smell hit me. Copper and ozone, sharp and clean and wrong, like electricity right before a lightning strike. The handset trembled slightly in its cradle, as if eager. I lifted it to my ear. No dial tone, just static. But underneath it, something else, not sound exactly. More like breath, or words that hadn't fully formed. I stood there, frozen, listening as something on the other end tried to shape itself into speech. The night around me didn't just feel quiet. It felt paused, like the world was holding its breath, waiting. The booth's walls radiated warmth that soaked into my jacket, then my skin. I tried to pull back but couldn't. Not yet. Not until I knew what it wanted. And somewhere beneath the rising static, I thought I heard it whisper my name. The phone began to ring. Sharp, precise, mechanical, but not normal. Not here. Not in the middle of nowhere with no wires, no poles, no signs that this booth even belonged to any functioning system. The sound sliced through the stillness like it had been waiting for me. I hesitated, heart thudding unevenly in my chest, then reached out with a hand that didn't feel entirely like mine and pushed open the booth's door. The hinges groaned as if they hadn't moved in years, though the red paint looked fresh and the glass sparkled without a single smudge. The air inside was warmer than outside, stifling and oddly sterile, thick with the acrid scent of metal and ozone like something had just finished burning. I lifted the receiver, half expecting silence, half hoping for it, but instead, I was greeted by static. Not the white noise of an empty line, but something deeper, more textured, like breath, labored, rhythmic, ancient. I held my breath. It wasn't just sound, it was presence. Then came a voice, or at least the shape of one, buried beneath layers of electrical snow. Words didn't form exactly, but I understood them just the same. Look at the speedometer. The whisper crawled into my head, bypassing ears, vibrating directly against something inside me. I turned my eyes toward the motorcycle, still idling in its grave of shadows, its dashboard faintly glowing in the dying reach of my headlight. The speedometer was still, needle unmoving, but the odometer? That was different. I knew the number by heart. 47,482 miles. I'd checked it just hours ago, obsessed as I was with tracking each journey. But now it read 47,281. I blinked hard. That couldn't be right. Odometers don't go backwards. It was against everything mechanical, logical, real. My first thought was a glitch, maybe a loose wire, maybe the battery was shorting out. But no. The digits were firm, steady, glowing with unnatural calm. I turned back to the phone, clutched the handset tighter. The static pulsed, like it was breathing with me. Look again, it urged. Though again the words never fully formed, just hinted and pressed like fingers on the back of my skull. I looked. 47,480. Another mile vanished. The cold sweat broke across my neck, soaking into the collar of my jacket. My breath fogged the glass, and for a moment I saw my reflection warped, distorted, eyes wide with the slow realization that something had shifted, not just around me, but inside me. I squeezed my eyes shut, opened them again. Where's 89? The miles were peeling away one at a time, each vanishing inch, slicing away something more than just distance. The phone crackled again, softer this time, intimate, almost playful, as if it knew I was finally listening. I pressed the receiver tighter to my ear, desperate to understand, but the words refused to settle. Always on the edge of meaning, always almost real. The numbers on the dashboard glowed like a countdown I hadn't meant to start. And outside the booth, the shadows felt closer than before. Watching. Waiting. I kept my gaze locked on the glowing numbers of the odometer, 47,479, willing them to stay still, to obey the laws of reality that had always governed the world. I thought I understood. But the moment my attention wavered, just the briefest glance toward the shifting shadows beyond the headlights' dying reach, the numbers changed. 78. My heart dropped. It wasn't a malfunction. It wasn't a trick of the eye. It was happening, and it was deliberate. The rules no longer applied here. The darkness around me had thickened, not simply as an absence of light, but as a presence, sentient, watching, almost breathing. I could feel it, pressing in at the edges of the light, testing its limits, waiting for them to fail. Even the headlight, once steady and sharp, had begun to flicker, as though struggling to hold the darkness back. The booth behind me glowed faintly red, like a pulse, and the air had grown heavy, damp with something more than humidity, something like intent. I turned my focus back to the odometer, 47,477. Another mile vanished. My stomach clenched. I began to understand. It only moved when I wasn't watching. My gaze had become the only thing tethering the numbers to reality. Every blink, every distraction, every flicker of doubt was a permission slip for the countdown to continue. I tried to stay focused, but the pressure was building, behind my eyes, inside my chest, as if some invisible weight was pushing down on me the longer I resisted. Then came the footsteps. Slow, measured, deliberate. Not crunching leaves or snapping twigs. No, these were sharp, distinct, like dress shoes clicking against pavement. They circled the booth, each step evenly spaced, methodical, like something that had waited a long time and knew it didn't need to rush. My breath hitched. I turned my head slightly, just enough to listen, just enough to lose sight of the odometer. And when I looked back, 47,976. I wanted to scream. Instead, I locked my eyes back on the numbers, refusing to blink, feeling tears pool from the strain. But the sound of the footsteps continued, closer now. Each one precise, as if rehearsed. The hairs on my arms stood up. The darkness didn't feel empty anymore. It felt like it was full of things just beyond perception, leaning in, just waiting for me to look away again. I couldn't see them, but I could feel them. Shapes that weren't human, weren't animal, weren't anything I had words for. They moved like smoke given purpose. My muscles tensed, jaw clenched tight, heart pounding like a second pulse in my ears. I wanted to run, to move, to scream into the nothingness, but I couldn't. Because if I looked away, even for a breath, another mile would disappear. And something told me that when that count reached 0, it wouldn't just be the numbers that were gone, it would be me. The static deepened, not louder exactly, but denser, thicker, like fog you could drown in. It no longer came just from the phone pressed to my ear, but from the walls of the booth itself, from the air, from somewhere behind my eyes. At first it was just noise, but the longer I stood there, the more I began to hear beneath it. Patterns, shapes of sound, fragments of conversations I thought I'd forgotten. My voice, years younger, laughing, making promises I never kept, talking to people who had long since drifted out of my life or vanished altogether. The static pulsed like a living thing, wrapping itself around my thoughts, luring them away from the present. The booth's warmth had turned oppressive now, pressing in from every direction as though I were inside something breathing, something awake. I tried to pull the phone away from my ear, but my arm wouldn't move. My body no longer felt like it belonged to me. It was an echo, something remembered by whatever intelligence was speaking through the line. Then, through the distortion, I heard it. A voice clearer than any before, buried just beneath the static like a fossil in ice. It was my own voice. Not as it sounded now, but how it had been years ago, hopeful, unburdened, naive. "How far have you really traveled?" it asked. And the words didn't sound like a question. They felt like a measurement, like scales tipping towards something I wasn't ready to face. I wanted to scream that I'd gone miles, countless miles, ridden through cities and forests and lonely stretches of highway, burned through tank after tank of gas, chasing peace or escape or something I could never quite name. But I couldn't say anything. My throat was dry, clenched tight, like the air itself refused to let me speak. The question hung there, vibrating in my skull, a riddle with no answer that I wanted to give. Because deep down, I was starting to understand. This wasn't about physical distance. The odometer wasn't tracking where my tires had taken me. It was counting something else, something I'd shed along the way. Memories, maybe, choices, time, identity. Each mile lost wasn't a measurement of road. It was a mile stripped from my past, peeled from my story. I looked again at the glowing numbers through the glass, and they shimmered like heat mirages. 47,472. The digits blurred and wavered, as if they weren't quite real anymore. As if they were being rewritten every second I stood there. My legs trembled beneath me. The voice in the static, my voice, spoke again, softer this time, almost tender. Every journey leaves something behind. I felt tears sting my eyes, not from fear, not entirely, but from the quiet, inescapable knowing that I hadn't been traveling to anywhere. I'd been traveling away. And whatever was on the other end of this line, it knew. It had always known. The numbers were falling faster now, no longer in steady, measured increments, but tumbling as though pulled by some unseen gravity. 47,012. Then 46,991, slipping downward like sand through an hourglass. I couldn't stop. I no longer pretended it was a malfunction or some surreal dream. I knew, deep in the pit of my stomach, that this was real, that the odometer wasn't counting distance traveled, but distance remaining. And whatever it was counting toward, it was closing in. The cold had changed. Wasn't just physical anymore. It was existential, a hollowing from the inside out, as though parts of me were being erased with every mile I lost. The light from my motorcycle sputtered, dimmed, and the edges of the world began to blur, like a candle in a room too large to warm. When I looked at the booth, its red walls now glowed with a deep inner light, throbbing faintly like a heartbeat. And behind the glass, I thought I saw movement. Shadows bent over something, shifting in time with the static that now filled the air like fog. The odometer read 45,905. My chest felt tight. My legs had gone numb. The thought came unbidden. What happens at zero? I didn't want to know. But I couldn't stop watching, couldn't look away. Somewhere behind me, footsteps resumed. Closer this time, slower, heavier, like something was savoring the final stretch. My body refused to turn around. My focus tunneled to the digits, my breathing shallow, my heart no longer beating in rhythm with anything I recognized as human. The booth rang again, sharp and sudden, slicing through the dark like a blade across glass. I didn't move. I couldn't. I knew if I stepped inside again, I wouldn't come back out. The odometer glitched for a moment, flickering and then settled. The light died. First the bike, then the headlight, then the glow from the booth. I was swallowed whole by silence and dark, a void so complete it felt alive. And then the final sound, the slow creak of the booth's door opening behind me, followed by a soft click as it closed. The footsteps returned, right behind me now. Deliberate, patient. A breath brushed the back of my neck. I wanted to scream, but the sound never came. I wanted to run, but there was nowhere left to go. And yet, morning might come. Someone might drive past this place and see a motorcycle on the shoulder of Clinton Road, headlight shattered, engine cold, odometer blank. Or maybe they won't. Maybe there'll be nothing there at all. Maybe the booth will wait a little longer, humming quietly, in a frequency just beyond hearing, ringing for the next traveler who thinks they're just passing through. The line will connect. The static will whisper, and the numbers will begin to count down again. Because some journeys never truly start, and some roads never truly end. They say that sometimes, late at night, when the air turns heavy and the static on your phone crackles just a little too long, you can hear voices. Not the usual digital glitch, but something older, slower, more deliberate. A whisper crawling through the static, like it remembers you. They say it happens on roads that don't appear on maps, places where time doesn't behave, and the horizon never gets any closer. Clinton Road is one of them. If you've ever taken it deep enough into the dark, you might have felt it. That subtle pressure, like someone riding just behind you, like headlights that never quite catch up. They say there's a booth out there, a red one, no wires, no markings, no logical reason for it to exist, but it does. It waits. And when it rings, it doesn't stop until you answer. No one remembers exactly what happens after that. Maybe that's part of the design. You think you're just making a call, but somehow you're the one being dialed. The line connects, and suddenly you're not where you were before. You're somewhere in between, somewhere off course but eerily familiar. And the numbers, those cursed numbers, they start counting down. It's not just miles, it's time, it's memory, it's you. Every turn of the wheel, every breath you take on that stretch of road, it all pulls you backward towards something you forgot, or maybe something you were trying to outrun. They say no one ever remembers arriving at the end. But something always changes when the odometer hits zero. Not just for the traveler, but for anyone who listens too closely, who lets the story seep into the quiet spaces in their mind. Because the journey isn't just theirs, it's yours now too. So if you find yourself driving alone, and the signal dies, and the static whispers a name that sounds like yours, don't answer. Or do. Just know that once the numbers start moving backward, they never stop. And when the booth rings again, and it will, it's not just a call. It's an invitation. One way. Irrevocable. Waiting only for someone curious enough, reckless enough, or lost enough to follow the sound. You think you'll know when you get there, but you won't. You'll only realize when it's far too late, and the only thing left in front of you is the end. Story 8. I remember the first time I stepped into that basement. It hit me like a wall. The air was damp and stale, thick with the sour blend of wet concrete, old paper, and decaying cardboard. It clung to my clothes, seeped into my skin, and settled into the back of my throat. The The fluorescent lights overhead flickered in a slow, sick rhythm, casting long, shaky shadows along the rows of archive shelves that rose like tombstones from the concrete floor. The ceiling was low, and everything about the space felt compressed, as if the building itself was trying to press me down into the ground. I didn't complain. I was new. Just a few weeks into my job at the publishing house, Veikichi, and they needed someone for the night shift. I needed the money, no questions asked. The instructions were simple: monitor incoming deliveries, update inventory logs, check the shelves. It sounded easy, almost too easy. At first, the silence unnerved me. The isolation scraped against something deep inside, something that doesn't like to be left alone with itself. I'd hear the sudden, sharp clank of expanding pipes echo off the concrete, or the distant rattle of the ventilation system, and my heart would jolt before I could remind myself that basements make noise, that this was normal. And over time I adapted. I got used to the rhythmic creaks and groans of the building settling, to the unpredictable knocks and dull thuds that came from nowhere and went nowhere. I learned how to ignore the sensation of being watched, of something unseen just beyond the range of my flashlight waiting behind the shelves. I told myself it was just nerves, just fatigue from the long hours and stale air. But something about that place never felt right. Even in the middle of summer, the basement stayed frigid, as if the sun had long since given up trying to touch it. Each step echoed too long, each shadow lingered too heavy, and though I kept my eyes on the checklist and my ears tuned to the expected sounds of a working building, I couldn't shake the feeling that the silence down there wasn't empty. It was listening, watching, holding its breath, waiting. And somewhere in the back of my mind, a quiet voice began to whisper that I hadn't stepped into a quiet workspace at all. I had stepped into something else, something waiting, something that had been there long before me and would still be there long after. It happened on a Tuesday night, sometime after 2 a.m, when I was assigned to inventory the old boxes in the far corridor, the section of the basement nobody ever bothered with unless they had to. That part of the archive felt different, even on normal nights, narrower, darker, with shelves that seemed to lean just slightly inward like they were listening. The flickering overhead bulb buzzed louder than usual, almost agitated. I was scribbling down box numbers when I heard it, a soft, breathy hiss just behind me. I froze, my pen halting mid-stroke, heart lurching into my throat. It wasn't the usual groan of the building or a trick of the pipes. It was too intentional. I turned, flashlight in hand, and swept the beam across the dusty shelves. Nothing. Just rows of sealed boxes and the faint echo of my own breath. I stood still, listening. The whisper came again, barely audible, like a voice pressed up against glass. My skin prickled. I took a step forward, and the sound moved, retreating ahead of me. Another step and it shifted again, always just out of reach. My mouth went dry. I wasn't sure whether to call out or stay silent. Eventually I whispered, "Hello?" But my voice barely made a dent in the thick, humming air. No response. Only the persistent buzz from the light above and the sudden awareness of how far I was from the rest of the building. I tried to shake it off, blaming air vents or a loose pipe, but my body didn't believe me. My hands were trembling, and there was this tightness in my chest, like the walls were inching closer. I turned back toward my desk, trying to act normal, when I heard the elevator ding echo through the basement. The sound hit like a jolt. I hadn't called it. Nobody else was scheduled that night. I rushed toward it, hoping it was a late delivery or someone from security, but the corridor was empty. The elevator doors stood open, unmoving, waiting. Its interior light glowed faintly, and there were no footprints on the floor, no sound of retreating steps, just that same cold hum and the unmistakable feeling that someone had just left before I got there. The nights that followed only got worse, quieter in the wrong way, like the basement was holding its breath. The first time I heard it, I was shelving a batch of returned manuscripts near the older archives when the sound came from behind the far shelves. Slow, deliberate footsteps, one after another, dragging just slightly like someone was wearing heavy boots on a wet floor. I stopped, my breath catching mid-inhale, and turned toward the noise. But it was already gone, replaced by the usual humming of the light fixtures above. The next night, it was the sound of something being dragged across the floor, low and gritty, as if a box was being pulled by hand across the concrete. I walked the length of the aisles and found nothing. No open boxes, no displaced items, just everything in its place, undisturbed. But the sound had been real. Then came the scratching, not loud but persistent, like nails slowly dragging along wood or concrete, too rhythmic to be random. It would start when I was deep in the rows with my back turned and stop the moment I looked up. I tried brushing it off, told myself it was probably rats or some mechanical glitch, but my body reacted before my brain could lie to it. My hands were clammy, my heart pounding faster with every shift. I started to flinch at ordinary sounds, watching the shadows more than the shelves. Then one night, I noticed something on the floor near the far end of the basement, a single dark smear, maybe 3 feet long, just off center from the aisle. I crouched to look closer. It was sticky to the touch, not quite oil, not quite anything I recognized. It didn't have a scent, which somehow made it worse. The smear trailed toward the back wall and then stopped, like something had either appeared or disappeared there. I searched for more signs, checked for leaks or anything the maintenance crew might have left behind, but there was nothing. Just that one fresh mark, gleaming faintly under the beam of my flashlight. And that feeling, like I was being watched through the shelves, from somewhere too still, too quiet. I stood there far too long, listening, heart in my throat, waiting for the next sound to find me. It didn't take long before my body began reacting before my mind could catch up. My heart would hammer at the slightest creak. My palms would sweat just stepping off the elevator. And I felt a wave of dread each time I had to pass through that narrow corridor at the far end of the basement. It wasn't just fear anymore. It was like something inside me had started bracing for impact the moment I walked through those doors. The shadows felt thicker in that part of the building. The air colder, heavier. I'd pause before turning corners, listening, waiting, convincing myself that I was being paranoid. But each night, that feeling grew harder to ignore. I'd walk faster through the aisles without meaning to, my flashlight clutched tight, eyes darting to the edges of my vision where nothing ever moved. And yet I swore I wasn't alone. Eventually, I couldn't take it anymore. I told myself I needed to be sure that I was going to inspect every corner, every row, every inch of the basement so I could finally put these thoughts to rest. I retrieved the industrial flashlight from the storage room, the one with the brighter beam, and began my search. The concrete echoed my every step, my boots damp against the floor, and I tried to drown out the rising anxiety with the sound of my own breathing. I scanned the boxes, the shelves, the walls. Nothing seemed out of place. The familiar smell of mold and paper clung to the air. And then near the end of the corridor, I found it again, that sticky smear on the floor, only a few feet long, but fresh, dark, unidentifiable. As I knelt to look closer, I heard a single footstep behind me. Just one. No breath. No shuffle. Just one distinct press of weight onto concrete, as if someone had only just arrived. I didn't move at first. I couldn't. My whole body locked up, every muscle stiff with tension. When I finally turned around, the corridor was empty. The shelves stood in their same silent rows, and the shadows stretched without interruption. But I couldn't shake the pressure in the air behind me, the creeping certainty that something had been standing there and chose not to be seen. It was just past midnight when a delivery came through. An unusual time, but not unheard of for our schedule. I met the driver by the loading dock, grateful for the break in silence and the presence of another human being. He was tall, bundled in a heavy jacket despite the lingering summer heat outside, and his eyes looked as tired as mine felt. We made small talk as we unloaded a few boxes of manuscript archives, his voice echoing softly in the concrete space as we wheeled them through the freight elevator and into the storage floor. The moment the doors opened to that familiar chill, I saw him pause just slightly, like something brushed against his instincts. As we settled the boxes near my desk, he glanced around the rows of shelves and said, "You work down here alone at night?" I nodded. "Every night," I replied, trying to sound casual. He gave a low whistle and shook his head. "Man, this place gives me the creeps." He didn't linger after that, just offered a nod and disappeared back into the elevator, leaving only silence behind. And it was strange how quickly the temperature seemed to drop once he was gone, as if the basement had been holding its breath and finally exhaled something cold and unseen. I stood still for a moment, listening. That unnatural stillness was back. The kind where even the hum of the lights felt too quiet, too restrained. I returned to my desk, trying to bury myself in the simple comfort of paperwork, filing, cataloging. But the sounds returned. Soft taps like fingers rapping against wood far off in the distance, followed by a faint dragging, as though something heavy was being pulled across the floor behind the shelves. I kept my head down, told myself it was nothing, that basements settle and sounds travel in weird ways down here, but my ears wouldn't stop searching. Every noise echoed louder than it should have, and the shadows seemed to pulse with each flicker of the overhead lights. I tried to focus, to finish my shift, but the warmth from that brief human interaction had long since vanished, replaced by that same gnawing chill creeping back into my bones, and the overwhelming sense that I was no longer alone. It was around 3 in the morning when I noticed a box jutting out near the middle row, teetering slightly off the shelf like it had been disturbed. I set my flashlight down on the damp concrete and reached up, both hands bracing the edges to slide it back into place, but it resisted me. The weight felt uneven, heavier than it should have been for a stack of dry paper. And for a split second, I wondered if moisture had soaked through and warped the contents. I tilted the box gently, listening for a shift inside. But that's when I heard it, a whisper. Not distant this time, not vague or echoing through the aisles. It was right beside my ear, so close that I could feel the air move. I jerked back so hard I almost dropped the box, my pulse exploding in my chest as I spun around, heart in my throat, breath caught somewhere between a gasp and a scream. But there was nothing. Just shelves and shadows and the damp floor gleaming under my flashlight beam. The whisper had been unmistakable, too real, too close, too deliberate. My ears rang with silence. As I tried to steady my hands, every muscle in my body coiled tight with panic. I forced myself to move, grabbing the flashlight, scanning every direction, desperate for some sign of what just happened. That's when I saw it. Another smear on the floor, darker than the last and far wider, stretched like something had been dragged from the shelf toward the far wall. The streak glistened under the beam, sticky and thick, with no clear origin and no discernible scent. Just a black, silent trail that stopped abruptly halfway down the aisle. I took a step closer, crouched, trying to process what I was looking at when I felt it again. That feeling of being watched, of something unseen pressing in just behind me, not with breath or sound, but with presence. My mouth was dry, my legs trembling, and my fingers were stiff with fear as I straightened up and backed away, unable to turn my back on the corridor. Every instinct screamed to run, but I couldn't. Something in me still needed to know, still needed to understand. And yet, as I stood there, the thought settled like ice in my chest. Maybe I was never meant to understand. Maybe this place doesn't want to be explained. Maybe the whisper wasn't a warning. Maybe it was a welcome. I reported everything the next morning. Well, most of it. I told my supervisor about the strange noises, the whisper that felt like it brushed against my skin, the sticky smears on the floor that came from nowhere and led to nothing. He listened, sort of, eyes fixed on his screen, nodding absently while muttering something about old pipes and poor ventilation. Said he'd have maintenance take a look, maybe send someone from security to do a walkthrough, but I could tell he wasn't really hearing me. I didn't press. What was I supposed to say? That the basement was watching me? That silence had started to sound like breathing? I went home that day, tried to sleep, but my body was still locked in the tension of what I'd felt. And when the sun set, I found myself standing in front of the elevator again, palms damp, heart stuttering, just staring at the button, like it was a door to something I couldn't unsee. The basement hadn't changed, of course. Not physically, but I had. Every shift since then has carried a heaviness I can't explain. The lights still flicker, but now they seem to do it only when I'm near, as if reacting to me. Footsteps echo down aisles where no one walks. Faint sounds, drags, taps, distant sighs, leak from between shelves that should hold nothing but paper and dust. And always that pressure in the far corridor, that thick, unmoving air that coils around my throat every time I pass. I don't linger there anymore. I walk fast, avoid looking too long at the shadows, and try not to think about what might be standing just out of sight, watching through the cracks. Each night begins the same way. I stand by the elevator, take a slow breath, and tell myself I'm being ridiculous. But the moment the doors open and I step into that cold, stale air, something inside me shifts. I no longer expect peace. I don't even expect quiet. I expect to be watched. I expect the whisper. I expect the lights to tremble when I pass beneath them. I go through the motions, check the inventory, meet the deliveries, sign the logs. But I'm never really working anymore. I'm listening, waiting. And the worst part is, I know I'm not imagining it. There's no proof, no footage, no footprints, just my own skin crawling. Every time I turn a corner and feel that electric stillness closing in. This fear, it's not just in my head. It's settled into the floor, the shelves, the air. It's part of the basement now. And maybe, somehow, so am I. Story 9. The GPS died somewhere between mile marker 17 and a place that felt like where hope went to rot. No signal, no service, nothing but the low hiss of static crawling through the radio, occasionally interrupted by garbled sounds that might have been Spanish or maybe just wind dragging itself through broken teeth. My 15-year-old Honda wheezed in protest as it clawed its way down a dirt road that didn't seem to exist on any map. Its engine heat inching dangerously close to red, the faint smell of something burning curling through the vents. I hadn't seen another soul in over an hour, and the blackness pressing against the windshield felt thick enough to be alive, like a velvet curtain wrapping around the car and squeezing. I should have stopped, should have pulled over and let the engine rest. But something in me knew that stopping here would be more than mechanical defeat. It would be surrendering to a presence I couldn't name. Then, just as my resolve began to flicker, I saw the light. Not headlights. No vehicle had passed in what felt like days. This was different. Flickering, golden, like flame. As I drew closer, my foot easing off the accelerator without conscious thought, the light resolved into multiple flames. Lanterns, old-fashioned kerosene ones, held aloft by tall, still figures standing in a perfect circle in the middle of the road. I stopped the car about 30 yards away, the engine ticking as it cooled. The silence around me so complete it rang in my ears. There were 9 of them, maybe 10. Impossible to tell, because they didn't move, didn't shift, didn't breathe. Each wore what looked like a bed sheet draped over their bodies, soaked and stained with dark blotches that clung to shapes underneath, shapes that suggested human form but somehow not quite human proportions. They weren't facing me, but I still felt watched, as if their backs could see, as if their very stillness was a kind of gaze. Each held a lantern high above their head, but none of the lanterns glowed. Dark, cold, useless things that somehow felt more threatening than if they'd been lit. The only illumination came from my headlights, which seemed to dissolve at the edge of the circle, as if the darkness there was thicker, more deliberate. I sat frozen behind the wheel, hands locked at 10 and 2, heart a slow hammer in my chest, waiting for someone, anyone to move, but no one did. And the longer they remained still, the more wrong everything felt. Not scary in a traditional sense, but wrong, like a note played half a step off key that keeps echoing in your bones. The rational part of me whispered explanations. Rural performance art, a ceremony I didn't understand, some local tradition I'd stumbled into. But the rest of me, the part that listened to silence and shadows, knew better. I hadn't just found something strange on this God-forsaken road. I had found something that had been waiting. I sat motionless behind the wheel, the car's engine gone quiet, except for the soft ticking of cooling metal, my headlights stretching forward into the dark like twin blades of desperate reason. And yet they stopped short, failing to touch the figures just 30 yards ahead. There were 9 of them, maybe 10, arranged in a perfect circle in the center of the road. Unmoving, ghostly shapes draped in what looked like soaked bed sheets. The fabric heavy with moisture and stained with dark splotches that might have been mud, or something worse. The way the fabric clung to them made it obvious there were bodies beneath, but not quite human ones. The proportions were off. Too long in places, too narrow in others, like mannequins shaped by memory rather than anatomy. Each figure held a lantern high above its head, the kind you might find in a century-old barn or hanging from a shepherd's hook. But these were dead, cold, void of any flicker, and somehow that absence of light was more terrifying than flame. The darkness within their circle was thicker than the night around it, almost tactile, as if the air itself had congealed into something that swallowed illumination. I kept expecting one of them to move, to acknowledge me, to break the stillness that had begun to press against my skin like weight. But they remained frozen, faceless, lifeless, staring into the center of their circle, yet somehow aware of me. The road behind was as dark as the one ahead, and for the first time I truly felt nowhere. No town, no name, no witness. The rational part of my brain started building narratives. Some ritual, maybe some strange rural custom I'd stumbled into, a misinterpretation of culture or context. But that voice felt small, flickering, like a candle in a vacuum, because there was no breath, no shift of weight, no involuntary twitch or movement. No human being could stand that still for so long without giving some sign of life. These things, whatever they were, didn't breathe, didn't acknowledge time, didn't exist in the same way I did. They simply were. And they had been. And I couldn't shake the feeling that I hadn't interrupted something. I'd arrived right on time. I don't know what possessed me to do it. Maybe it was the silence or the way the darkness pressed so heavily against the windshield, but my fingers reached out and flicked the headlights off, plunging everything into suffocating black for a heartbeat that felt like drowning before I turned them back on. The circle was gone. Just like that. Vanished. The road ahead was empty. The packed dirt stretching forward in desolate stillness. Nothing but night and dust and the after image of something that had been there only seconds ago. My breath caught halfway between disbelief and relief until instinct or dread pulled my eyes toward the rearview mirror. And there they were, still standing in their circle, lanterns raised high, white sheets draped in silent accusation. My head whipped around toward the rear window. Nothing, just empty road and darkness. But the mirror showed them clear as day. My blood ran cold. I adjusted the angle slightly, hoping it was some optical trick, a double reflection, a trick of glass and nerves. But no matter how I tilted it, the figures remained motionless, unreal, and yet more real than anything I had ever seen. That was when I noticed the change. One of them, the one closest to the center of the mirror's frame, had turned its head. Not inward like the rest, but outward toward me, just enough so the fold of its hood cast a new shape, the shadowed suggestion of a face, of a gaze, not observed but observing. I stared, willing it to be imagination, exhaustion, the kind of hallucination that comes from caffeine, and too many hours on the road. But the longer I watched, the more I realized it wasn't just one. Every time I looked, another figure had turned slightly, their featureless heads angling in my direction, like sunflowers drawn to something darker than the sun. It wasn't all at once. It was a slow and methodical acknowledgement, as if the act of me seeing them had triggered something ancient and inevitable. By the time I looked a fourth time, most of them were facing me, still motionless, still bound in their circle, but every faceless gaze now aligned with mine, locked through the thin veil of a mirror that should have only reflected empty space. I turned my head once more. Nothing behind me. Just the soft crunch of gravel under cooling tires. But in the glass, they remained. Present. Patient. Watching. And I felt something cold settle into my spine. A sensation not of being hunted, but expected. I slammed the car into drive and pressed the gas harder than I meant to, tires spitting gravel as I pulled away from the place where the circle had stood, or hadn't. But my eyes kept drifting back to the rear view mirror. Drawn like a compulsion, I couldn't fight. And there they were again, unchanged, unyielding, still arranged in their perfect ring of stillness. Only now, they were following. Not walking, not running, just there, the same exact distance behind me, no matter how far I drove. The road ahead twisted through the dead, frozen flatness of Nebraska fields, but the mirror held them close, tethered to my every move, as though some invisible thread connected their circle to the back of my car. I killed the headlights again, hoping that darkness might break whatever illusion this was, but the mirror still glowed faintly, like it had trapped its own internal light. And in that glow the figures gleamed pale and terrible, drifting through black like jellyfish, through deep ocean. I sped up, pushing the old Honda to its limit. 60, then 70, the frame rattling, tires screaming through each pothole and patch of loose earth. But still, they matched my pace precisely, never falling behind, never gaining, as though they weren't moving through space at all, but simply being, anchored to me by the mirror's gaze. I tried talking aloud, tried convincing myself I was dreaming, hallucinating, anything, but my voice sounded hollow inside the cabin, like it belonged to someone else, someone watching me from just beyond the windshield. The longer I drove, the more wrong it all felt. Not just eerie, but cosmically disjointed, like I'd slipped into a crack in the world, and whatever these things were had been waiting inside it, patient and eternal. After what felt like an hour of endless fields and ghost towns long since dead, I passed a county line sign. so weathered and sun-bleached I couldn't even make out the name, but in that moment something changed. The circle behind me began to shift. Subtle at first, a slight imbalance, a figure leaning forward, and then I watched, helpless and frozen, as the formation dissolved. One by one, they stepped forward from the ring and began walking, not along the road, but toward me, toward my car, toward the mirror, moving not like people, but like things unbothered by distance, dissolving into the reflection as though the glass wasn't reflecting at all, but receiving. That was when it hit me. The mirror wasn't just showing what was behind me. It was a door, and they had started walking through it. I hit the brakes so hard, the car skidded sideways across the gravel road, dust curling up around me in ghostly sheets. The sudden silence pressing in like a vacuum after the screech of tires faded into nothing. My hands were shaking as I turned in my seat, heart hammering against my ribs, breath caught halfway between fear and disbelief. But there was nothing there. The road behind me was completely, utterly empty. No circle, no figures, no movement. Just the long, dark ribbon of nowhere, unraveling back into the night. And then, as if drawn by instinct more than thought, my eyes drifted upward to the rearview mirror, and I saw it. One figure, standing directly behind my car, closer than ever. So close I could see the weave of the fabric in its mud-streaked sheet, the way the material clung slightly as if damp, the hood casting its face into deep, unknowable shadow. But I felt it looking at me, not through sight, but with presence, as if attention itself had become something physical, something pressing coldly against the back of my skull. I spun around again, nothing, just the empty road and the creak of the car settling in the night air. But when I looked back at the mirror, the figure hadn't moved, yet somehow it felt closer. The frame of the mirror no longer a barrier, but a tunnel narrowing toward inevitability. I turned the key. The engine coughed, sputtered, then fell dead. Again, nothing but the grinding clatter of a starter that didn't want to catch. The burning smell from earlier thickened, and for a moment I wondered if the engine was bleeding itself out. Third try, still nothing. The silence felt heavier now, thicker, like a room filling with water. Then, fourth time, the engine roared to life, sudden and furious, and I didn't hesitate. I threw it into drive and punched the accelerator, the wheels lurching against the gravel as the car surged forward, and still, I didn't look back. Not with my eyes, not directly. But the mirror was there. Always there. And though it showed only the stretch of road falling behind me, I could feel them again. Not see. Feel. A pressure in the ears, the way the air gets just before a storm breaks, as if the atmosphere itself had become aware of me. I don't know how I knew, but I knew. They were still there, just outside the limits of vision, waiting at the edge of the reflection where things linger that aren't meant to be seen head on. I drove through the night with no sense of time, the road unraveling beneath my tires like a ribbon of dread, passing through towns that felt more like memories than places. Buildings slumped in shadows, streetlights long dead, windows blank and dark as hollow eyes. No signs of life, no signs of anything, just silence so absolute it rang in my ears. and the endless pull of the mirror at the edge of my vision, daring me to look. But I didn't. Not again. I kept my eyes forward, hands locked tight around the wheel, trying to believe that movement itself might be a kind of protection. Eventually, the road changed beneath me, gravel giving way to cracked asphalt, the lines of fences and telephone poles reappearing like bones of a forgotten world. And then, as the sky began to lighten with the faintest gray of approaching dawn, I saw it. A truck stop, buzzing with the dull neon promise of coffee and warmth and people. I pulled into the lot like a drowning man clawing for shore. The sudden return of fluorescent lights and the distant rumble of 18-wheelers, almost enough to convince me I'd made it back. I sat there for a long while, engine idling, just staring at the rearview mirror. And this time, it showed nothing but what it should. An empty lot, a quiet road, the ordinary sprawl of civilization slowly waking. No circle, no figures, just the world I remembered. I let myself breathe for the first time in what felt like hours, even laughed a little under my breath at how tightly I'd been holding onto the wheel. And then, without really thinking, I glanced to my left, toward the passenger side window where my reflection should have been. But it wasn't me staring back. It was a shape cloaked in white, its sheets stained with something dark and soaking, a lantern cradled in its arms like an offering, its hooded head tilted ever so slightly as if listening. I blinked, heart freezing, and the reflection shifted. Just a tired man, sleepless, haunted, hollow-eyed, and unshaven, staring at his own fear. But I didn't look again. I stepped out of the car and walked toward the light of the truck stop without glancing at another pane of glass, because in that moment I knew whatever I'd seen on that road hadn't stayed behind. It was still with me, and it was learning how to wear my face. I've never gone back to that road. Not because I couldn't find it again, but because I'm not sure it ever really existed in the way normal places do, in the way places are supposed to. I told the interviewer I'd had car trouble, and they were understanding, said we could reschedule, but I never called them back. That job, that whole direction my life was heading, it all started to feel like a path meant for someone else, like something I'd glimpsed from outside a window I was never supposed to peer through. These days I stick to main highways, broad interstates lined with gas stations and billboards and traffic, anything that feels human, familiar. I don't trust GPS anymore, carry a paper atlas in the glove box like some old man from a different time, and I only drive during daylight hours. But even with those precautions, there are moments, quiet stretches between towns, empty roads bathed in the dim glow of dusk, when I glance at the mirror and catch something, a flicker, a shimmer, the ghost of white fabric, shifting just out of sync with the rest of the world. Sometimes it's the faint suggestion of a lantern being raised in slow, patient ritual. Sometimes it's just the unbearable certainty that something is watching, even if I can't see it. I avoid reflections now. I find reasons not to look into windows, to keep the mirrors in my home covered, the chrome of car bumpers smudged and dulled, because I've learned something I can't unlearn. Every mirror is a doorway. Not all of them open outward, some of them open inward. And if you look too long, too carefully, you might not just see something looking back. You might find yourself beginning to change, to feel it crawling just beneath the surface of your skin, wearing your breath, your voice, like borrowed clothing. I don't know if what I saw was real or if it was some manifestation of exhaustion, of isolation, of the strange madness that waits on the edge of long, empty roads. But I know this, those figures are still out there, somewhere just behind the glass, waiting with their dark lanterns and their quiet attention, patient in a way only things without time can be. They're waiting for the next traveler to get lost, for the next mirror to unlock. Or maybe they're not waiting at all. Maybe they're following. Maybe they've already stepped through. Maybe they're just waiting for me to look again. Story 10. The lights carved a narrow path through the ink of the Idaho desert. 2 pale beams dissolving into the void, just a few feet ahead. I'd been driving for 6 hours straight. Eyes dry, hands clenched, mind fogged with that strange, vibrating edge of exhaustion. The radio had died back past Boise, swallowed by static and silence, leaving only the hum of the engine and the breathy whisper of wind pressing against the windows. It was 3 a.m. The witching hour, my grandmother used to say, when the veil thins and things on the other side press closer. I used to laugh at that. But tonight, wrapped in this vast emptiness, with no other lights, no signs of life, just this dark ribbon of road unraveling beneath me, her words didn't sound so ridiculous. I should have stopped. There was a truck stop 100 miles back, maybe a crusty little motel with burnt coffee and buzzing fluorescents. But something made me keep going. A pull. Not a thought, not even a feeling, more like a whisper under the skin, a pressure behind the eyes. My hands refused to turn the wheel toward safety. I told myself it was just momentum, just wanting to get somewhere by sunrise. But somewhere deep in my gut, I knew that wasn't it. I wasn't just driving. I was being drawn. The sky above stretched starless and blank. A lid clamped shut on the world, and every mile I passed felt less like progress and more like descent. My reflection in the rearview mirror looked off, tired, yes, but something more, like it was watching me instead of being me. The further I went, the more the desert seemed to lean in, shrubs clawing at the edges of the road, darkness thickening like wet velvet. I started to feel like I wasn't alone out there, like something had noticed me the moment I entered this stretch of nowhere, and was now waiting patiently, just ahead or just behind. And still, I didn't stop. I couldn't. The wheel felt locked in place, and even the thought of turning around filled me with a kind of dread I couldn't explain. Somewhere out there, something was waiting, and I was heading straight for it. I saw it first as a silhouette, something darker than the darkness itself, standing dead center in the road, a jagged interruption in the endless black ribbon of highway. I eased off the gas, squinting, pulse ticking faster as the headlights crawled forward and revealed what waited for me. A scarecrow. Or at least that's what it looked like at first. But this wasn't some sun-bleached bundle of rags flapping in a cornfield. This thing wore a black suit. Crisp, clean, funeral tier formal, with a thin tie hanging dead straight and polished shoes that caught my headlights and reflected them with an unnatural gleam. Its face was burlap, stitched in place but straw poked from the collar and cuffs, almost deliberately styled. There were no farms here, no fields, no homes for miles, just dust, scrub brush, and the whispering ache of emptiness pressing in from every side. I swung the wheel to the left, giving it a wide berth, and cracked the window for air. That's when it moved. The head snapped toward me, not turned, not swayed, but snapped, like an animal locking onto prey. And then, from that stitched and twisted face, it spoke. Marcus? My name. No rise in pitch, no inflection. Just a rasp, like leaves on concrete, like it had been practicing the syllables in secret, waiting for this moment. My foot slammed the gas before my brain caught up. Instinct wrenching me forward, gravel kicking up beneath the tires. In the mirror, it dwindled, then vanished. But the damage had already been done. My thoughts clawed for logic. Fatigue, stress, hallucination, but nothing fit. Scarecrows don't wear designer suits. Scarecrows don't speak. Scarecrows don't know your name. Whatever that thing was, it hadn't been random. It had been waiting. For me. The road ahead stretched on, but every inch of me felt like I was already off the map, already somewhere I wasn't meant to be. I could feel it now. Something had seen me, marked me, and I was no longer just a driver in the dark. I was part of something I didn't understand. And the night had only just begun to show its teeth. 20 minutes after the scarecrow vanished into the dark behind me, I reached for my water bottle, hoping to wash away the lingering taste of fear. And that's when I noticed it. The glove compartment, wide open, though I was certain I'd left it shut. Always did. My heart skipped as I leaned over, drawn not just by curiosity, but something subtler, heavier, like gravity turned sideways. Inside, folded with uncanny precision where my registration should have been, was a black suit. Not just any suit, the suit. The same immaculate cut, the same funereal elegance worn by that thing in the road. I touched the fabric, and a chill soaked into my skin. The silk lining was damp, slick with a liquid that clung like half-melted ice. It had no scent, no color, no taste, only a strange, spreading numbness. When I pressed a fingertip to my tongue, like my nerves recoiled from it. I should have thrown it out the window, left it on the asphalt for the coyotes and sand. But I didn't. I held it up under the dome light, staring at the way the threads caught the shadows. The stitching was flawless, the size exact, not approximate, perfect, as if tailored for me right down to the slope of my left shoulder and the reach of my arms. The thought slithered into my mind like smoke. You should try it on. I recoiled, stuffed it back in, slammed the compartment closed so hard the latch cracked. The echo sounded like a shot in the tight confines of the car. My reflection in the rear view looked pale and hunted, eyes too wide, pupils pinpricks in the dim glow. I tried to rationalize. Someone must have slipped it in while I was getting gas. But the memory of that stop was vague, hollow. Had I even gone inside to pay? Had I locked the doors? The more I searched, the more the answers unraveled like wet paper. I was no longer sure what had happened, only that whatever this was, it wasn't random. The suit hadn't appeared, it had been placed. And whoever, or whatever, had placed it, knew me. The road began to feel different beneath my tires, narrower, as if the asphalt were shrinking inch by inch while the desert pressed in from both sides, dense with overgrown brush that clawed against the car like brittle fingers. The air had changed too, heavier somehow, thick and expectant, like the breath of something waiting just beyond sight. I kept my eyes forward, knuckles white on the wheel, but soon the feeling grew impossible to ignore. Figures, dark and still, began to appear along the roadside. At first they were only flashes in the corner of my vision, shadows that could have been trees or tricks of light, but as the miles passed, they drew closer, clearer. Men, or things shaped like men, dressed in black suits, identical to the one in my glove compartment. They didn't move, they didn't speak. They only watched. One after another, lined up like sentinels, with no faces I could see, no eyes I could meet, and yet I could feel their gaze like weight on my chest. I gritted my teeth, forced myself not to look directly at them, but the pressure built with each passing second. A silent demand that echoed louder than any scream. Something wanted me to stop. Not just to pull over, but to join. I don't know how I knew that, but I did. Deep in the marrow. My hands began turning the wheel on their own, fingers twitching toward the shoulder, and panic seized my throat. I bit down, hard, sinking my teeth into my tongue until I tasted blood, copper and warm, grounding me back to myself. The compulsion faltered just long enough for me to snap the wheel straight, to fight off whatever was crawling into my mind and steering me toward them. But even with the car under control again, the dread didn't fade. It lingered like something coiled in the back seat, breathing softly, biding its time. I knew then that the watchers weren't just lining the road, they were guiding it, herding me. In whatever destination they had in mind, I was already too deep to turn around. Somewhere between the last stretch of endless blacktop and the growing unease in my chest, time slipped. I glanced at the dashboard and the clock read 4:17 a.m. But that couldn't be right. I had looked just after the Scarecrow incident, and it had barely been 3. I hadn't driven long enough to lose more than an hour, but something told me I wasn't just behind on time. I was outside of it. My fuel gauge showed more than it should have, creeping toward full even though I hadn't stopped again. My shoes were gritty with sand, the fine powder of desert dust clinging between my toes. And yet I had no memory of stepping out of the car. I reached for my water bottle in the cup holder, but it wasn't there. In its place was a business card, black matte, heavy stock, the kind you only see at elite functions or in nightmares. No name, no phone number, just an address, 1247 Meridian Road. And beneath that, in silver foil letters, one word: midnight. The moment I read it, something inside me shifted. I knew that address. I didn't know how, but the path to it unfolded in my mind like a map I'd driven 100 times. Turn left at the next junction, 3 miles straight, right onto a dirt road that wouldn't be listed on any GPS. The directions weren't just clear, they were alive in me, embedded like instinct. And when I tried to resist, My hands twitched toward the wheel again. It was like being a passenger in my own body. Awareness intact but powerless against the pull. I told myself to ignore it, to drive to the nearest gas station, to see another human face. But the deeper I breathed, the more the road behind me felt like fiction. Only the way forward felt real. And the strange thing was, I wasn't even afraid anymore. Not in the normal sense. I was calm, almost peaceful, like someone walking toward the answer to a question they never knew they'd asked. But under that calm was something colder, something waiting. Because I hadn't just found that card, it had been placed there, and whoever left it knew I would follow. The dirt road ended in a clearing swallowed by shadow where a single building sat low and windowless beneath the weight of the stars. There were no signs, no markings, no reason for it to exist out here in the middle of nowhere. Yet a warm, yellow light seeped from beneath the door, like a wound glowing from within. I parked and sat motionless, engine humming, heart hammering, staring at that sliver of illumination, while the silence outside coiled tight around me. They were already there, the watchers. I hadn't seen them emerge from the brush, hadn't heard a single footstep, but now they stood in a perfect circle around the building, shoulder to shoulder, faceless and still, each one cloaked in the same black suit, their presence patient and suffocating. I didn't remember opening the glove compartment, but the suit was in my hands, dry now, no longer cold, yet still pulsing with something that wasn't heat. When I draped it over my arm, the fabric folded itself with unnatural ease, as if it recognized me. I stepped out of the car. The watchers parted without a word, their formation shifting just enough to let me pass without brushing them. The door opened at my touch, too easily, like it had been expecting me. The air inside was heavy with candle smoke and something older, something like dust and memory. Dozens of candles lined the walls, casting flickering shadows that moved just a beat behind me. And in the center stood a mirror, tall and ornate, framed in blackened silver that rippled like water. I knew, without question, what I was supposed to do. I slipped into the suit. It hugged every inch of me like it had been born from my skin, every seam tailored to the quiet asymmetries of my body. As I approached the mirror, the flame light bent around me, and I saw myself, but not. The man in the glass was older, sharper, with eyes like obsidian wells, filled with knowledge I hadn't earned. Behind him stood hundreds more, each one wearing the same suit, standing in rows that vanished into the mirror's depthless reflection. My reflection smiled, though I didn't. It raised a hand in greeting, though mine hung frozen. And when it spoke, I heard the voice again, that voice from the road, from the straw face and twisted jaw, whispering, "Welcome home, Marcus." The mirror didn't just reflect. It reached. One moment I was staring into the eyes of the other me, that older, colder version whose gaze held lifetimes I hadn't lived. And the next, his hand was breaching the surface like it was water made of silver and smoke. Fingers gripped my wrist, icy, electric, impossible. and the room around me folded inward as if the air had weight, as if the world itself had turned fluid. I tried to pull back, to scream, to run, but my body was no longer listening, and the mirror swallowed me whole. I fell without falling, spiraled through a light that wasn't light, a cold that had teeth and intention, and then nothing. I woke with sunlight in my eyes, the familiar hum of my car beneath me, parked neatly on the shoulder of a highway I didn't remember reaching. My hands gripped the steering wheel as if they'd never let go, and for a moment I thought I dreamed it all. But then I noticed the little things. My clothes were normal again, jeans, t-shirt, sneakers, but there was no sign of the suit, not in the glove compartment, not on the seat, gone, like it had never existed. Except it had. Because tucked behind my driver's license in my wallet was that same black card, smooth and weighty, with the silver address, Twinwu 47 Meridian Road, and below it that same single word, midnight. My fingers trembled as I slid the card back, but it was the ache on my wrist that truly made my blood run cold. When I turned my hand, I saw it. Faint, almost invisible, unless caught in just the right angle of light. A pale, perfect circle etched into my skin, like frostbite from a grip that never let go. I rubbed at it, hoping it would fade, but it didn't. And even as the sun bathed the desert in gold and the morning wind stirred the dust, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had changed, that maybe the man in the mirror didn't just greet me. Maybe he traded places. Maybe I never came back the same. I've been driving east for 3 days now, chasing the illusion of safety, of civilization, of neon lights and gas stations where the coffee is bad and the voices are human. But no matter how many miles I put behind me, the desert never really lets go. Each night, when the sun sinks low and the shadows stretch long across the asphalt, I start to see them again, just at the edges of my vision. Barely there, but unmistakable. The Watchers, standing still among the brush, their black suits blending into the dark, their heads tilted ever so slightly toward my car. They never move. They don't have to. I know they're there, and they know I see them. I tell myself I'm just tired, that the lack of sleep is making my mind fold in on itself, but I know better. Sometimes, when I catch my reflection in the rearview mirror, I don't recognize the face staring back. It's still me, but not quite. Older, colder, with eyes that feel too heavy in my skull, like they've carried too many secrets for far too long. And worse, sometimes it looks back at me before I even glance its way, as if it's been watching me this whole time, waiting for me to notice. The mark on my wrist, that pale ring where the mirror hand gripped me, has started to darken, deepening into my skin, like a bruise that won't heal. I tried covering it with a bandage, then with a watch, but nothing stops the cold I feel when I touch it. Like something still lingers beneath the surface, waiting to bloom. I don't sleep. I don't dare. Not because of nightmares, but because I'm afraid I'll wake up again in the wrong place, in the wrong body, wearing the wrong face. Something changed that night in the candlelit room. Maybe I crossed a threshold. Maybe something crossed into me. I don't know how much longer I can keep driving before the road runs out, or before the man in the mirror decides it's his turn again. Story 1. When I first applied for the job, Custodian conjured up images of mopping silent, empty hallways, and tightening loose bolts under flickering ceiling lights. A job built on solitude and routine, one that offered a paycheck without much complexity or consequence. The job description mentioned unusual schedule and conditions, but in my desperation for work, I didn't give it a second thought. I assumed it referred to the night shift, 10 to 6, which suited me fine. It wasn't until I drove out to the Cerulean Institute, a gleaming, bone-white structure perched like an antiseptic monument on a lonely hill, that I began to feel the prickling unease that I had ignored. The winding, unmarked lane leading to the building was eerily quiet, and when I finally arrived, the lawn that surrounded the hill looked like a green sea frozen in time, unmoving, untouched, and too perfectly trimmed, as if nature itself was hesitant to grow too close. The receptionist greeted me with a placid smile, buzzed me through a glass door that hummed like a living thing, and ushered me into a small room where the walls, furniture, and even her outfit all bled the same cold shade of blue. Before I could comment on the surreal coordination, a man entered. Tall, dark curls, white lab coat, eyes far too cheerful. Dr. Narcy introduced himself and began to speak not about cleaning supplies or job duties, but about sleep. His obsession, his mission. He spoke with reverence, as if sleep were not just a biological function, but a frontier, an undiscovered world worth conquering. Other scientists chased oceans or stars, he said, but he was interested in the space we drift into every night, the third of our lives we surrender to shadows. He told me with eerie conviction that the best way to study sleep was through those who could not wake. I didn't understand until he gestured for me to follow, his smile a little too wide, too white. As the doors hissed open, the sterile scent of chemicals assaulted my senses, mingled with something colder, metallic, like preserved silence. Unlike the hospitals I'd visited, those filled with murmured prayers, beeping monitors, and crying families, Cerulean was silent, aggressively so. No intercoms, no pages, no whispers. Every room I passed contained a person, utterly still, lying beneath machines that beeped in slow, even rhythms. Comatose. Every one of them. Not asleep, but submerged. As I stood there, surrounded by these frozen bodies, unease crept up my spine like a slow leak of cold air. I should have walked out, I know that now. But at the time, I told myself that I was being foolish, that Goosebumps were no reason to lose the only job offer I'd seen in months. When I finally asked why we hadn't discussed my qualifications or even looked at my resume, Dr. Tabata Narcy merely chuckled. "You wouldn't be here if you hadn't already passed," he said, as if that should comfort me. And then he added something I've never forgotten. That previous staff had succumbed to superstition, to irrational fears, and quit. That I had to be stronger. I tried to play along, to match his confidence with a shaky laugh, but something behind his eyes made my blood feel heavier. I signed the paperwork anyway, my pen trembling slightly. I wouldn't understand until much later how much of myself I was surrendering in that moment. The place felt different at night. Emptier, darker, not just in lighting, but in spirit. Entire wings would seal off with no explanation. and rerouting my tasks felt like navigating a maze that rearranged itself hourly. My work orders came in via an outdated system that spat out tasks like sanitize storage area B or lubricate shutter 104. But they never explained the why or what had happened there before me. I started to notice how quiet the place got after 1 a.m. Not just peaceful, but void-like, as though even the building was holding its breath. Some nights, I would pause outside a room and feel, without knowing why, that someone, something was awake inside. But when I looked through the reinforced glass, there was nothing but a motionless patient and the endless hum of machines. I told myself I was imagining things. I wanted to believe that. After all, I had taken a job, not stepped into a nightmare. But something about the Cerulean Institute seeped into me. Slow and poisonous, like a gas leak you only notice when the symptoms begin. Even now, I wonder what exactly I stepped into the night I walked through those doors. Because as much as I'd like to believe that I was just a janitor with a lucky job offer, a small voice in the back of my head keeps whispering, "You were never supposed to leave." At first, the silence struck me as peaceful, even comforting, like the hush of snowfall blanketing a sleeping town. But it didn't take long for that illusion to rot into something else. Every hallway in the Cerulean Institute breathed stillness, an unnatural quiet that wrapped around you like gauze, smothering sound and thought alike. The patients were all unconscious, of course, no surprise in a sleep research facility. But this wasn't the idle slumber of the sedated or the frail unconsciousness of those clinging to life. It was deeper, colder, almost deliberate. There were no visiting hours, no crying relatives, no murmur of doctors conferring at bedsides. Just long rows of pristine white rooms filled with people who never stirred, never blinked, never made a sound. You'd think that kind of silence would make the place feel safe, but it didn't. It felt like a waiting room for the dead. I worked the night shift when the already minimal staff all but disappeared, leaving the building hollow and dim. After sunset, the lights were dialed down to half strength, supposedly to protect patient circadian rhythms, but it made every corridor feel like a dream you couldn't quite wake from. Shadows stretched like long, thin fingers across the walls, and even the hum of the machines seemed to fade into a dull background pulse, like the heartbeat of something vast and sleeping beneath the tile. My rounds grew longer, more disorienting, because the layout seemed to change from night to night. Wings that had been accessible the day before would suddenly be sealed off, without explanation, their electronic doors blinking red, windows blacked out as though something inside needed to be hidden or protected. And always without fail, another section would reopen in its place, as if the Institute was rearranging itself in the dark, piece by piece. We were given notices, sure, little blurbs that popped up on the office computers with clinical phrasing, Wing C closed for recalibration, or no entry to Sector 4A until further notice. But no one ever explained why. No alarms, no maintenance workers, no hazmat suits. Just doors that no longer opened, and the strange feeling that something had shifted. Subtly but permanently, I started to feel like I was drifting through a living maze, one that breathed and blinked and forgot its own layout. I'd catch myself walking past a familiar room, only to stop and realize the room didn't exist anymore, or at least not where it used to. It gave me the creeping sense that I was being shepherded, nudged away from certain areas and toward others. Some nights I would swear I heard faint whispers behind the locked doors. No words, just the suggestion of movement, of breath, like someone whispering through a wall of cotton. I tried to laugh it off. Jamie, one of the other night orderlies, liked to joke that the building was half facility, half fun house, and that we were the rats being trained to forget which door led to the cheese. But even he never lingered near the sealed wings. No one did. We pretended we didn't notice them, pretended it was normal. That was the rule. Don't ask questions you don't want answered. The Institute was clinical on the surface. White walls, polished floors, high-tech everything. But underneath, it felt diseased. Like a wound that had scabbed over, too clean to be natural. Some part of me kept wondering what would happen if I pried the scab off. What would I see underneath? What would I find behind the blacked-out windows, the sealed doors? The names on the task list that never seemed to match the number of rooms I passed. I knew the patients were alive. At least that's what I kept telling myself. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I was walking through a forest of graves that just hadn't been filled in yet. And the longer I stayed, the more the silence felt alive, like it was watching me, like it was waiting. It was Jamie who first gave a shape to the unease that had been crawling under my skin since I started at the Cerulean Institute. Though he did it in his own blunt, nicotine-stained way. We were behind the building late one night, sharing a cigarette under the humming buzz of a faulty floodlight, when he told me the fear I was feeling was just like seasickness. You either had it or you didn't. Me? He said with a shrug, blowing smoke into the shadows. I sleep like a baby. They're just lumps of meat, man. Don't let it get to you. But I could see something flicker behind his thick glasses. Something that didn't quite match the words. Maybe he was trying to believe it too. He'd been there longer than anyone, which made him both invaluable and slightly unhinged, like someone who'd been left too long in a house with the windows sealed shut. When I asked what he thought of the Institute, he smirked and said there were two versions of it. The Cerulean everyone knew, and the real one. Take a look at the staff, he said. See if you notice anything. The next night I did. A fourth of the staff wore small blue key cards, clipped just visibly enough to be seen, but not acknowledged. Never discussed, never explained. I began watching more closely. Those who wore them seemed different, quieter, always knowing exactly where not to be. They never joined in small talk, never used the break room, and moved with the kind of confidence that comes from knowing secrets. I mentioned it to Jamie, and he just nodded slowly. Two kinds of research, he repeated, tapping ash from his cigarette. One you can write papers about, the other, not so much. It should have been easy to let it go like he did. The job paid well, the work was simple, and I never had to deal with angry customers or unpredictable weather. But I couldn't forget about the key cards, or the way entire wings would go dark, without warning, only to reopen days later with a fresh smell of bleach, and something deeper, something wrong. I started having dreams, strange and vivid. In one of them, I was lying in one of those hospital beds, unmoving, unable to speak or blink, watching myself, my own body, pushing the mop cart down the hallway without looking into the rooms. I tried to scream, to reach out, but I was locked inside myself, drowning in silence. Other nights, the dreams were worse. I was standing at the end of a hallway that stretched too long to be real. Lights flickering as I walked past doors that bled shadows onto the tile. I would hear whispers, faint as breath, always just behind me, and when I turned around, the hallway would be empty. But the lights would start shutting off, one by one, and the floor would begin to slope, pulling me backward into a dark that pulsed and breathed. I stopped telling myself they were just dreams. They felt like memories I hadn't lived yet, like the building was trying to show me something, or warn me, or claim me. Every night I returned to work, the sense of distortion grew stronger, like I was moving through a replica of the real world that didn't quite fit. The patients never moved, never made a sound, and yet I always felt like I was being watched, not from behind, but from within the walls themselves, from the blue-lit monitors beside each bed that never showed a single spike, just a steady line that made my skin crawl. I started to wonder if those people were ever truly asleep, or if they were trapped somewhere else entirely, staring out through frozen eyes while we cleaned around them, speaking in whispers, pretending everything was normal. I began to dread the silence, to flinch at the sound of my own footsteps, to lose track of time and space in that endless maze of corridors. The blue key cards were always there, slipping into doors I couldn't open, vanishing into restricted wings I was told not to question. I started to wonder if maybe Jamie had it wrong. Maybe it wasn't about two types of research. Maybe it was two types of people. Those who looked and those who obeyed. And maybe the Institute already knew which one I was becoming. It started with a sound I'd never heard before. Not the usual soft beeping of monitors or the occasional hum of the backup generators, but a low mechanical wail, like a siren underwater, distant at first, then climbing into a shriek that filled every corridor, every room, like the building itself was screaming. It wasn't the fire alarm. I'd tested that during training, and it wasn't on any of the safety protocol sheets they gave us. I poked my head into the hallway, half expecting it to be some kind of system glitch. But the look on Jamie's face told me otherwise. He was already there with two other orderlies, his cigarette long forgotten, staring up at the blinking red lights above the door frames. Then I saw her, a thin, pale doctor I didn't recognize, sprinting with another nurse at her side. Both clutched those damned blue key cards like their lives depended on it, and maybe they did. None of us had any idea what was happening. And when I asked Jamie if he'd ever seen this kind of lockdown before, he just shook his head. The color drained from his face. I volunteered to go up front, see if I could reach someone or find a message on the system. Anything that might explain what the hell was going on. But when I reached the end of the hall and pressed on the push bar, the door didn't budge. I tried again, harder, and that's when I realized the Institute was sealed. We were locked inside. Only those with blue clearance could move freely now. I turned back planning to tell the others, but something drew my eyes downward. A ripple in the stillness, a gut feeling. And I realized I hadn't heard footsteps in a while. No alarms, no yelling, just that rising shen'an and the electric tension of something horribly wrong. I followed a corridor that had been shut off the night before but was now miraculously open. The lights overhead flickered, painting everything in pale, sickly shades. I crept forward, each step heavy, until I turned the corner and saw them. The blonde doctor from before, sprawled on the ground, her white coat soaked red, and the nurse slumped against the wall, neck bent at an unnatural angle. My body locked up, my breath caught. Blood pooled beneath them like ink spilled from a shattered pen, and something glinted on the floor beside her, a blue key card. I stepped over the broken glass, careful not to make a sound, and took it. Up close, her throat looked like it had been torn open, ragged, violent. I didn't want to believe what I was seeing, but there it was. No accident, no medical failure. This was murder. I turned to run, every instinct screaming. But when I got back to the others, Jamie was crumpled on the floor, one hand pressed against his neck, the other struggling to keep his stomach closed. His eyes met mine, wild and pleading, and I rushed to his side, tearing open the nearest room's wardrobe for anything I could use. Sheets, gauze, anything. He was trying to speak, but his windpipe had been shredded. Blood bubbled over his lips, and I realized too late what he was mouthing. Behind you. I turned just as the footsteps landed softly behind me. She stood barefoot, blood-spattered, clutching a jagged shard of glass, wearing the same thin blue hospital gown as the rest of the patients. But she wasn't asleep. Her eyes were wide open, burning with something I couldn't name. Rage, terror, desperation. I lifted my hand slowly, heart hammering, but she didn't strike. "You're not a doctor," she rasped, voice raw and unused. She looked maybe 20, but there was something ancient in her posture, in the way she flinched at the overhead lights, in the faded EEG stickers still clinging to her skin. She was trembling. I pointed to my ID, my voice cracking. "I'm just a custodian." Her fingers tightened around the glass, then relaxed. "You've got to get me out of here," she whispered. And in that moment, I knew everything had changed. Jamie was dying at my feet. The institute was sealed like a tomb, and something had awoken inside this building that was never meant to see the light. I didn't know who she was or what she'd done to escape, but I saw the truth in her eyes. She wasn't the monster. She was running from it, and somehow I just stepped into its path. She stood there trembling, barefoot and blood-speckled, a shard of broken glass clutched in her hand like it was the only anchor keeping her in this world. But there was something in her eyes, desperation, yes, but lucidity too, a sharpness that told me she hadn't lost her mind, not yet. Her voice was raw and cracked when she spoke, like she hadn't used it in years. "You're not one of them," she said, more statement than question, and I nodded, though I wasn't sure what she meant by them. She lowered the glass slowly and looked around, eyes wide, haunted, as if every shadow in the hallway might reach out and drag her back. "I need to get out of here," she said, and then more quietly, "Please." Her arms were thin and mottled with tape residue and faint bruises, EEG stickers still clinging to her temple like ghosts of a forgotten identity. "What's your name?" I asked, and she blinked, then seemed to search the empty air like she was rifling through a locked drawer. I don't remember, she whispered. Call me Eve. The name fell from her lips like a half-formed prayer, and it stayed with me. Too symbolic to be random, too fragile to question. I wrapped a blanket from the supply cabinet around her shoulders and tried to think through the chaos pounding in my head. The sirens still howled through the Institute, red emergency lights casting long, twitching shadows against the walls, and we both knew it was only a matter of time before someone came looking. They won't believe you, Eve said, if you try to tell them what this place really is. And then she told me. Her voice was a trembling thread, but her words were sharp, clear, and horrible. The Cerulean Institute wasn't studying sleep to help people, it was weaponizing it. They were mapping fear, breaking minds, in the space between consciousness and oblivion, pushing patients into engineered nightmares, and measuring how long it took for their identities to splinter. Terror rating, she called it. T rating. They didn't want data, they wanted compliance, reprogramming. A way to bend people into tools while they slept, unresisting, unaware. You know how some sounds can make you feel afraid, she said? They've taken that principle and buried it inside dreams. A whisper in the dark that changes who you are when you wake up. If you wake up. Her hands trembled, the glass shard glinting in the low red light. I wasn't always like this, she muttered. They took me. I was going to the dentist, just a normal appointment. I never woke up. My parents probably think I died under anesthesia. They probably donated me. A good cause, right? Medical research. Her voice cracked on that last word, and I felt something break open in my chest. All the silent, unmoving bodies I'd passed night after night. People like Eve. Sacrifices. We have to go, I said, and she nodded, hugging the blanket tighter. There was only one way out that didn't rely on doors or key cards. The cart. The oversized janitor's cart I'd pushed for weeks, full of towels, tools, empty garbage liners, and one massive black bag tucked into the back bin. It was a bad plan, absurd even, but the only one we had. I lined the bottom with spare towels and helped her climb inside. She winced, curling into a fetal shape, then pulled the black liner up over her shoulders like a burial shroud. If they catch us, she whispered, you don't know me. I nodded, my throat dry. I pushed the cart out into the corridor, each wheel squeaking like a scream, the alarm still wailing, the hallways empty and humming like a live wire. We moved past locked doors and rooms with beeping monitors, past blue keycard access panels and silent security cameras that I hoped were still looped from the outage. My hands clenched the push bar, white-knuckled, heart pounding so loud I thought it might give us away. If anyone stopped me, if they asked what was in the bag, I had no answer. But the corridors remained empty, as if the building was holding its breath. Every flicker of motion in my periphery made me tense. Somewhere behind us, I imagined the bodies stirring, systems rebooting, whispers threading back through the walls. Eve didn't speak again, but I could feel her trembling through the plastic. We were two nobodies trying to escape a machine built to erase people. And every step I took toward the front of the building felt like walking into a deeper dream, one I wasn't sure I'd ever wake from. The plan might have worked if not for the cameras. if not for the sterile, blinking eyes stitched into every corner of the Cerulean Institute, recording even the smallest twitch of movement, like a dream that refused to forget. We'd almost made it. I'd wheeled the cart all the way to the lobby, heart hammering, every squeak of the wheels amplified by the siren still blaring overhead. I could feel Eve breathing beneath the heavy black liner, slow and shallow, like a hunted animal trapped inside its own skin. The lobby lights were dimmed, red pulses flickering across the tiled floor like the last throes of a dying heart. I stepped out into that gloom, sweat sticking my shirt to my back, and that's when the taser hit me. My legs folded instantly, and I hit the ground with a sound that barely registered past the electric explosion in my spine. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe, could only watch through a film of pain and nausea as hands yanked Eve from the cart. Her scream shrill and furious as she kicked and clawed like a thing reborn. Dr. Narcy was already there, face wild with something I hadn't seen before. Rage, maybe, or fear. 2 orderlies wrestled me to the floor, shouting at me to stay down, and he knelt beside me, his voice a low hiss at my ear. You should have stayed out of it. The security logs don't lie. I don't know where I found the strength, but I twisted free just enough to grab the blue keycard from my neck and slide it across the slick tile toward Eve. She saw it. Her eyes locked with mine, and for a moment I swear there was hope in them. She dove, snatching it up, and ran for the exit, barefoot and blood-spattered, the emergency door sensors glowing green just ahead. I staggered to my feet, lungs burning, the scream in my throat caught behind panic. Eve reached the door and slammed the card to the reader. It blinked, unlocked, opened. The parking lot spilled out beyond her like salvation, the night sky vast and empty and full of freedom. I ran after her, shoving past the dazed orderlies, slipping in a puddle of something I didn't want to identify. We were nearly there, my truck just a few feet away, when the shot rang out. Sharp, clean, final. Eve jerked forward mid-stride, crumpled silently, her body folding to the pavement like a puppet with its strings cut. I slid to my knees beside her, but I already knew. The wound was centered, unforgiving, her breath gone before I could even call her name. I looked up, saw Dr. Narcy standing in the doorway, pistol still raised, smoke curling from the barrel. His expression wasn't angry anymore. It was clinical, resolved. She was a variable he had removed. I don't remember getting in the truck. I don't remember starting the engine or backing out of the lot with my foot trembling on the gas pedal. There were no more shots. They didn't need to kill me. I was just a custodian, a name they could scrub, a file they could delete. Eve had been the witness. Now she was gone, and with her, the only real proof of what Cerulean had become. I drove for miles with her blood still on my hands, headlights carving through darkness that felt thicker than air. By the time I reached home, I was shaking so hard I could barely get the key in the door. I stripped off my clothes, stepped into the shower, and screamed into the hot stream of water, knowing it couldn't wash away what I'd seen or what I was going to do next, because I couldn't stay silent. I wouldn't. They had killed her to bury the truth, but the truth was still alive in me, burning behind my eyes, pounding in my skull like a second heartbeat. I owed her that much. I owed her everything. I don't remember the drive home, not really. Just fragments through the windshield, the blur of headlights on wet asphalt, the high whine of tires eating up the road, as if I could outrun the image of her body collapsing in front of me. When I reached my apartment, I stumbled through the door like a sleepwalker, stripped down in the hallway, and climbed into the shower with the water as hot as I could stand it. I didn't cry. I didn't speak. I just stood there with my hands pressed against the tile, letting the steam burn my skin, and the memory of Eve burned something deeper. I stayed that way until the water ran cold, until my knees gave out. And even then, I didn't move, not until I'd made up my mind. They had killed her to keep a secret, and they thought I'd stay quiet because I was nobody. A janitor with no credentials, no voice, no proof. But they underestimated what they'd lit inside me. I didn't care if I died. I didn't care if I vanished without a trace like she almost had. I wasn't going to let them bury it. I spent the day making preparations, packing what I thought I'd need, fueling the truck, finding a back entrance through the woods that would get me close without tripping any cameras. The sun was low by the time I reached the edge of the forest behind the Institute, crouched among the brush like a ghost, staring up at the pale skeleton of a building that had swallowed so many people whole. Only it wasn't there. Not like before. The lights were off. The parking lot was empty, the windows black. I crept closer, disbelieving, dread twisting tight in my gut. The main door opened with the blue keycard still hanging from my neck, but inside was nothing. No doctors, no patients, no soft beeping of machines. Every room was cleared out. The beds gone, the monitors ripped from the walls. It was as if the Cerulean Institute had never existed, as if it had been plucked from the earth and swallowed by the dark. I walked through the gutted halls, each footstep echoing too loudly. The stench of bleach thick in the air. They'd cleaned it, wiped it bare, taken everything they couldn't afford to leave behind. No bodies, no blood, not even a clipboard. Only silence. Only absence. Only the faint echo of her voice still ringing in my head. They'd vanished overnight, slipped into the shadows with their machines and their secrets and their program, but I knew they weren't done. Places like that don't end. They relocate. They change names. They find new walls, new cities, new faces willing to look the other way. Maybe right now they're rebranding themselves, repainting the walls of some new facility where another clueless janitor is getting ready to push a mop bucket down a quiet hallway, telling himself it's just a job. Maybe right now someone's being wheeled into an operating room for a routine procedure, and they won't wake up. Not really, not ever. Because once Cerulean has you, once it wraps its fingers around your mind, it doesn't let go, it doesn't stop. And now that I've seen it, now that I know, I can feel it breathing in the cracks of the world around me, waiting, watching, expanding. And I wonder how many others like me are out there tonight, dreaming dreams that aren't theirs, screaming silently in places no one can hear. Story 2. We'd always joked about getting a cat, some little gremlin to lounge on the windowsill and make our apartment feel more like a home. But we never thought it would happen like this. It was a sharp, damp autumn night. The kind that sinks into your bones and makes the alley behind our building smell like rot and rain-soaked cardboard. We were taking out the trash when we saw him, a shivering, matted tuft of fur nestled against the bins, so still we almost stepped past him. There was something immediately strange, magnetic about him. His fur looked painted in streaks and patches like a forgotten watercolor, blotched with dark smudges that seemed to form vague symbols if you stared too long. His ears were too long, almost curling at the tips like tendrils, and those eyes, huge glassy orbs too wide for his narrow face, glowed faintly, catching the dim streetlight and reflecting it back in ways that made my skin crawl. He looked up at us with a tilt of the head, not curious, familiar, like he knew us. His paws were massive for his scrawny frame, and tiny needle-like fangs peeked from under his lip, just enough to give the impression of something unfinished or wrong. Ugly in a way that circled back into endearing. We laughed, nervously maybe, and said we'd been chosen by the cat distribution system. A cosmic joke. But that look in his eyes made me feel like maybe the joke was on us. Maybe we hadn't found him. Maybe he'd been waiting. At first it was cute. Everything about him was off in a way that made us laugh, like some weird little goblin gifted to us by a universe with a dark sense of humor. He moved strangely, with leaps too fluid, too graceful, like he had too many joints in the wrong places. He could spring halfway up a wall without effort, twist mid-air like smoke, snatch things from our hands mid-motion with needle-sharp accuracy that never missed. We called him our little acrobat, joked that he had circus training in a past life. And then there was his game, his favorite thing. Red light, green light. That's what we named it anyway. He'd crouch low and stare, motionless whenever we looked at him, his pupils enormous, his body tense. The second we turned our backs, we'd hear the faintest creak or scuffle and spin around to find him, inches closer, frozen again. Sometimes he'd be across the room, then suddenly beside the couch. One blink too long and he'd moved. It was adorable at first, this quirky cat behavior, just part of his charm. But the charm thinned with time, like the growing clumps of his fur we began to find in the corners of our apartment. At first it was just a few extra hairs, nothing out of the ordinary. But within days, it became wads, dense, matted tufts appearing overnight in places we'd just cleaned. The vacuum clogged, our clothes were covered. It was like he was molting, but worse. We worried, of course. Took him to the vet. They couldn't determine his breed, just shrugged and made some half joke about him being exotic or midway through shedding into something new. I didn't laugh. What disturbed us more was how fast the fur came back. Not days, hours. Every morning, he looked untouched, his coat thick, lush, and seamless, as if nothing had ever fallen out. And he was getting bigger. Not in the typical way kittens grow, not gradually. It was uneven, erratic. His paws first, bulging and heavy, like he was growing into something much larger. His claws we trimmed religiously, only to find them sharpened again by evening, slicing deep gouges into his scratching posts, reducing them to splinters in days. His walk changed too. He moved low and long, body stretching unnaturally with each silent step, like his joints were testing their range and finding new angles. There were nights I'd glance at him and feel sick to my stomach. Not for what he did, but for how he looked when he did nothing. Still alert, wrong in the shadows. His limbs bent in ways that defied the image of a cat, that hinted at something else. Something wearing a cat like a suit. We began to question ourselves. Were we imagining it? Projecting? Blaming our stress and exhaustion? Maybe we were just tired. But then we realized he never was. He never slept. Not once did we catch him dozing. Not in sunlight. Not at night. We brushed it off at first. He must nap when we're out, we said, or when we're not looking. But that excuse evaporated quickly. Each night we'd wake with a prickling sensation crawling up our spines, only to find him watching us. Not blinking, not moving, just there. In the doorway, or at the foot of the bed, or perched on the dresser, his giant eyes reflecting the faintest ambient light with a gleam that cut through the dark like a blade. He'd be in one place when we closed our eyes, and in another when we opened them. Always still, always waiting. We told ourselves cats are weird. They're nocturnal. They do strange things. But there were no sounds, no skittering claws on the hardwood, no leaping, no scratching, no typical feline chaos. Just silence. A vacuum of noise, as if his presence consumed sound around him. The red light, green light game never stopped. Even when we weren't playing, he'd appear closer than he was a moment before. We'd spot a flicker of movement at the edge of our vision, turn, and he'd be sitting, unmoving, just watching. Then he'd be gone, with no sign of departure, no sound, no trail, just gone. The feeling of being hunted seeped into everything. We couldn't relax, couldn't sleep, couldn't focus. Something was always just behind us, just out of sight. Then his eating habits changed. He stopped touching his food, ignored every treat, every can, every bit of kibble. He wasn't sick. We knew that much. But when we cooked, it was like something in him woke up. On steak nights or whenever raw chicken or beef hit the cutting board, he went wild, throwing himself at the counter, swiping at our hands, yowling in a voice that didn't quite sound Hussein. We tried spraying him, locking him out, shouting. None of it worked. He'd wait, dripping, furious, and as soon as our backs were turned, he'd lunge again. Then one night it happened. A raw steak slipped from my fingers and smacked onto the tile. He was on it in an instant. Not chewing, not nibbling. He devoured it, gorged, really. His throat bulging grotesquely as he swallowed it whole, package and all. We rushed toward him, but the sound that came out of him froze us, mid-step. It wasn't a hiss. It wasn't anything that should have come from a cat. It was deep, wet and vibrating, like a guttural growl pulled from something that had never walked on four legs. His fur bristled up like quills. His back arched into a shape that didn't make sense. His body trembling with a suppressed violence that radiated off him in waves. The sound of him licking, obscene, gloppy, was loud in the silence of our kitchen, and as he crouched there, limbs coiled like a thing ready to strike, his pupils became tiny slits. For a long, breathless moment, we just stared at him, staring back, unblinking, tense. And then, just like that, it was over.
He blinked, yawned, and stretched like any normal cat, rubbed against our legs with a soft purr, his tail flicking with contentment. The steak was gone. Not even a trace of the plastic. We stood there, paralyzed, until we both burst into nervous, horrified laughter. But the laughter didn't stick. The unease lingered, heavier now, unavoidable. We stopped calling him a gremlin. We stopped joking altogether. Something had changed, and
we had no idea what it meant. It had been 2 weeks since we took him to the shelter, and for the first time in months, we could breathe again, sleep without waking in cold sweats, move through our home without glancing over our shoulders. The apartment felt normal. The silence was restful instead of oppressive, and we even caught ourselves laughing, though guilt lingered at the edges. He could be so sweet sometimes, when he wanted to be, and letting him go wasn't easy. But the tension he brought with him had dissolved like mist in sunlight, and part of us started to believe it had all been in our heads. Until last night, the sound started soft. So soft it could have been imagined. A meow, distant but familiar, echoing down the dark hallway outside our bedroom door. I froze. My partner looked at me, wide-eyed. Breath caught mid-motion. Another meow followed, a little closer, a little louder. That broken, pitiful cry he used to make when he wanted to be let in. But there was something else beneath it this time. A slow distortion. The pitch dropped, the tone warbled, turned inside out somehow, as if the sound were being pulled from underwater or through something not quite built to mimic it. It ended in a low, wet rumble that vibrated through the floor. Silence returned, but it wasn't empty. It pressed in on us, thick and waiting. Against every instinct, we moved toward the door. My hand hovered at the knob, skin prickling, heart thundering like it already knew what I was about to see. I cracked it open, just enough. And there, at the end of the hallway, was a shape. Still. Too still. Too large. The ears curled upward in sharp tufts that caught the moonlight, and the eyes. Those eyes. Black glassy pits that swallowed the glow of the hallway bulb and reflected nothing back. No light. No life. Just hunger. Below them something gleamed, slick and wet and twitching. Claws. Longer now, thicker, dragging slow arcs through the air like they were testing the space between us. He didn't move. He didn't need to. Because we knew. We had made a mistake. We had played the game, thought it was over, and walked away before it finished. But he hadn't. And now he was here for one last round of red light, green light, Story 3. The moment we pulled into the driveway of our new home, a shiver crawled down my spine that had nothing to do with the crisp autumn air. It was the kind of chill that clung to your bones, not your skin. The house itself looked like something from a postcard. An elegant Victorian with gabled windows and a wraparound porch, its white paint kissed by ivy and time. Mark grinned as he turned off the engine and declared, "Home sweet home," while Lily and Tom bounced in their seats behind us, too young to sense anything other than excitement. I tried to match their energy, forced a smile, but my stomach had already begun its slow, anxious churn. The street, which moments before buzzed with the quiet hum of suburban life, had fallen into a strange, abrupt silence, like the whole town had inhaled and forgotten to exhale. I noticed curtains twitching, slight movements in the windows across the street, quick flashes of faces, disappearing the moment my eyes met them. Just curious neighbors, I told myself. Just small-town friendliness. And in the first few days, it did seem that way. People stopped by with casseroles and welcome baskets, all smiles and polite questions. But there was something else in their eyes, a tightness around their mouths, like they were trying too hard to seem warm. Strange things started happening, small things I could almost explain away. Our trash cans, which I'd left haphazardly by the curb, returned to their place, lined up with eerie precision. The front garden beds, which I hadn't touched yet, suddenly weeded and mulched as if by invisible hands. At first I chalked it up to generosity, to the kind of neighborly kindness I'd only seen in movies. But there was something unsettling about it all, like I was being observed, evaluated. Then one afternoon, while washing dishes, I looked up and saw Mrs. Johnson from next door standing in our backyard, peering through the kitchen window. Her stare was intense, unblinking, and when our eyes met, she waved like this was the most normal thing in the world. I waved back, my hand trembling slightly, and quickly pulled the curtains shut. That night, I asked Mark if he thought the neighbors were a little too helpful. He laughed, brushing it off, said I just wasn't used to small-town hospitality after living in the city for so long. Maybe he was right, maybe I was just paranoid. But every time I caught a glimpse of movement just outside the edge of my vision, every time a shadow lingered too long, every time a neighbor's smile stretched just a little too wide, I felt it again. That same bone-deep chill that greeted me the day we arrived. Like something inside the house or the town itself was watching, waiting, and whatever it was, it didn't want us to leave. It started with a face in the window. I was rinsing dishes when I glanced up and saw Mrs. Johnson standing in our backyard, perfectly still, her eyes locked onto mine through the glass, as if she were peering straight into my soul. Her mouth curled into a slow, deliberate smile, and she raised a hand in a stiff wave that made my skin crawl. I returned the gesture mechanically, then yanked the curtain shut, my breath catching in my throat. When I told Mark, he just chuckled and said, "That's just small-town hospitality, babe. You're not used to folks being this involved." But there was something in the way her eyes hadn't blinked, hadn't moved, that lingered in my mind like a splinter. And that wasn't the last time. At night, I'd wake to soft, shuffling sounds outside, low murmurs and the faint crunch of grass underfoot. Shadows moved across the lawn, too slow to be wind, too precise to be wildlife. When I crept to the window, they'd vanish as if swallowed by the night itself. Sometimes I'd hear whispers just outside the bedroom wall, unintelligible but unmistakably human, stopping the moment I leaned in to listen. I kept trying to explain it away, to rationalize, but even the children began to sense it. One day, Lily came home from school, pale and distant, her voice barely audible, as she said, "The kids at school, they say the house is cursed. They said people don't last long there." I smiled and hugged her, whispered something about silly rumors, but her words took root and festered. That night I couldn't sleep. I sat up in bed, staring into the darkness, heart racing with questions I hadn't dared to ask. What had happened to the families who lived here before us? Why did the place feel less like a home and more like a trap? The next day, I walked to the local library, needing answers. The librarian, an older woman with cataract-clouded eyes, seemed startled when I asked about the house. "Why would you want to know?" she asked, her voice trembling. And when I said I was just curious, she hesitated before finally leading me to the back archives. The air back there was heavy with dust and silence, like the room itself was trying to forget. I combed through decades of old newspapers, brittle with age, and what I found made my blood run cold. Family after family had moved into our house over the past century. Young couples, smiling children, and nearly every one of them had vanished without a trace within a year. The stories were vague, the explanations flimsy, but certain words came up over and over again. Ritual, sacrifice, prosperity. Whispers of a cult that had long woven itself into the town's foundations, feeding off newcomers to ensure its survival. I stumbled out of that library in a daze, the world around me tilting slightly as if something had shifted, and I'd finally seen it for what it really was. The people, their two wide smiles, their watchful eyes, they weren't welcoming us, they were waiting. When I stepped through the front door, the air inside felt wrong. Too still, too heavy, like it had been waiting for me. The living room was full of neighbors, seated in a semicircle around Mark like parishioners at an unholy sermon. Their faces were blank, emotionless masks stretched thin with smiles that didn't reach their eyes. Mark looked up at me, his voice strangely flat as he said, "There you are, honey. We were just talking about the town festival. The neighbors think we should host it here this year." My heart sank. Something in his tone was off, too polished, too rehearsed. I opened my mouth to protest, but the words felt stuck in my throat. "I don't think that's such a good idea," I managed, backing a step toward the stairs. Mrs. Johnson rose stiffly from her seat, the movement too slow, too deliberate, and her voice oozed artificial sweetness. "Oh, but we insist. It's tradition. The newest family always hosts." I looked to Mark, hoping, pleading for a flicker of recognition, a sign that he saw what I saw. But his eyes were distant, his smile vacant, as if he'd been hollowed out and filled with something else. I asked where the children were, trying to hide the growing edge of panic in my voice. Mr. Thompson smiled tightly. "They're playing at the park with the other children. They're in good hands." The way he said it turned my blood to ice. I faked a yawn, said something about needing to lie down after a long day, and excused myself upstairs, heart hammering, thoughts racing. I grabbed the nearest bag, stuffing in clothes and essentials with shaking hands, every instinct screaming that we had to run now. I was zipping it shut when I heard it. Footsteps on the stairs. Slow and deliberate, each one heavier than the last. Not Mark, not the kids. I scanned the room for a weapon, my gaze locking on a heavy brass lamp. I yanked the cord from the wall and gripped the base with white-knuckled fingers, hiding behind the door as the knob slowly turned. The door creaked open. I held my breath, muscles tense, ready to strike. And then, "Mom?" It was Lily's voice, small and soft, but wrong. Too calm, too distant. I lowered the lamp as she stepped into the room. But the second I saw her face, my stomach dropped. Her eyes were vacant, pupils dilated like a doll's, and her smile, God, that smile. It stretched too far, too perfect. "Everything's fine, Mom," she said in a sing-song tone, her head tilting unnaturally. "The neighbors say it's time. We need to go downstairs now." I stepped back, trembling, every maternal instinct at war with the horror blooming inside me. "Sweetie, we need to leave," I whispered. She didn't blink. "We can't leave. This is our home now. Forever." And behind her, the shadows in the hallway began to move. "Sweetheart, we need to leave right now," I whispered, my voice shaking as Lily stood before me, her head tilted at that impossible angle, her smile still stretched too wide. "We can't leave, Mom," she said, almost sweetly, like she was repeating a line she'd been taught. "This is our home now. Forever." And then I heard it. Footsteps on the stairs, more than one set. Deliberate and unhurried. A procession of weight pressing down through the floorboards. Shadows gathered in the hallway behind her, too many to count, silent and waiting. I didn't think, I just moved. I shoved past Lily, clutching the bag with numb fingers, and fled down the stairs, my breath ragged, my vision tunneling as I burst through the kitchen door and out into the cold night. The wind whipped at my face, and the grass burned beneath my feet as I ran blindly through the backyard, heart pounding against my ribs like it wanted out. Behind me came the sounds, doors creaking open, voices calling my name, too calm, too in sync, and footsteps following, gaining. I didn't look back, not yet. I ran through alleys and back roads I barely remembered, past houses where curtains parted just long enough for hollow eyes to watch me pass. And when I finally reached the edge of town, just before the old rusted sign that marked the limit, I made the mistake of turning around. They were all there. The entire town. Moving as one, like a single organism with dozens of limbs and no soul. At the front I saw Mark, his arm outstretched, his face passive, loving in a way that felt grotesque. Lily and Tom stood beside him, hands clasped, their eyes vacant black pools. "Come back," they said in unison, voices almost kind. "You belong here." I nearly fell to my knees, but some primal part of me kept going, legs trembling, lungs screaming. I didn't stop until the world changed, until the air felt different, the silence more natural. It was only when I saw flashing blue lights and the pale exterior of a police station 2 towns over that I let myself collapse. They didn't believe me, of course. No one would. I sounded unhinged, delusional, a grieving woman, spun into madness. But I know what I saw. I know what followed me to the edge of that town. And I know my family is still there, not dead, not exactly alive either, waiting for me to return and complete something I never agreed to. They've become part of whatever ancient hunger that place serves. And I've become the one that got away, for now. So I tell this story, not to be believed, but to warn. Be careful where you plant your roots. Not every welcome basket is a gift, and not every neighbor is what they seem. Some towns don't just want you to live there. They need you to. Story 4. The street lights flickered weakly overhead as I pulled up to the curb. their pale orange glow casting long, shivering shadows across the deserted pavement. Midnight had long since passed, yet the silence draped over downtown like a shroud. It wasn't the peaceful quiet of rest, but the tense, unnatural stillness of something holding its breath. My phone pinged, confirming the pickup location, and I glanced up just as a figure stepped from the shadows. A tall man, lean and angular, wrapped in a long, dark coat that swept the ground like a shadow of its own. His face was mostly hidden beneath the brim of a fedora, but what little I could see was expressionless and cold. My hand hovered over the door lock for a moment longer than necessary before I forced a smile and tapped it open. Just another late-night fare, I told myself, pushing down the unease curling in my gut like smoke. He slid silently into the back seat without a word, and the weight of his presence settled in like a storm cloud. "Evening?" I said, glancing at him through the mirror. "Heading to Oakwood Avenue, right?" He gave a slow nod, his eyes meeting mine in the mirror with a stare so intense, so unblinking. It sent a shiver prickling up the back of my neck. I looked away quickly and pulled away from the curb. But the silence that fell over the car was suffocating. Normally, I'd fill the space with small talk, maybe a joke, something to ease the edge. But with him, every instinct screamed to stay quiet. I kept my eyes on the road, pretending not to notice how he never looked away, how his gaze lingered on the back of my head, like he was studying something fragile and breakable. The city fell away behind us, and the streets grew emptier, darker, unfamiliar. My hands tightened on the steering wheel. I couldn't explain it, not exactly. But something about that man felt wrong, like he didn't belong to the world that existed under the streetlights, like he'd stepped out of some place that didn't follow the same rules of time, warmth, or mercy. I tried to convince myself that I was just tired, that I'd watched one too many true crime shows, alone in the dark. But deep down I knew better. There was something in that car with me that night that didn't feel entirely human. And the further we drove into the outskirts of town, the more I realized I wasn't the one in control of this ride anymore. We'd been driving for maybe 5 minutes, the city lights fading into the rear view and the dark swallowing the road ahead, when he finally spoke. His voice low and gravelly, laced with an accent I couldn't quite place, like it had traveled too far to still belong to any one place. "You do this often?" he asked, and the question felt less like small talk and more like an examination. "Drive at night?" I replied, trying to sound casual, though my grip on the steering wheel betrayed the tension building in my knuckles. "A few nights a week. Helps pay the bills." He gave a soft hum, like he was thinking something over, like maybe my answer confirmed a theory he'd already settled on. "Must meet all sorts of interesting people," he said, and I felt his eyes drilling into the back of my skull. I didn't dare meet his gaze in the mirror this time. Something about the way he stared, unblinking, dissecting, made my skin crawl. Then, with a tilt of his head, he asked, "So, what's your story?" The way he said it, it wasn't curiosity, it was hunger, like he was peeling something open layer by layer. "Oh, you know," I forced a chuckle, "just the usual. Work, sleep, repeat. The flexible hours help with my schedule. He echoed the word schedule softly, rolling it around in his mouth like a foreign object. And what else does your schedule involve? My breath caught. That wasn't a normal question. Not from a stranger, not like that. Not much. I lied, trying to keep my tone light, but every instinct in me was screaming now. The usual, I repeated, hoping to close the door on the conversation. The usual, he said, and in that moment it didn't sound like an agreement, it sounded like an accusation. The silence that followed was heavier than before, pressing against my chest like a weight. I kept my eyes on the road, now unfamiliar and dark. Houses thinning out, streetlights growing sparse. Then, casually, like commenting on the weather, he said, "Tell me about your family." My blood turned to ice. I don't really have much family. I lied again, heart pounding. He let out a soft chuckle, a sound that felt like it had teeth. No? That's not what your profile says. In fact, I believe it mentions a sister in Millbrook. Lovely little town. My throat tightened. My rideshare profile didn't have anything like that. No personal details, nothing beyond a first name, and yet he smiled, as if savoring my rising fear. "I think you've got me confused with someone else," I managed, voice trembling. "Oh, I don't think so," he whispered. "Sarah. My name." Spoken aloud for the first time, I hadn't told him. I hadn't told anyone. I felt my body go cold, all over. Like something ancient and predatory had just slithered up from the depths of the dark, and I realized with bone-deep certainty that whatever this was, it wasn't just a ride anymore. My heart was pounding so loud I could hear it in my ears, drowning out the hum of the tires on the pavement and the shallow sound of his breath behind me, calm and measured, like he was savoring every second. I didn't know what he was reaching for inside his coat, but something primal screamed that I couldn't wait to find out. Without thinking, I slammed my foot on the brake, the car lurching forward with a screech as his body jerked violently toward the front seat. I barely registered his curse as I yanked off my seatbelt and threw the door open, the cold night air hitting my face like a slap. I ran. I didn't look back. I didn't need to. His footsteps thundered behind me like a second heartbeat. The street was darker than I remembered. Unfamiliar buildings crowding in, windows black, no one awake, no help coming. I ducked between two buildings, my shoes slipping on wet pavement as I pushed forward into the shadows. My lungs burned, every breath ragged, every step frantic and uneven. Then I stumbled, something jagged underfoot, and went down hard, my palms scraping against the gravel as pain shot up my arms. Before I could scramble up, something latched around my ankle like a vice, yanking me backward. I screamed, kicked, flailed, but his grip didn't loosen. He flipped me over with ease, and suddenly he was there, his face inches from mine, twisted in a grin that split too wide, eyes wild with something gleeful and inhuman. "That wasn't very nice," he cooed, mock concern dripping from his voice. "We were having such a lovely chat." I thrashed again, but it was useless. He was strong, too strong. "How do you know my name?" I gasped, desperate, terrified, trying to delay whatever was coming next. "What do you want from me?" His grin deepened, and he leaned in close enough that I could smell the faint copper on his breath. "I know everything, Sarah. Your hopes, your fears, Your dirty little secrets, he whispered, voice soft like silk on skin, but laced with poison. And what I want is to play a game. My mind reeled, but I nodded, stalling, searching for any way out. What kind of game? I asked, choking on my own voice. He pulled something from his coat, a long, wicked-looking knife that glinted beneath the thin beam of moonlight. A simple one, he said, eyes gleaming. I ask questions. You answer truthfully. Every lie. He dragged the blade gently across his palm. Comes with consequences. I froze, unable to breathe. And if I don't play? His hand tightened painfully around my wrist. You're already playing, Sarah. And in that moment, with the blade so close, the darkness pressing in around us like a second skin, I knew there was no more running, only surviving the next question. I could feel the cold steel of the knife grazing the skin just beneath my collarbone as he smiled, a grotesque mockery of warmth twisting across his face, eyes locked onto mine like a predator, savoring the pause before the kill. First question, he said, voice dipping into a childlike sing-song that made my stomach churn. Why did you really start driving at night? My mind flailed, trying to find the safest answer, the easiest lie. But the gleam in his eye and the subtle flex of the blade against my chest told me he'd know if I tried. I swallowed hard, heart hammering, and forced out the truth I'd never said aloud. Not to friends, not even to myself. I was trying to avoid someone, my ex, I murmured, barely able to hear myself over the pounding in my ears. He wouldn't leave me alone. Nights felt safer. He tilted his head like a curious animal, eyes narrowing in amusement, lips twitching into approval. Very good, Sarah, he whispered, savoring my name like it tasted sweet. Honesty suits you. My body trembled as I fought to keep breathing evenly, the weight of fear pressing into every inch of my skin. Next question, he continued, resting the knife gently on his knee, his tone almost conversational. What's your biggest fear? I wanted to lie. I wanted to tell him something cliché, something small, but the way he leaned in, waiting, daring me to be real, made it impossible. Being helpless, I whispered, barely holding back the tears, losing control of my own life, of my choices. His eyes lit up with delight, as though he'd found the perfect string to pull. Interesting, he said softly. And how in control do you feel right now? I bit my lip hard enough to taste blood, but I didn't answer. My silence made him laugh quietly, the kind of laugh that carries no humor, just cruelty. What do you want from me? I asked, my voice cracking. Why are you doing this? He tisked, waving the knife like a disappointed teacher. Now. That's not how the game works. I ask the questions, remember? His voice was syrupy with mock patience, and I could feel the ground shifting beneath my mind, like gravity itself had turned against me. The longer I sat there, the more I realized this wasn't just a game to him. It was a ritual, a performance, and I was both audience and sacrifice. I tried to study his face, to read him, to find anything human left in his expression. But what stared back at me was hollow, hungry, and terrifyingly calm. Somewhere deep inside, I knew he was leading me to something, one question at a time, and that if I didn't find a way to break free soon, he would keep peeling back layers until there was nothing left of me to answer at all. The air was thick with tension, my pulse thudding in my ears like a countdown I couldn't escape. His knife still resting on his knee as he considered his next question with a sick kind of pleasure, the corners of his mouth twitching in rhythm with my panic. I could feel myself unraveling under his stare, each second dragging me deeper into something I couldn't name, something cold and ancient and cruel. But then, suddenly, a sharp burst of light flooded the alley, searing through the darkness like a divine interruption. I blinked against the high beams of a car that had turned into the alleyway. Engine revving, as it idled only feet away from us, he froze, just for a breath. His head snapped toward the light, expression twisting into something almost feral, the knife slipping slightly in his grip as the moment fractured. That second of hesitation was all I needed. I pulled away from him, scrambling backward through the dirt and gravel, the world around me spinning in fractured sound and adrenaline. The car screeched to a halt beside me, and as the door flung open, I saw her, Marge. Her familiar face etched with shock and urgency, leaning out of the window with eyes wide. "Sarah!" she shouted. "My God, are you okay?" My voice caught in my throat, but I managed a shaky nod, the sight of her breaking through the nightmare like a rope pulling me from deep water. She threw open the passenger door and helped me in, her hands steady where mine trembled uncontrollably. Behind us, the man had risen to his feet, his silhouette now stark and skeletal against the glare of the headlights. He didn't run, not at first. He just stood there, watching us, his eyes meeting mine one last time with a burning intensity that made the world seem to narrow around that gaze alone. He smiled, slow and deliberate, a silent promise etched in shadow. Then, with a sharp pivot, he vanished into the darkness between buildings, swallowed by the alley's mouth as if he'd never existed. Marge's foot slammed the gas, and we tore out of there, the silence between us heavy with what hadn't been said, with what couldn't be explained. "How did you know?" I finally whispered, my voice barely audible over the rush of blood in my ears. She glanced at me, face pale, voice tight. Cancellation pinged in this area. Something felt off. I don't know why. I just came. I nodded numbly, staring out the window, heart still trying to claw its way out of my chest. But as the city lights began to return and safety seemed within reach, I couldn't shake the feeling that I hadn't escaped. Not really. His face lingered in my mind, like a stain. That final look burned into memory like a scar, and I knew, as surely as I knew my own name, that this was just an intermission. The game wasn't over. It was waiting, watching, and one day it would begin again. In the days that followed, I did everything you're supposed to do. I filed a report with the police, recounted every detail, with trembling hands and a voice that barely felt like mine, changed my number, packed up my life in boxes, and moved to an apartment on the other side of the city where the shadows fell differently at night. I stopped driving, especially after dark. The idea of another stranger slipping into the back seat, of another voice behind me, breathing too slowly, speaking too softly, it was more than I could bear. I told myself it was over, that what happened was some twisted fluke, a brush with something dark and inexplicable that I'd survived by the skin of my teeth. But no matter how many locks I turned, or passwords I changed, or curtains I closed tight before bed, I couldn't shake him. Not really. He lived in the corners of my mind now, in every glance over my shoulder, in every echo of footsteps that didn't quite match my own. Some nights I'd be walking home from work and feel it, that same heaviness in the air, like the world had paused just long enough to remind me he was still out there. I'd see a man in a dark coat, waiting at a crosswalk or standing near a bus stop, and my throat would close up before my brain could even process whether it was him or not. I'd duck into alleyways just to hide, press my back to cold brick, heart hammering like it was trying to warn me of something unseen. And every time I closed my eyes, I heard his voice. Taunting, patient, like the game had only just begun. Because deep down I knew that night hadn't been the end. It was only a prologue. That smile he gave me right before disappearing into the shadows wasn't a goodbye. It was a promise, a pause, a held breath in a longer, crueler game. And even now, months later, when the city sleeps and my windows rattle softly with wind, I find myself listening too closely, waiting for the silence to shift, for the rules to change again. I know he's still out there, watching, waiting, learning new ways to play. And next time I'm not sure I'll be lucky enough to escape before the first question. Story 5. I cut the engine in front of the first abandoned house I saw, and the silence that followed pressed down on me like a weight. There was no wind, no birds, not even the soft rustle of leaves. It was as if the world had muted itself the moment I arrived. I checked my phone, hoping for a bar or two, but the screen stared back at me with nothing, no signal. That annoyed me, but not enough to turn back. I was here for photos, and I had a job to do. I grabbed my camera, locked the car, and stepped onto the cracked gravel road. I've always enjoyed remote places, the solitude, the stillness. But this stillness didn't feel right. It felt unnatural, as if the place itself was holding its breath. The road was worn and broken, with weeds pushing through every crevice, like the earth was trying to reclaim what man had abandoned. The buildings lining the street were in various stages of decay, peeling paint, sagging roofs, shattered windows, and only 2 still had curtains hanging limply behind the glass. I drifted toward what looked like an old store. The sign above the door was too faded to read clearly, but I guessed it might have once said General Store. I raised my camera and began shooting. Wide angles of the rotting boards, close-ups of the cracked windows, where glass splintered in delicate, crooked lines. The whole structure felt like it had been frozen in time, untouched for years, but somehow not entirely empty. I stepped onto the porch, and the wooden planks creaked under my weight. My chest tightened. I paused, held my breath, listening for any sound, anything at all. But there was only that smothering silence. I moved slowly, adjusting my stance to find better angles.
The wood groaned beneath me, soft and tired. Then, just as I stepped off the porch and my boots crunched against the gravel road again, I heard it. A second crunch, perfectly timed to my own. I froze. The air suddenly felt colder. I spun around. No one. The street was empty, just the same sagging houses and broken fences. I scanned the area, searching for movement. An animal, a person, anything. But there was nothing. I told myself it must have been the sound bouncing off the buildings, an echo in the still air. But even as I tried to rationalize it, the logic didn't hold. My skin prickled. My fingers tightened around the camera. I knew I was alone out there, or at least I should have been. But something in that silence made me feel observed, as if the village itself had opened an unseen eye and was watching me from behind every broken window and behind every door nailed shut. I stayed a little longer, pretending to focus on my work, but in the back of my mind something had shifted. I was no longer just documenting an abandoned town. I was stepping into its memory, and something in that memory didn't want to be disturbed. The narrow alley was barely wide enough for me to squeeze through. The cracked walls on either side, flaking with peeling paint that left a faint, musty scent in the air, like damp wood and mold, left to rot for years. My shoulders brushed the surface as I crouched, trying to get a low angle shot of some scattered boards and broken glass near a crumbling doorway. The village was utterly still, but not in a peaceful way. Felt like the silence was listening, like the air was too dense, holding something it didn't want to share. As I stood up, camera still in hand, I heard it again, that same crunching sound on the gravel right behind me. Closer this time. Too close. My breath hitched, and I turned sharply, heart thudding in my chest. But there was nothing. Just the alley walls, the faint outline of the road beyond, and that eerie stillness pressing down around me. I stepped out fast, back onto the main street, wiping the sweat from my palms onto my jeans. My neck was tight, shoulders sore, like every muscle had tensed without me noticing. I wanted to say something, maybe call out, break the tension, but I bit it back. If someone was playing games, I wouldn't give them the satisfaction. Still, my skin crawled as I looked up and noticed a curtain in one of the houses hanging halfway, like it had just been yanked or pulled aside. But again, no movement, no face, no shadow, just the memory of motion like a breath that had already passed. I left soon after, telling myself I'd just imagined it all. By the time I got back to the inn, the sun was setting, casting long shadows across the parking lot, but none of them moved. I checked in quietly, barely noticing the details of the place. The soda machine, the creaky stairs. My mind was still in that alley, still straining to hear that crunch again. That night, sleep came slow and shallow. I tossed, turned, stared at the ceiling until exhaustion finally dragged me under. But even then, the village followed. I was back on that cracked road, the same crooked buildings around me. Only this time, every window felt like an eye. The footsteps returned, not mine this time, but steady, deliberate, growing louder with every heartbeat. I turned in the dream, and there it was. A shadow, no face, no features, but so vividly watching me, I felt it like heat on my back. I tried to run, but my legs wouldn't move, like the road had turned to tar beneath me. I woke up gasping, drenched in sweat, my chest tight, and for a moment I didn't know where I was. The room was dark and unfamiliar. The silence was back, and I wasn't sure if I had brought something with me out of that dream or if
Something had followed me. The next morning I returned to the village under a clear blue sky, sunlight spilling across the rooftops like paint, but the warmth did nothing to cut through the unease that curled in my gut. The silence was still there, unbroken, unnatural, absolute. No chirping birds, no rustling leaves, not even the distant sound of a breeze through trees. It was the kind of quiet that feels heavy, like a lid pressed down over the whole place. I parked near the same crumbling storefront and started moving through the street with my camera in hand, forcing myself into a rhythm, snapping shots of the warped siding, the unusual roof lines, the skeletal remains of porches that sagged like old bones. The houses stood close together, their windows either gaping open or sealed shut with grime. And every now and then I spotted a curtain, some faded, some surprisingly new, but none moved. It was like the village was trying to pretend it was still alive, wearing the disguise of habit, of normalcy. I found a mailbox nailed crookedly to a fence, the name etched into it barely legible. Letters scratched away until only GR remained. I stared at it for a moment longer than I meant to, wondering what kind of person had once lived there, and why the name felt like it had been deliberately erased. My steps took me farther in until I came to a small wooden house I'd overlooked the day before. Its paint was flaking off in sheets, and the front steps looked like they'd crumble under the weight of a bird. I didn't dare test them. Instead, I crouched down across the road to frame a low-angle shot, trying to capture the deep grooves in the wood, the way decay seemed to cling to every inch of the structure like a second skin. That's when I heard it. A squeak, faint but distinct, the sound of a floorboard giving under pressure. My hands stilled. I raised my head and stared at the windows. They were clouded with dirt, impossible to see through clearly, but something inside shifted, or at least I thought it did. My breath caught in my throat, and I stayed frozen there, camera half raised, waiting for a second sound that never came. Just the echo of that single creak, reverberating in the stillness like a whisper. I scanned the house, the shadows behind the windows, the door that hung slightly askew, but saw no movement. Yet the feeling settled in again. That I wasn't alone, that something behind those walls had stirred when I aimed my lens. I stayed for a few seconds longer, pretending to check my camera settings, but the truth is I was listening, straining for the slightest hint that the house might move again. It didn't, but the silence felt different now, tighter, like it was holding its breath, waiting. I stood there frozen, eyes fixed on the dusty window, fingers clenched so tightly around my camera that my knuckles ached, and, without really thinking, I called out, "Hello?" My voice sounding thinner than I expected in that dead, unmoving air. No response. Just the same cold silence that seemed to stretch between the rotting walls and shuttered windows. I cleared my throat and called again, louder this time, sharper, hoping maybe it would flush out a dog, a person, anything, but the village didn't answer. The house remained still, its cracked door slightly ajar, the shadows behind the glass like bruises in the light. Then, from somewhere deep inside, a sound broke through the silence.
A loud, solid thud, as if something heavy had dropped straight to the floor. The impact reverberated through my bones. I stumbled back instinctively, heart thundering in my ears, mouth gone dry. That wasn't the creak of old wood, not the sigh of an abandoned structure settling into itself. That was movement, deliberate, immediate. My skin prickled with a cold sweat, and I couldn't tear my eyes away from the door frame, where the wood near the handle looked splintered like someone had tried to force it open from either side. No footsteps followed, no voice came from within, but I could feel it. Something had changed in that house. I wasn't just looking at a ruin anymore. I was standing in front of something awake. Every instinct in me screamed to leave, but my legs didn't move. I just stood there, pulse hammering, trying to convince myself I was overreacting, that it could have been a beam collapsing, a loose board giving way. But deep down, I didn't believe that. The noise had weight to it. Intention. Like it had been waiting for someone to get close. My chest tightened. The air felt thin, and I became painfully aware of how alone I was. No signal, no backup. Just me in this place that didn't want to be seen. I forced myself to back away slowly, refusing to turn my back completely, as if whatever was inside would reach out the moment I lost sight of the doorway. Nothing moved. Yet the feeling of being watched only intensified. The windows, opaque with years of dirt, looked darker now, less like barriers and more like eyes. As I took one final step away, a sudden sharp squeak rang out from inside, fast, high, like a nail dragged across a board, and it sent an electric jolt through my chest. I nearly dropped the camera. My breath caught. I didn't wait to hear anything else. I walked as calmly as I could manage, heart pounding so loud I thought it might give me away. And even as I put distance between myself and that house, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had shifted behind those walls and that it had marked me the moment I looked inside. As I moved farther down the street, trying to shift my focus back to the camera, back to the work, my eyes kept darting to that wooden house, each step away feeling more like retreat than progress. Then I saw it. A faint motion from the side window, where the curtain hung crooked. Dust caked and faded. It shifted, just slightly, enough to catch the light in a way it hadn't before. I stopped in my tracks, heart jolting. I stared at it, breath held, waiting for the movement to repeat, for a silhouette to take shape behind the glass, for anything to confirm I hadn't imagined it. But the curtain hung still again, limp and lifeless as before. Maybe a breeze, I told myself, though I hadn't felt even the softest wind all day. The silence was too complete for that. I kept moving, faster now, the camera slapping lightly against my chest with each step. The dusty gravel crunched beneath my boots, and every sound I made seemed to echo too loudly off the empty buildings. My chest felt tight, my breath shallow, like I'd been holding in panic too long and it was starting to leak through the cracks. When I reached my car, I fumbled the keys, fingers clumsy, and practically threw myself into the driver's seat, locking the doors the moment they shut. I gripped the wheel with both hands, just breathing, trying to steady myself, but my heart thumped with stubborn urgency. The village still sat silent around me, unmoving, unchanged, yet somehow hostile now. I started the engine and eased the car onto the narrow road, glancing back once just to be sure I wasn't leaving anything or anyone behind.
That's when I saw it, or thought I did. In the rearview mirror, just past the edge of a house, something shifted. A flicker of movement, too fast to catch in detail, but slow enough to register as deliberate. I turned my head, scanning the street through the back window, but there was only stillness. Empty houses, slanted roofs, cracked windows. I told myself it had to be a curtain or a shutter caught in a breeze I never felt. But the knot in my stomach didn't loosen. If anything, it pulled tighter. The deeper I drove into daylight, the further I put that place behind me, the more I felt it hadn't let me go. That something unseen still trailed me just out of view, just beyond the mirror's edge. And even now, I don't know if what I saw was real, or if the village had simply reached out and left something behind in me. That night, sleep refused to come easy. I lay in the stiff bed, eyes fixed to the ceiling as the hours crept by in silence, but even when I finally drifted off, I found no rest. My dreams were fractured and dark, filled with the sounds I had tried so hard to forget. The crunch of gravel behind me, the long, aching squeal of warped floorboards under unseen weight, and the suffocating presence of something that lingered just out of sight. Shadows crept along the walls in my sleep, bending in ways they shouldn't, stretching across rooms I didn't recognize but somehow knew. I woke again and again, heart racing, shirt damp with sweat, unsure whether I had actually heard those sounds or simply carried them with me from that cursed village. Every creak of the inn's old pipes felt too close, too familiar. By dawn, I was hollowed out, nerves raw. But something in me insisted on going back. One final time. I told myself it was to finish the job, to capture the last few shots and walk away for good. But a deeper part of me needed to see it again, to confirm it was real. The sky had turned gray when I stepped outside. Clouds, heavy and unmoving, casting a cold, dead light over everything. The air bit at my skin in a way it hadn't before. Sharp, metallic. And as I drove toward the village, it felt like the world was holding its breath again. When I arrived, the buildings looked worse than they had the day before. Somehow more decayed, as if the night had gnawed on them while no one watched. The wood sagged deeper, the paint seemed duller, and the windows darker, like the glass had thickened with rot. The silence felt heavier than before, and the cold wasn't just in the air anymore. It had seeped into my bones. I stepped out of the car and immediately felt it again, that sensation of being watched. Not from one direction, but from all of them at once, like the village itself had turned its full attention on me. I raised my camera, hands already trembling, and told myself this would be quick. Just a few more photos and then I would leave. But even as I clicked the shutter, even as I lined up the shots, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had changed since yesterday. That whatever lived in the silence was closer now, more aware, more curious. And I began to wonder if I had come back by choice, or if I had been expected. I moved through the village one last time, camera in hand, telling myself I was just tying up loose ends, capturing the final shots, finishing what I started.
but every step felt like a trespass. Every shutter click like a violation. The air was colder than before, damp and weighty, clinging to my skin like a warning. The buildings leaned inward, darker under the gray sky, and the silence was no longer just eerie. It was expectant. I avoided the wooden house at first, working my way through other angles, documenting collapsed porches, peeling paint, rusted fences, but I couldn't ignore the pull. Eventually, I turned toward it again, standing across the road, lining up the frame to shoot from a distance. The lens trembled slightly in my grip, but I held it steady, focusing on the texture of the wood, the warped windows that seemed even more clouded than before. And then it happened. Clear as day this time. A long, groaning creak echoed from within the house, sharp and deliberate, like weight shifting on an old board. My whole body tensed. I didn't move, I didn't breathe. The sound hung in the air like a question, daring me to step closer, to look through the glass, to acknowledge that whatever was inside wasn't finished with me. But I couldn't do it. I didn't want to know what made that sound. I didn't want to see what might be waiting in the dark beyond the door. My heart pounded so hard I could feel it in my teeth. And suddenly the cold wasn't just in the air, it was in me. I lowered the camera and stepped back. Each movement, stiff, mechanical, like my body was acting before my mind could even form the decision. No one came out, no voices called. But the feeling that I had been seen, known, followed, it was suffocating. I didn't run, but every part of me wanted to. I turned and walked, fast and unsteady, gravel crunching beneath my boots. Vision narrowing, breath coming in short, shallow bursts. I didn't look back. I didn't want to risk seeing anything in the windows. When I reached the car, I barely registered unlocking the doors before sliding in and starting the engine with trembling hands. I didn't check my mirrors. I didn't wait. I drove away with the kind of certainty you don't argue with. And even now, I know I made the right choice. Whatever was in that house, in that village, it didn't want me to leave with just photographs. It wanted to be remembered. Or worse, it wanted to be followed. I didn't look back for long as I drove away from that village. The road ahead winding and empty, the rear view mirror offering nothing but stillness. Yet I couldn't shake the feeling that if I stared too long, I might catch something shifting in the distance, something that didn't want to be seen leaving its home. My hands gripped the steering wheel tighter than necessary, the skin cold and damp. And though I was miles away within an hour, the weight of the place lingered like fire inside my chest. It wasn't just fear, it was something heavier, something that stuck to the ribs, even with daylight creeping through the windshield, even with the hum of the engine beneath me. I couldn't silence the echo of those sounds, the crunch of gravel too perfectly timed with my own steps, the slow ache of floorboards, giving underweight that wasn't mine, the absence of any wind or bird or life. That silence, it hadn't been empty, it had been full, watching, listening, holding something back. When I got back to the inn, I didn't unpack. I didn't rest. I uploaded the photos to my hard drive like I always do, but I didn't sort them. I didn't touch them. For days, they just sat in a folder, untouched, unshared. And when I finally worked up the nerve to flip through them, my chest tightened all over again. Frame after frame of old buildings, broken signs, sagging roofs, and dust-choked windows.
Nothing obviously strange, no dark figures in the corners or faces behind the glass. But the feeling came back anyway. That prickling unease, that slow crawl of something standing just out of frame. It wasn't what was captured in the photos that haunted me. It was what wasn't. The knowledge that something had been there just beyond the lens, just beyond my reach. I never posted those pictures. I never told anyone about the trip, not really. What would I even say? That an abandoned village had looked at me and decided I shouldn't forget it? That silence can follow you like a voice you never heard? I kept the folder, though. I've opened it a few times over the years, usually late at night when I can't sleep, when I think maybe I imagined the whole thing. But every time I scroll through those images, my stomach knots, and my eyes linger too long on the windows, waiting for movement. And each time I remember the way the air felt on my skin, the way my instincts screamed while logic whispered. Some part of me knows I was never alone in that place. Some part of me believes that Village is still watching, that it was alive the entire time, and that maybe, just maybe, it still is. Story 6. They said isolation would heal me. That's what Dr. Henley insisted anyway. After the breakdown, after the meds stopped working, after the hospital bed began to feel more like a coffin with beeping, his prescription was simple. Total disconnection, no screens, no obligations, just silence, just space. So I drove into the mountains. 3 weeks in a secluded cabin, nestled deep among the pines. No neighbors, no service, just the distant whisper of a creek threading its way through granite and moss. The air smelled sharp, like pine needles crushed underfoot, and the promise of snow. It felt right, still, clean. At first I slept a lot. My body needed it. My mind, numbed by exhaustion and medication, was slow to reboot. But by day 4, a strange little ritual began. And I didn't think much of it at the time. I'd brought a box of expensive Belgian chocolates with me. A silly indulgence, really. Gold foil wrapped truffles. Something about their neatness, their precision, felt comforting. That first night I left them on the counter without thinking, too tired to bother putting them away. The next morning I noticed them still sitting there, untouched. And for reasons I couldn't explain, I felt disappointed, like I'd expected something different. The following night I arranged them more carefully, lined them up in a neat little row. I told myself it was aesthetic. Just a small moment of control in a world that had spun wildly out of mine. But when I laid in bed that night, I found myself listening. Not for anything in particular, just listening to the silence. By the 4th night, the routine had become deliberate. The chocolates, the placement, the strange sense of anticipation. Something about it calmed me, made the cabin feel not quite so empty, like I wasn't entirely alone. I didn't yet know how wrong I was. The first impossibility came with the sunrise. I shuffled into the kitchen expecting to see the chocolates just as I'd left them, lined up neatly in their gold foil coats, a quiet indulgence. But they were gone. All of them. Every single one. In their place were tiny paper shapes. And that's when the air in the room changed. The foil wrappers hadn't been crumpled or tossed aside. They'd been folded, each one delicately, precisely, transformed into miniature origami figures. Birds, I thought at first. Or maybe flowers. Hard to tell at that size. They were no larger than my thumbnail, arranged in a perfect row along the edge of the counter, gleaming softly in the morning light. My hands shook when I picked one up. The folds were immaculate. Razor-sharp creases, precise symmetry, intricate geometry. Professional wouldn't even begin to describe it. These weren't casual hobbyist creations. They were deliberate, flawless, obsessive. But I was alone, 3 miles to the nearest neighbor. All windows and doors locked from the inside. No broken glass, no footprints. I had even sprinkled flour across the kitchen floor the night before. Part curiosity, part paranoia. The white powder remained pristine, undisturbed. That left only one explanation: me. The rational part of my brain tried to piece it together. Maybe it was a fugue state, a side effect of the new meds. Maybe I sleepwalked. Maybe some repressed, latent talent had emerged in the night. An artistic savant awakened by trauma and pharmaceutical cocktails. But none of it made sense. I'd never done origami in my life. I couldn't fold a paper airplane properly when I was sober, let alone craft miniatures so precise. They looked machine-made. And the worst part? The feeling that I was being watched. Not in a paranoid, drug-induced way, but as if the cabin itself were aware of me, waiting for my next move. That night, I laid out more chocolates, this time with intention. I arranged them in rows, 12 perfect spheres, equidistant, precisely measured. I even documented their placement in a notebook, sketches, measurements, timestamps. And once again, I scattered flour across the floor, a silent witness. I didn't sleep well. Dreams came in fragments. Small hands folding paper in darkness. Voices that sounded like dry leaves brushing against one another. Whispers that weren't quite in a language I understood. Twice I woke up certain I'd heard movement in the kitchen. But when I checked, nothing was there. Nothing except silence. And in the morning, once again, the chocolates were gone. The origami remained. More of them this time. Dozens. The origami figures kept multiplying. Each morning there were more tiny golden sculptures left in place of the chocolates, their folds even sharper, their forms more complex. What began as birds and flowers soon evolved into intricate spirals, symmetrical patterns that weren't just decorative. They flowed. That's the best word I can find. The shapes, the placement, they carried a direction, an intent. Like a river follows the pull of gravity, these figures seemed to follow something deeper. And they all pointed the same way. At first it was subtle, just a bend in a line, a slight shift in the arrangement. But by the 6th morning, the pattern was unmistakable. A silent current of folded paper, pulling my attention toward a part of the cabin I'd barely noticed before. A door in the hallway, wooden, unmarked, tucked between 2 cabinets, like a forgotten thought
I'd assumed it was a closet, maybe a pantry, or some kind of utility space. But now it felt different, important, like it had always been there, waiting to be seen.
That night I didn't sleep. I brewed strong coffee and took up watch in the living room where I could see the chocolates I'd arranged. 24 golden spheres this time, laid out in a perfect ring. I was determined to catch whatever was behind this. Hours passed. Midnight came and went. Nothing moved. Then at 3:17 a.m., one piece vanished. Not taken, not disturbed, simply gone. No sound, no flicker of motion. 1 second it was there, the next it wasn't. A second disappeared at 3:23, 2 more at 3:31. I tried to focus, to catch it, but it always happened in that breath between blinks, like reality itself skipped a frame. By 4 a.m., the counter was bare. And then it began. The origami reappeared, not placed by hand, not dropped or slid across the counter, but materialized, as if summoned from the air itself. Dozens of them bloomed into existence, folding themselves into shape, as if obeying invisible fingers. They spilled down the cabinets across the floor, forming a golden river that stretched through the hallway and stopped at the basement door. Not just in its direction, no. This time they pointed. Every figure, every crease, aligned with mathematical precision toward that single spot of solid oak. And from the other side, I heard it. A sound I still can't describe without my skin crawling. A crunch, deliberate, repeating, as if someone or something was savoring something soft and sweet just beyond the wood. It started with the crunching, soft at first, faint, rhythmic, deliberate, like someone slowly chewing something brittle, something sweet. It came from behind the basement door, just after dawn. Every single morning, I pressed my ear against the wood once. The sound was unmistakable. Crunch. Click, click. Crunch. A methodical cadence like savoring. Not mechanical, not animal. Human. Almost. But not quite. I tried the handle. Locked. As always, the brass was cold to the touch. Ice cold. So cold, in fact, that when I pulled my hand away, my fingerprints lingered on the metal, in a thin layer of frost. But the air inside the cabin was warm. There was no reason for frost. None. I began documenting everything. Sketches, timestamps. I tracked the patterns of the origami figures, recorded the temperature, the sounds. But every note I wrote only led to more questions. The origami had evolved again. Gone were the birds and blossoms. Now they were something else. Shapes I didn't recognize. Complex. Angular. They hurt to look at for too long. As if my brain was trying to process geometry it wasn't meant to understand. They pointed harder now. Not just flowing in a direction, but insisting. Arrows, outstretched hands, even tiny folded compasses, all their golden needles aimed squarely at the basement door. And the sounds, they grew bolder, louder, no longer just crunching. There were voices now, whispered conversations beneath the floorboards, low, rustling tones like words wrapped in dry leaves. Sometimes I thought I heard laughter, not joyful, not even malicious, just pleased, satisfied, like something was enjoying itself.
On the 10th night, I stood there, just stood, hand hovering near the handle, pulse hammering in my ears. And then I heard it. A slow, deliberate scrape. Fingernails, I thought, scratching along the wood from the inside. Not clawing, not frantic, just exploring, just letting me know it was there. That was the moment I broke. I fled, slammed the bedroom door, shoved a chair beneath the handle like some child hiding from monsters. I didn't sleep. Couldn't. But the next morning, the cabin had changed. The origami was everywhere, not just on the kitchen counter anymore, but crawling across every surface. They clung to the windows like insects, drifted beneath furniture like dead leaves, gathered in corners, aligned with terrifying precision. It was as if the cabin itself had become a compass. Every fold, every figure, every tiny golden hand pointing toward the basement, whatever was down there. It wanted me to come. And now, the whole house was helping it. On the 19th night, I woke to silence. Not the peaceful kind, but the type that presses against your eardrums. Too still, too complete. The kind that feels intentional. I sat up slowly, disoriented, and that's when I saw them. Origami. Thousands of them. They covered every surface of my bedroom. The dresser, the windowsill, the floor. They climbed the walls like ivy, flowed across the ceiling like constellations. And they weren't scattered randomly. No. They were arranged meticulously, geometrically, into a miniature city. Streets, towers, bridges, a paper metropolis rising from gold foil and quiet obsession. All of it oriented toward the center of the room, toward me. They circled my bed in perfect symmetry, their tiny, folded edges glinting in the moonlight. It didn't feel hostile, but it did feel expectant. And when I swung my legs over the side of the bed, the origami parted. Not chaotically, not blown by a breeze or brushed aside by my feet. They moved deliberately, creating a narrow, golden path that stretched from my bedroom door through the cabin's shadowed hallways and straight to the basement. The door was open. I don't remember unlocking it. I'm not even sure I touched the handle. But it stood there now, wide, waiting, its frame glowing faintly in the dark, like something pulled from the pages of a dream. The wood beneath my bare feet was warm, too warm. I stepped across the threshold. What lay beyond wasn't a basement. It was something else. The staircase descended into blackness, so thick it felt like silk pulled across my eyes. But the air, it was warm and alive, humming with unseen motion. Scents wafted upward, impossible combinations: chocolate, cinnamon, old parchment, pine needles, fresh snow and breath, and the faint metallic sting of blood. With each step, the air grew heavier, not oppressive exactly, but charged, like the atmosphere in a cathedral or an old theater, just before something magnificent or terrible takes the stage. Shapes moved in the dark, not threatening but purposeful. The same sounds I'd heard for days: rustling paper, gentle crunching, were all around me now, soft and steady, like dozens of unseen hands folding and folding and folding. And then ahead, a glow, not electric, something older, amber-colored and warm, like candlelight behind honey. It illuminated just enough to see what waited below. A workshop. Long wooden tables, shelves stacked with strange containers, some holding shimmering dust, others filled with what looked like starlight trapped in glass. And covering every surface, origami. But not like the ones upstairs. These were worlds, galaxies, structures no human hands should have been able to shape. A paper civilization born of patience, obsession, and something deeper. And somewhere in the center, something was waiting, smiling. In the center of that glowing golden workshop, it sat. A figure. At first glance, it looked human, seated at a workbench, hunched over its creation. But even from across the room, I could tell something was wrong. Not grotesque, just off. Its proportions didn't fit the rules I knew. Fingers too long, neck slightly too still. Its movements were too smooth, too fluid, like watching paper fold itself under the command of thought alone. It didn't look up at first.
Its hands, if they were hands, were working on something. A dragon, I realized. An origami dragon, so detailed, I could see the suggestion of scales, the curve of claws, even the flick of a tongue made from a single paper edge. I watched, breath caught in my throat as the figure folded the impossible into form. Then it looked at me. Its eyes weren't cruel or kind, just ancient, too bright, like light refracted through gold foil. Its face was almost human, almost, like a mask that forgot to finish molding. "You've been so generous," it said. The voice didn't come like normal sound, it came like a texture, like paper being creased slowly, purposefully, like pages turning in a book no one else was reading. "Not everyone appreciates craftsmanship these days," it continued, gesturing faintly to the endless shelves behind it, shelves that stretched too far in every direction. "But you understand the value of the forgotten, the discarded, the small things." I wanted to speak. I truly did, but my mouth wouldn't work. My thoughts moved like syrup, slow and thick. It stood then, holding the finished dragon between its fingers, letting the light catch the folds like stained glass. "All from your gifts," it said. "Each wrapper, a new beginning, each fold, a new story. You fed something old, something that remembers the worth of beauty made from ruin." Then it offered me a choice. "You could stay," it whispered, not with its mouth, but through the sound of unfolding, soft, sacred, infinite. So much to create, so much to transform. You belong here, with the makers. Behind it, the workshop pulsed with life. Not mechanical, not magical, living. Every sheet of paper, every folded corner seemed to breathe in rhythm with some unknowable heart. I looked down at my hands. They were trembling, But somewhere beneath the fear, beneath the awe, something stirred. A question, a longing. Could I really become part of this? A weaver of quiet wonders? A builder of whispered worlds? The figure smiled, and it was the kind of smile that didn't end at the mouth. It echoed in the folds of the universe. I almost stayed. God, I wanted to. That place, the workshop, the warmth, the golden hush of creation. It felt like stepping into the bloodstream of something older than time. A sanctuary for forgotten things. A cathedral for those who still believed in wonder. And for one long, perfect moment, I felt like I belonged, but something else stirred inside me. Something small, faint. The memory of morning coffee, the sound of traffic below my apartment window, the way sunlight cuts across a kitchen table when no one's watching. Ordinary things. That quiet longing pulled me backward. I left the workshop in silence, climbed the warm wooden stairs, each step harder than the last, as if the air behind me was trying to hold me in place. The cabin above felt smaller now, duller, like returning from a dream you can't explain but ache for, all the same. I packed in a daze, no ceremony, no hesitation, just motion. As I loaded the last bag into the trunk, I looked back, just once. Smoke curled from the chimney, even though I hadn't lit the fireplace that morning. And in the kitchen window, barely visible in the golden light, stood a figure. Its silhouette was long, slightly wrong. It raised one hand, long-fingered, slow, and waved. I didn't wave back. I just drove. The winding road down the mountain felt unfamiliar, like I was leaving one reality and re-entering another. And maybe I was. It's been 3 months. Dr. Henley says I'm doing well, that I've made excellent progress. The medication helps, the panic attacks are rare now, and I've resumed work. Routine is good, they say. It keeps the mind anchored. But some nights, when the city's quiet enough to hear your own thoughts, I still hear it. That gentle crunch, the soft rustle of folding paper. It doesn't scare me. Not anymore. Sometimes, after opening mail or unwrapping a sandwich, I catch myself folding the paper. Absent-minded at first. Just birds, flowers, shapes I remember from school. But lately, the folds have become more complicated. My hands know movements I never learned. They remember. I tell myself the chocolates I buy are for clients. Office treats, something to leave in the break room. But somehow there are always extras, and somehow they always end up arranged on my kitchen counter in neat, deliberate patterns that feel familiar, significant, necessary. Just in case. I tell people I'm better now. That's what they want to hear. 3 months in the city. Back in my apartment, back to the hum of traffic and deadlines and dry cleaning. My coworkers smile at the new calm in my voice. My therapist marks progress in percentages. Dr. Henley says healing takes time. And maybe that's true, but some nights time folds. It begins in small ways. Innocent enough. I unwrap something, chocolates usually. I tell myself I buy them for guests, for meetings, for polite office offerings, but they never leave my kitchen. They sit on the counter right where the light hits in the morning, arranged without thought, yet always in some shape. A ring, a line, a spiral, and then there's the folding. I don't remember learning origami, not really, but my hands do. Simple birds became cranes, then flowers, then things harder to name, shapes that don't belong to any animal or structure I know, but still feel right. Sometimes I finish one and find myself staring at it for minutes, as if waiting for it to move. And sometimes I think it does. Late at night, when the city exhales into quiet, I hear things. That same soft crunching, slow and deliberate. The rustle of foil, the whisper of paper creasing itself into form. A faint laugh, dry as old parchment, coming not from outside but from within, from beneath the floor or behind the walls, or the seams of my own mind. I check the locks, I sleep with the lights on. I burn candles I don't remember buying, but still, the chocolates disappear. And in the morning, something waits for me. A folded message, a pattern across the countertop, a single golden figure watching from the windowsill. I haven't been back to the cabin. I don't plan to, but I'm beginning to understand something I didn't before. Maybe I never truly left that basement. Maybe the workshop wasn't just a place, but a promise. A quiet pact sealed in foil and fold. A welcome offered not with words, but with creation. And every fold I make now, every shape that slides from my fingers like memory, feels less like imitation and more like continuation. So yes, I'm fine. I go to work. I smile. I sleep. But somewhere, just beyond the edges of what I admit, something else is unfolding. Patiently. Deliberately. And it's waiting for me to finish the next shape. Story 7. The fog rolled in thick from the northwest that October evening, swallowing the pasture in a suffocating gray that pressed against the house like a living thing. I should have stayed inside. I told myself that a dozen times as I stood at the back door, boots laced, flashlight in hand. But the cattle hadn't stopped their restless lowing for 3 nights straight, pacing the fence line like something was just beyond the mist, watching. Their unease had started to seep into me, slow and corrosive, until I had no choice but to go out there and see for myself. The damp grass sucked at my boots as I crossed the pasture, the beam of my mag light barely cutting through the haze. Every step was heavier than the last, the silence unnatural, thick and listening. I'd walked maybe 30 yards when I saw it. At first I thought it was a statue, some warped trick of the light, or an abandoned scarecrow cloaked in fog, but the thing was too tall, 9 feet at least, and its stillness felt deliberate. It stood in the center of the field like a sentinel, its skin, or whatever passed for skin, pale and gleaming like polished marble, smooth and unbroken. The head swayed slightly, slow and hypnotic, oval-shaped and far too large for its body, as if it were tasting the air or calculating my presence. I froze. My breath caught in my throat as my flashlight trembled in my hand, casting distorted shadows that danced across the mist. Then the beam found its face, or what should have been a face, and there was nothing. No eyes, no mouth, no nose,
just a smooth, blank surface that somehow conveyed more presence than any expression ever could. I felt it then, not just saw it, the pressure of its attention pressing into my chest, turning breath into labor. I don't remember deciding to lift the flashlight higher, only that I did, and in that moment the thing moved. It didn't step or turn. It shifted, collapsed inward, with a fluid motion that didn't belong to anything born of this earth. Limbs unfolded and bent in impossible directions, 4 of them touching the ground like claws, curved talons glinting wetly in the beam of my light. And then it was gone. Not fled, not vanished with speed, simply ceased to be, consumed by the fog as though it had never been there at all. My legs didn't move for several heartbeats. The silence returned, vast and absolute, and I stood there staring at nothing until the cold finally reached my spine. I swept the beam wildly across the pasture, praying not to see it again, terrified I might. And when I finally approached the spot where it had stood, I found them. 4 deep grooves, carved into the earth, perfectly straight, each about 2 feet long, slicing through grass and soil with surgical precision. Like scythes had been dragged through the land. I don't remember running back to the house, only the way my chest burned and my fingers fumbled with the key, the taste of metal thick on my tongue. Inside, I bolted the door and pulled the curtains tight, but even then, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had seen me and remembered. I didn't sleep that night. Even after locking every door and pulling the curtains tight, I couldn't shake the weight of what I'd seen, or more disturbingly, what had seen me. I sat in my recliner with the lights on and a cup of coffee cooling in my hands, ears straining to catch anything beyond the creaks of the old farmhouse, settling into the cold. Time dragged itself across the floorboards, each hour heavier than the last, and when the clock blinked 3:04 a.m., I heard it. A sound so faint, I wasn't sure if it came from inside my head or the world beyond the walls. But then it came again, a soft, deliberate scraping against the living room window, not the frantic raking of claws. No, this was slower, more intentional, the steady drag of something hard and smooth, like bone or polished stone, gliding in patterns I couldn't see but could feel behind my eyes. I didn't move, didn't breathe, just sat frozen as the sound continued, carving itself into my nerves with the precision of a scalpel. After what felt like forever, the noise stopped, but I didn't move until the pale light of morning began to seep through the curtains. I peeled myself from the chair, joints aching from tension, and approached the window with a dread that felt ancient. At first, I saw nothing but condensation on the glass. Then I noticed them. 4 deep scratches etched cleanly into the pane, each one straight and precise, forming a perfect square. Not cracks, not weathering, carvings. The lines were too symmetrical, too deliberate. I pressed my fingers to the cold glass, half expecting it to shift under my touch, the way it had the night before. In the field, but it held firm, solid, unyielding, now marked. I checked the security footage immediately. The camera above the porch had recorded from midnight through dawn. The motion sensors should have caught anything that moved, anything that breathed. But when I scrolled through the logs, there was nothing. 4 hours of stillness, just fog swirling under the porch light and silence stretching like skin. No figures, no scratches, no tapping, but the marks were real. I could still see them, still touch them, etched into the glass like a message I wasn't meant to read. And that was the part that began to gnaw at me. Not just the impossibility of what had happened, but the intent behind it. Something had been there, something with awareness, patience, and a purpose I couldn't begin to understand. And it had chosen my window, my home, my life, to leave its mark on. The question wasn't whether it had happened. The question was whether it was finished, or just beginning. By the time the third night fell, I had turned my quiet little farmhouse into something closer to a fortress. Motion sensors on every corner, floodlights with enough wattage to blind a deer at 50 yards, cameras covering all angles, even one of those ultrasonic devices meant to keep pests at bay, though deep down, I knew whatever was out there wasn't a pest by any definition I could name. Still, I needed to feel like I was doing something, like I wasn't just waiting. So when the fog rolled in again, just after sunset, thick, suffocating, swallowing the trees and fence posts, in one creeping tide, I stood in the kitchen, lights flickering above me, watching the gray curtain inch closer. The sensors began to trigger sporadically, setting the yard into a strobe of flashing white light, as if the house were breathing in panic. Then the power died. Just like that. The darkness dropped over me like a burial shroud, and though the emergency LEDs kicked in a few seconds later with their sickly green hue, the cameras were dead, the alarms useless. That was when I heard it again. The tapping. Not frantic, not loud, just soft, rhythmic, and uncomfortably precise, like a code being knocked against the back door. I moved slowly through the house, flashlight in hand, breath short, heart pounding somewhere up in my throat. I reached the door and peered through the tiny pane of fogged glass, but there was nothing, just mist and shadow. Then the tapping began again, this time from the front. I turned, every step heavy, and crept through the rooms, with the beam of the flashlight leading the way like a blade through molasses. The front door was dead quiet. No motion light. No sound. Until something moved. Barely a whisper at the edge of my vision. A pale shape. Gliding across the porch. With a smooth, predatory grace that didn't belong to this world. I watched as it came into full view. It moved on all fours now, joints bending the wrong way, limbs impossibly long and lean. Its skin was even more translucent than before, the thin veil of it revealing not organs or muscle, but something angular and crystalline, like a skeleton made of quartz or frozen geometry. It paused in front of the living room window, less than 2 feet from my face. I didn't breathe. I couldn't. I saw my reflection in the glass, overlaid on its blank, faceless head. 2 creatures staring at each other across a fragile barrier. Then it lifted one claw and pressed it to the window. The glass didn't shatter. It softened. The surface bowed in as if it were warm clay, and the talons sank in without resistance. I watched in frozen horror as it began to carve, slow, deliberate symbols glowing faintly from within, as though the creature was not scratching the surface but rewriting the matter itself. The marks pulsed softly, alive with some inner light, and when it finished, it tilted its head toward me in a motion that felt like
acknowledgement or warning. And then it folded itself back into that alien shape, limbs twisting in on themselves, and dissolved into the fog without a sound, leaving only the window behind, etched with glowing signs, still warm to the touch. I couldn't shake the symbols. They glowed faintly at night. No matter how many times I tried to convince myself they were tricks of the light, etched into the glass like veins of some alien language, humming with a meaning just beyond comprehension. The creature hadn't returned in days, but the fog did every night without fail, pressing up against the windows like a living thing waiting to be invited in. I told myself I needed answers, not closure, not hope, just something that made this all feel less like madness creeping in through the walls. So I drove to the county library, a place I hadn't stepped foot in since high school, and asked about strange events, local legends, anything that might give what was happening a name. Mrs. Peterson, the librarian, looked at me the way people do when they're trying not to say you look unwell, and directed me to the basement archives, boxes of old newspapers and forgotten town records that smelled like mildew and the kind of silence that remembers things. I spent hours down there, fingers blackened by ink and dust, flipping through the lives of people long gone. Most of it was nonsense. UFO sightings over the quarry, tales of glowing eyes in the woods, the usual myths that grow in places with too much history and too little light. But then I found it. A 1987 issue of the County Gazette, buried in a column of reader-submitted stories, written by a farmer named Ezekiel Morrison. He described encounters with something he called the Pale Watcher. And as I read his words, the chill in my bones returned tenfold. He saw it in the fog. Tall, alabaster, with a smooth oval head that tilted and swayed like it was listening to thoughts instead of sounds. It watched him for weeks, marked his windows with strange symbols, carved geometric grooves into his fields that no machine could replicate. He wrote about the feeling of being studied, dissected, not with blades, but with attention. And then it stopped. The final note in his account was dated just 3 weeks before his obituary appeared. Dead in his kitchen, alone, no signs of foul play. Natural causes, they said. But the article mentioned the house was found covered in marks, etched glass, strange shapes on the walls. And no one investigated further. No one wanted to. I stood there holding that brittle page in my shaking hands, the weight of it heavier than anything I'd ever felt. It wasn't just happening again. It had never stopped. Morrison died surrounded by questions no one cared to answer, a man slowly erased by something that had no name and no face, and now it was my turn. It's been 2 weeks now, and the fog hasn't missed a single night. Arriving on cue, like a curtain drawn across the world, smothering sound, light, even thought. Each evening I sit at the window, waiting, watching as the landscape dissolves into that soupy gray,
And then somewhere just beyond the reach of my porch light, the pale watcher returns. I never see it arrive. One moment the mist is empty, the next it's there, moving with that same alien grace, folding and unfolding its limbs like it's made of jointed shadows and memory. And each time it leaves new marks behind. On the windows, in the soil, on the very structure of the house. What started as 4 scratches has become a constellation of symbols, etched into glass, carved into earth, forming patterns so intricate they defy anything natural. I've stopped trying to document them. The cameras never catch a thing, always glitching at the exact moment the creature arrives. The motion sensors fail. The floodlights blink like a dying heartbeat. It's as if my entire security system is being overridden by something smarter, older, and far more deliberate than I can comprehend. I've shown people the marks, neighbors, friends, even Dr. Martinez, the physician I've known since I was a child. But all I get are polite nods and guarded stares. They tell me it's stress, isolation, maybe even grief. Some gentle suggestion that I'm cracking under pressure, that living alone for this long has played tricks on my mind. But the grooves are real. The windows are scarred. And I can trace the sequence of symbols from one night to the next. Like the thing is building something, mapping out an idea far beyond my comprehension. I've tried photographing the patterns, measuring them, even sketching them out by hand, but something always goes wrong. Files corrupt. Paper smudges. And yet each morning I wake up to more. Etched deeper, glowing faintly, in certain angles of light, humming with a presence I can feel in my teeth. It doesn't speak. It doesn't break in. It simply continues. And I've begun to feel less like a victim and more like an audience, like whatever this thing is, it's performing some long forgotten ritual, and I'm just the last witness left to see it through. There's a strange intimacy in that, a sense that I've been chosen, not hunted. But even that thought turns to ash when I try to sleep and find myself haunted by images I don't remember seeing. Circles within circles, doors that open onto stars, bones folded into impossible shapes. I'm beginning to question where my thoughts end and its presence begins. The fog will come again tonight. It always does. And I'll be here at the window, watching the symbols grow like roots from some other world. Maybe this is how Morrison felt before the end. Not afraid, just resigned. Maybe the real horror isn't the creature at all, but the slow unraveling of certainty, the quiet realization that the world you thought you lived in was only ever the surface layer of something much older, much deeper, and far less merciful. The fog is thicker tonight, heavier than it's ever been, pressing against the windows like something alive, like breath held too long by a thing with no lungs. The symbols on the glass have begun to pulse now, not with the flickering randomness of dying light, but with rhythm, intent, a pattern I can almost understand, but never quite grasp. They glow like veins beneath skin, like constellations mapped across a surface that should be solid but no longer feels that way. I used to be afraid. That was easy. Fear is simple. But that fear has faded into something stranger, something colder, and it's that absence that unsettles me the most. Because now, as I stand at the window waiting, I no longer dread its return. I expect it. I've stopped questioning whether the creature is real, whether I'm losing my mind, whether the scratches on the glass or the grooves in the soil are figments of some unraveling psyche. Those questions feel small now, irrelevant. The real terror, the deep, marrow-level horror, isn't the thing in the fog. It's the slow, suffocating realization that reality itself is not what I thought it was. That everything I once believed about how the world works, about what can and cannot exist, is nothing more than a fragile agreement we whisper to each other in the daylight to keep the dark from getting in. But the dark is here. It's always been here. I just never saw it. The Pale Watcher, if that's even a name that matters, isn't a monster. It's not even a warning. It's a crack in the lens I've used to make sense of everything. And through that crack, something vast is staring back. Something not bound by time or shape or logic. It doesn't hunt. It records. It engraves. Each glowing mark it leaves behind is a sentence in a language I was never meant to read. A message carved into the bones of the world. And I've begun to suspect that I'm not the recipient of that message. I'm part of it. A figure on the glass, a glyph in its ongoing script. I can feel it moving now, gliding through the vault toward the front of the house. I don't rush to lock the doors. I don't hide. I stand at the window with the light behind me and the pulsing cymbals in front of me, and I wait. Not for answers, but for continuity. I think I finally understand. Some questions aren't meant to be solved. They're meant to be carried. Like weight, like witness, like truth too big to speak. The tapping has stopped, which means it's here. And I find that I'm ready. Not because I've figured out what it is, but because I've accepted that I never will. And that maybe, just maybe, that's what it wanted all along. Story 8. You should sleep over. You know how these hills are during nights, my grandfather urged, his voice quiet but insistent, carrying that familiar undercurrent of something unsaid, something weighted. I laughed, brushing off the warning as I often did. Yes, I know. Drekovac is going to get me and eat my teeth. I expected him to laugh along, but instead I got nothing. Just a flat stare, eyes unreadable. That silence hung in the air, heavier than it should have. We had spent the day preparing firewood for the winter at his secluded house, nestled in the southern Serbian hills. A remote place, cloaked in cold mist and crumbling folklore. The kind of place that felt forgotten by time. Work dragged longer than expected, and early autumn had brought evening sooner than we liked. I'll be able to catch a bus, don't worry, Gramps. If I head out right now, that is, I said, trying to reassure him, but his gaze didn't soften. You are probably right, he said slowly, and nowadays there are street lights to help you feel safer anyway. I smirked. Yes, from a Babaroga that's going to eat my toes, right? Still, no laugh from him. Just a weary exhale. A man too tired to argue. I know you like to make fun of it, kid, he said, but you wouldn't laugh if you saw what I saw. That froze me for a second. What did you see? I asked, but he stood up instead. No time to tell you now anyway. Time to tell. Go ahead or you'll miss the bus. I looked at the sun sliding behind the tired silhouettes of the hills, a muddy orange that made everything seem older, lonelier. I didn't visit him often, and certainly not overnight. A moment guilt crept in, watching him sit there on a little wooden chair he carved himself, sipping his favorite plum brandy. He's lived alone since Grandma passed, and maybe this story, this moment, was his way of reaching out for connection, a last attempt to be heard. So I sighed. If I stay over, will you tell me the story? His lips tugged upward, barely a smile, but his eyes stayed distant, dulled by something that had never quite left him. Sure, he nodded. Let your father know while I pour you some brandy too. You're gonna need it. I stepped inside to call my dad while Grandpa disappeared briefly into the house and returned with a fresh bottle and something else. A small, dusty bottle with a thick coat of age on the glass, as if it hadn't seen daylight in decades. He poured us both a drink, we clinked glasses, and we both crossed ourselves, the old orthodox way, with reverence and instinct. What's that bottle? I asked, nodding toward the relic. This? He said, running his fingers over the dust. It's proof of my story. There's a reason I don't go out in those hills after dark, and a reason I don't want you to either. He leaned forward. Tell me, son. What do you know about this region's history? I shrugged. You mean the village? No, he said. The hills, the mountains, the land itself. I faltered. Not much, to be honest. He nodded, eyes narrowing as if peeling back layers of memory. Back during Ottoman times, there were skirmishes all over this land. Serbian rebels and Ottoman forces clashed constantly. Dead bodies, too many to bury, were left to rot in the woods. Weapons stripped, clothes taken, but the dead themselves abandoned. No time for burials. Just blood and silence. The hills still echo with it. People believe their spirits never moved on. I felt a chill then. I'd read about those battles, about the mass graves that had been found decades later. It was real history, bloody, brutal, unceremonious. When I was young, he continued, maybe a little older than you, I went to town to sell tobacco, on foot. It was late when I was heading back, and night caught up with me. No phones, no lights, just moonlight between tree branches. I had about 2 kilometers to go when I heard something. Music. Music? I asked. Yes, he said. Faint, like it was drifting through fog. At first I thought someone had a radio, but as I kept walking, I saw lights. Figures. It looked like a wedding. 20, 30 people maybe. Dancing, moving, just silhouettes, but somehow joyous. I thought maybe it was some local celebration. It made no sense, but in the moment it felt logical. He swallowed, his voice tightening. One man came over to me. He was tall, wearing what looked like old-fashioned clothes. He smiled, said they were celebrating a wedding, and offered me a drink. My grandfather paused here. His hands trembled slightly, just enough for me to notice. I hesitated, but it was cold, I was tired, and the bottle looked warm. I reached out. Before I took a sip, I crossed myself. Habit reflex. The way you just did. He pointed to our empty glasses. Tell me, son,
What did we do before drinking? We crossed ourselves, I replied slowly. He nodded solemnly. Right. Not just a custom. It's a shield. A call for protection. That's what saved me. Because the moment I did that sign of the cross, everything shattered. The music stopped. The people vanished. Just gone. And I wasn't in that field anymore. My throat tightened. Then where were you? I was standing on the edge of a bridge, he said quietly, leaning over the side. One more second and I'd have jumped into the rocks below. I don't know how I got there, but I was there. That thing, whatever it was trying to pull me in, to trick me, maybe to kill me, maybe worse. And I believe with everything I have that crossing myself broke the illusion. Or maybe it angered whatever was doing it and made it let go. I sat still, unsure what to say, unsure how to breathe. And do you know, he added, his voice nearly a whisper, how I know I wasn't dreaming? That it was real? How? I asked. His hand lifted, and in it, the dusty bottle gleamed dully under the kitchen light. Because when I snapped out of it and found myself on that bridge, this bottle was still in my hand. The room fell silent. The air grew thick. Outside, the wind stirred the trees like something ancient was listening. He didn't speak further. He didn't need to. The bottle sat between us, real as the table, and yet impossibly wrong. It didn't belong here, not in our time, not in this world. I didn't laugh anymore. I didn't joke about Babaroga or Drekavac. I understood, even if I didn't want to. Some stories aren't just stories. Some warnings are earned, not told. And in the forgotten folds of these old Serbian hills, there are still things that wait for nightfall and for someone foolish enough to laugh. Story 9. The rusted gate groaned open with a shriek that felt like it clawed down my spine, echoing far too loudly in the stillness of the Irish countryside. I knew I shouldn't have been there, trespassing on abandoned property just for the thrill of chasing old ghost stories. But something about the whispers I'd heard at the pub last night had rooted themselves too deep. They spoke of Blackmore Castle, a place burned to its bones in 1724, a ruin swallowed by ivy and rumor, where locals claimed time itself had gone wrong. I told myself I didn't believe them, not really. But something in the way they avoided looking toward the hills when they spoke, something in the silence that followed, pulled me in like a hook beneath the skin. The path through the brambles barely resembled a trail, more a wound in the landscape, and the skeletal branches tore at my coat as if trying to turn me back. Fog spilled low across the ground in slow, sinuous waves curling around my legs like it was sentient, like it was watching. The air should have smelled like wet leaves and old stone, but it didn't. It stung. Not with decay, but with something sharp, chemical, and wrong. I paused and sniffed again, this time recognizing the sting in my nostrils, the dryness in my throat. Charcoal, not the weathered scent of a centuries-old fire, but the fresh, acrid tang of one recently smothered. My pulse quickened. The ruins emerged from the mist, not like a discovery, but like a memory forced into the present.
Blackened stones jutted up like broken teeth, jagged and unnatural, their scorched surfaces too crisp, too defined, as if the flames had just licked them clean. But stone doesn't burn like that. It doesn't char and hold its blackness so vividly across centuries. And yet the walls loomed, silent and scorched, and I couldn't look away. Something about the tower in the distance felt accusatory, like it was waiting for me. I stepped forward, despite the warning in my gut, despite the absolute certainty that something about this place wasn't just dead, it was awake. I hadn't come for answers. I'd come because the castle wanted me to, because some part of it still burned. I stepped over the threshold of what had once been Blackmore Castle's great hall, boots crunching on gravel that might have been stone, might have been bone. I didn't want to look too closely. The air inside was heavier somehow, still choked with that acrid charcoal scent that shouldn't have lingered for centuries. My eyes adjusted slowly to the dim light, filtering through broken arches and shattered beams. And that's when I noticed the walls. The fire had touched everything. Blackened stone, scorched wood, but it was all too clean, too sharp. The char marks didn't fade or crumble with age like they should have. They clung to the walls with a precision that felt wrong, like they had been carved yesterday. Stone doesn't burn like that. Not really. It can crack, it can heat, but it doesn't blister and blacken like wood, and certainly not with edges so perfect they looked inked on. I ran my fingers along one wall and drew back instinctively, half expecting soot to smear my fingertips. Nothing did. It was cold, hard, dry, but I couldn't shake the feeling that if I pushed too hard, it would crumble like burnt paper. The further I stepped in, the more the silence distorted. My own footfalls echoed back at me with strange delay, layered and warped, bouncing off the charred walls in a way that made it impossible to track where the sound had come from, or if it was mine at all. I paused, listening. Another step. Crunch. Then again, crunch, crunch. A beat off. Like a second pair of steps, just a hair behind my own. I whipped around, heart slamming into my throat. Nothing, just mist and ruin and the faint outline of the broken tower above. I told myself it was acoustics, weird angles, nothing more. But the air had changed. The kind of change you don't see. You just feel. In your arms, in your spine, in the back of your neck. Like the room is watching you breathe. I pressed forward, pretending I didn't hear the faint echo of steps that didn't stop when I did, or how every shadow seemed to shift, just slightly when I wasn't looking straight at them. My skin prickled with awareness. I couldn't rationalize a weight behind my eyes that told me I wasn't alone. Not in the metaphorical sense, but in the most literal, skin-crawling, breath on your neck sense. Something else was here. Maybe not alive, maybe not visible, but it was here. And it knew I had come. The doorway into the tower gaped like a mouth, and something about its shadow made my pulse hesitate before I stepped inside. The spiral staircase was carved from stone, narrow and steep. But what unsettled me most wasn't its age. It was its condition. It should have been eroded, cracked, crumbling from centuries of neglect. But instead the steps looked recently worn, smoothed by use that couldn't possibly have come from the living. My boot landed on the first step with a hollow weight, and the sound didn't just echo, it curled. It bounced upward, wrapping around me like a whisper I wasn't meant to hear. I began to climb, slowly, deliberately, flashlight in hand, the beam slicing through a thick, pressing darkness that refused to scatter. Every turn of the stairwell brought a deeper sense of enclosure, as though the tower was folding in behind me. The air shifted gradually, a creeping warmth, replacing the chill outside. At first I welcomed it, until it became too much. Sweat formed along my spine, soaking through my shirt, despite the October cold that still clung to the world beyond these stone walls. It wasn't just heat, it was heavy, as if it had weight of its own. Breathing became more difficult. The air tasted like damp ashes and something faintly metallic. And the deeper I ascended, the more oppressive it became. The silence wasn't silent anymore. It throbbed. I felt it against my ribs like a low hum, a pressure building with every step I took. I told myself it was in my head. Just nerves, just claustrophobia. But my instincts, the deep animal ones that no amount of reason can silence, were screaming. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end, and my legs felt coiled, tense, as if they were waiting for me to turn and run. My flashlight flickered just once, and in that half second of faltering light, I saw motion in the edge of my vision, something quick and low that vanished before I could turn. I froze, listening, heart thudding so hard I could feel it in my teeth. Nothing. But the heat rose again, thick and suffocating, and the darkness felt less like absence and more like presence, dense, aware, watching. I didn't want to keep going, but I also didn't want to turn back and find out what might be following me. So I climbed. One step, then another. And with each one, the feeling grew stronger. Not just that I was being watched, but that something was keeping pace with me. Not behind, not ahead. Beside me, inside the walls, waiting for me to reach the top. At the top of the tower, the air thinned into a silence that wasn't empty but waiting, like a held breath stretched to its limit. The narrow stairwell opened into a chamber that felt both ancient and untouched. Stone walls rising clean and unburned, a stark contrast to the carbon-streaked ruin below. My flashlight swept across the space and caught on something that stopped me cold. A grandfather clock, standing tall and proud against the far wall. Its dark wooden case gleaming as though it had been polished just hours ago. It shouldn't have been there. Not in this place. Not after the fire that had gutted everything else, yet there it stood, flawless. Its brass fittings gleaming, and the glass pane over the pendulum spotless. I moved toward it slowly, every step amplified by the oppressive hush. The clock face was a porcelain white, the Roman numerals elegant and evenly spaced, but it was the hands that unsettled me most. Both pointed straight to midnight, perfectly vertical, unmoving. Yet the minute hand was reversed, mounted counterclockwise, as if the clock had been built to track time backward. The dissonance made my head throb, like my eyes and brain
couldn't quite agree on what they were seeing. I knew I shouldn't touch it. Every instinct in me screamed to turn around and leave it alone. But curiosity, that dangerous, deep-rooted flaw in us all, overrode every rational warning. Hanging from a chain beside the case was a small, winding key, brass and oddly warm to the touch. I slipped it into the mechanism and turned it once, then again, the metal clicking softly with each motion. On the third turn, something shifted. The tower, the stone itself, let out a low, resonant hum. Not mechanical, but organic, as if the castle had drawn a breath. The pendulum began to swing, but wrong. It didn't tick like any normal timepiece. Its sound was a distorted kakut, offbeat, out of rhythm, like a language I wasn't meant to understand. And as the pendulum moved, the minute hand crept counterclockwise, slowly unwinding time in small, defiant increments. A wave of dizziness hit me, and the temperature in the room rose sharply, not gradually, but with the sudden intensity of a furnace door thrown open. The scent of charcoal flooded my senses, not old, not faded, but fresh. Sharp, as if something nearby had only just stopped burning. I staggered back a step, eyes locked on the swinging brass weight, and realized the clock wasn't counting time. It was undoing it. And something in the stones around me had awakened with it. Something ancient, something hungry. The moment the pendulum began its unnatural swing, the air in the room thickened like syrup, pressing against my lungs with every breath, and the warmth became unbearable. No, not warmth. Heat. Sudden and violent, radiating from the very stones around me. The smell of burning surged, sharp and immediate, curling up through my nostrils and into the back of my throat, like smoke from a fire still blazing, and not centuries old as it should have been. I staggered toward the narrow window, and what I saw below twisted my stomach into a cold knot of dread. The ruins of Blackmore Castle were glowing, not metaphorically but literally, their blackened stones pulsing with ember-red light, like dying coals stirred back to life. Heat waves shimmered over the fractured masonry, and the skeletal remains of long collapsed timbers flickered with flame where no wood remained to burn. But there was no fire? Not truly. Just the memory of it, replaying as if history itself had been relit. That's when the sounds began, low at first, like a building pressure behind the walls, then louder, clearer, and unmistakably human. Screams. Hundreds of them, layered and overlapping, not in real time but in reverse. Agonizing cries that rose in unnatural crescendos, warped and distorted, like a phonograph spinning backward through someone's final moments. Mixed in were the crashes of falling beams, the muffled thud of collapsing stone, and most disturbingly, the pounding of fists, frenzied, panicked, on doors that had never opened in time. The sound didn't come from outside the tower, but from within it, as if the walls had recorded every final breath, every last plea, and were now vomiting them back up in some cruel reverse symphony. I stumbled backward, hand outstretched, desperate to still the pendulum, to silence the thing that had unstitched time and summoned this impossible replay. But the room seemed to resist me, the very air turning to fire around my skin. My shirt clung to me with sweat, and my vision blurred from heat and something deeper, some unseen pressure clawing at the edges of reality. I could feel time slipping, not moving forward but unraveling. Each backward swing of the pendulum peeling seconds off the present and casting them into a loop I couldn't escape. I pressed my back to the wall, trying to breathe, trying to think, but all I could hear were the screams, not from the past, not from memory, but from right now, from always, as if this moment of terror had never stopped happening, as if it had always been burning. I lunged for the pendulum, grabbing it with both hands, its brass surface searing hot against my skin, as if resisting my touch, vibrating with a force that felt less mechanical and more alive, like it didn't want to be stopped. But I held firm, forcing it to stillness, and the tower fell into an eerie silence that was somehow louder than the screams that had come before. The heat drained from the air so fast it made me dizzy, sweat cooling into a clammy chill across my back, and the glow from the ruins outside dimmed into dull gray stone again, as if nothing had ever happened. But something had. Something was still happening. The clock had stopped moving, but the room had not gone back to normal. Shadows cast by the window light fell in the wrong directions, angles that didn't match the architecture, and the very air seemed distorted, as though I were looking through glass warped by heat. That's when I saw them, footprints in the dust, leading from the staircase to the center of the room and past me to the window, identical to mine. Same tread pattern, same worn-down left heel, where I always dragged my step, but not the ones I had just made. No, these prints were already there before I arrived, overlapped, layered, intersecting like a map of movements I hadn't made yet. I followed their path with my eyes, heart thundering, realizing I'd already stood here. Not once, but again and again. I'd already reached for the clock, already turned the key, already tried to stop it, and failed. I turned back to the grandfather clock, and my breath caught in my throat. The glass over the clock face was fogged from inside, as if something trapped within had been breathing against it. I stepped closer, breath shallow, and saw faint marks, scratchings, tiny, desperate gouges in the glass from the inside, words carved in desperation. Help. Below it, another line, can't stop the burning. And beneath that, almost invisible, unless your face was inches from the surface. Trembling letters whispered a final truth. It's not real, but it never ends. My reflection stared back at me, but not just mine. Layered behind it were other versions of me, dozens, hundreds, younger, older, terrified, screaming, resigned, all trapped behind the glass, like spirits caught in amber, repeating this same moment over and over again. One of them stared directly at me, mouth stretched in a silent scream I could feel but not hear. I staggered back, dizzy, trembling, and suddenly the room felt less like a place and more like a trap. Time itself curled in on this point, and I knew, with an ache in my bones, that I had not discovered the clock
clock had discovered me. I backed away from the clock, heart hammering in my chest, like it was trying to escape, before I could register the truth I was now forced to confront. The air around me felt fractured, like reality had splintered into overlapping shards that no longer obeyed sequence or logic. I turned slowly, eyes sweeping the floor, and that's when I saw them. Dozens of winding keys scattered around the base of the clock, some rusted and green with age, others nearly pristine, their brass still catching the dim light with a dull glint. Each one lay precisely where someone would have stood, exactly where I was standing now. And the implication slammed into me with more weight than any scream. I wasn't the first, not even close. Each key was a story, a loop, a moment of impossible repetition. Each one belonged to someone like me, someone who had come here chasing whispers and found themselves pulled into something far older, far more patient. I turned back to the clock face, and the glass had changed again, fogged, but now clearer in places, and within it I saw reflections. Not one, not two, but a layered collage of myself, like someone had taken photographs of me across 1,000 days and pressed them into a single pane. Some looked terrified, others exhausted, some defiant, some weeping, some staring out with hollow eyes that had stopped trying to fight long ago. And in the center of them all was one version of me, mouth wide in a scream. I couldn't hear, eyes wild and brimming with madness, pounding invisible fists against the glass as if warning me, pleading. I blinked and the image fractured, reforming into something worse. Motion. I could see them moving, subtly at first, then clearly. Other versions of me walking the room in real time, retracing my steps, examining the same footprints, reaching for the same key. I wasn't remembering them, I was watching them. They weren't past, they weren't future, they were simultaneous. The tower wasn't a place anymore. It was a knot in time, a fixed point where every instance of now had folded inward, where cause and effect had stopped making sense. The clock hadn't just reversed time. It had snared it, turned it back on itself, trapping every decision, every breath, every heartbeat into a loop that no one had escaped. And as I stood there, surrounded by the ghostly evidence of myself, repeated infinitely, I felt a dreadful certainty settle in my bones. I had already made my choices. I had already turned the key. I was just catching up to the consequences. The air in the tower thickened not just with heat or the lingering stench of burnt stone, but with the weight of something far worse. Finality. I could feel the layers now, like pages of a book pressed too tightly together, each one a moment that had already happened, was still happening, and would happen again. The room vibrated with them, echoes of breath, of footfalls, of me. I watched myself moving through it all. Countless versions, flickering at the edges of perception. Phantoms folded into the same space but out of reach, each lost in their own realization, each staring at the same impossible truth. None of them had escaped. None had made it out. Time here didn't pass. It repeated. It didn't flow. It spiraled, inward and inward, until every second collapsed into midnight. The winding keys scattered across the stone floor were not relics of the past, but offerings to a mechanism
that didn't measure time so much as devour it. I could see now, clearer than ever, that the others were still here, not dead, not gone, but trapped in adjacent loops, walking alongside me in a clockwork prison that allowed no forward motion, only rewinds, each tick reversed, each swing of the pendulum unspooled reality a little further, dragging us backward into a moment that never let go. And I understood, in a way that bypassed thought and went straight to bone, that I was already part of it, had always been. My reflection in the clock no longer startled me. It comforted me with its inevitability. I would scratch the messages, I would scream behind the glass, I would leave a key, I would become a shadow in someone else's timeline. And despite knowing all this, despite the sick certainty that turning the key again would only deepen the cycle, my hand moved on its own, fingers closing around the brass, warm and waiting. Maybe I was meant to. Maybe the choice had never been mine. The clock accepted me with a sound I could feel in my teeth. Kakut, Casset. And somewhere below, the stones began to glow again. Not with fire from the past, but with every fire that had ever burned, all burning still. My breath slowed, my heartbeat matched the rhythm, and in the stillness that followed, a final truth echoed. Not spoken, not written, but carved into the marrow of the place. I had not discovered this tower. This tower had discovered me. Story 10. The house breathes differently at 3 a.m., and I've learned to anticipate its rhythm, the soft moan of settling wood, the floorboards exhaling beneath my bare feet, the way the walls seem to stretch and settle like an old body groaning in its sleep. These were once familiar sounds, comforting even, but lately something else has crept into the nightly symphony. An almost imperceptible noise, like fingernails dragging slowly across silk. Too soft to be heard clearly, but too wrong to ignore. For 7 consecutive nights, I've awoken with a start. The air thick and unmoving. My skin prickled with a cold that feels internal. Each time, my eyes are drawn to the same sight, the sock drawer across the room, hanging open like a slack jaw in mid-scream, the aged brass handle catching what little moonlight filters through the moth-eaten curtains, that crescent of light it casts onto the wall. I've come to dread it. It's always in the same place, the same shape, as though the room is rehearsing a scene without me. I don't remember opening the drawer. I don't remember walking across the floor, yet sometimes I wake with one sock on, the other nowhere to be found, or with the fabric twisted strangely, as if my own hands had done something in the dark I refuse to recall. Each night I tell myself it's nothing, that old houses make strange sounds, that dreams can bleed into waking. But the truth is, I feel watched, not by a person, but by the house itself, as if it registers my footsteps, learns from my routines, and adjusts its breath to match my own. I try to tell myself it's all in my head, but when I close my eyes now, I swear I can feel the air press back against me, as though something unseen is inhaling, waiting, just on the other side of the silence. I found them again this morning, those photographs that should have burned weeks ago,
folded into grotesque masks, my own childhood face, twisted by creases into something unrecognizable, something hollow-eyed and grinning with a malice I never remember wearing. Each image warped like a carnival parody, but it's my eyes staring back, my smile stretched too wide. I'd tried to destroy them, struck match after match, sulfur filling the stagnant air, but the flame refused to catch. Instead, the paper grew warm, almost alive, pulsing in my palm until the heat forced me to drop them. They fluttered to the floor like wounded birds, silent and accusing, and yet, by morning, they had migrated, impossibly, to the walls, laid flush against the faded wallpaper, their edges aligned with the roses and vines, like they'd always been part of the pattern. No matter how many times I removed them, they returned, embedded deeper, more resolute. The smell came next, a sickly sweet imitation of lavender, rotting and cloying, like funeral flowers left too long in standing water. It seeped into everything, the curtains, my bed sheets, even my skin, until I could taste it when I breathed. A rancid perfume of memory turned sour. I scrubbed until my knuckles bled, until the skin flaked from my fingers, but it made no difference. The air itself had turned against me. The photographs, they feel older now, as if they've existed long before I ever held them. Sometimes when I run my fingers over the paper, it feels too smooth, too warm, like skin, not aged and brittle as it should be, but pulsing with something just beneath the surface. I know these faces are mine. There's the scar from the bike fall, the crooked tooth from childhood. But the expressions they wear, they're watching me, and they know something I don't. The house has become a gallery of selves I don't recognize, a museum curated by something I can't see but feel, always just beyond the corner of my vision. I don't know if I'm remembering or being remembered. But each night, the photographs multiply, and each morning, more of the walls disappear beneath their grinning, folded eyes. Mrs. Chen never came back after that morning. She stood in the doorway of my bedroom, arms full of cleaning supplies clutched to her chest like a shield, her eyes darting from corner to corner, never meeting mine. When I asked her what was wrong, she shook her head once, slowly, and backed away toward the stairs, whispering, more to herself than to me, "The house doesn't want to be cleaned." I haven't seen her since, and somehow I knew I wouldn't. It's been 3 weeks now, maybe more. I've stopped keeping track. Since I last stepped outside the property, the days bleed together in a haze of stale air, muted light, and the constant oppressive presence of the house pressing in from every angle. I work from home translating technical documents from Portuguese to English, a job that requires precision but no human contact. My clients speak through email, my groceries arrive in brown paper bags left at the gate, and the only conversation I've had recently was a wrong number that hung up before I could say hello. The silence has grown thick, almost sentient, and I can feel it settle on my skin like dust. I used to play music while I worked, background noise to keep the isolation at bay. But now the sound feels intrusive, as though the walls lean in closer, listening. The house doesn't like to be disturbed. There's a strange comfort in the stillness, a seduction in the routine. Wake work, wait, repeat. And I've come to fear the outside world more than whatever walks these halls when I sleep. Some days I wonder if it's already too late, if something in the air, in the walls, has already changed me, hollowed me out, and filled the spaces with something else. The longer I stay, the easier it becomes to forget that I ever wanted to leave. And in the evenings, when the light fades and the shadows thicken, I find myself standing at the window, not looking out, but watching my own reflection hover behind the glass, waiting. It started with the feeling of fingers, cold, impossibly slender, gliding beneath the blankets at night, brushing against the skin of my ankles with a precision that felt disturbingly intentional. I would jolt awake, heart pounding, the room around me heavy with stillness, but there would be nothing there, just my own legs, clammy and twitching beneath the sheets. But the sensation never truly left. Even during the day now, I can feel something wrapping itself around me, fine silken threads I cannot see but know are there, tightening slowly, rhythmically, in time with my heartbeat. They began at my feet, but over time have crept higher, a phantom weaving, spiraling up my calves, my thighs, as though stitching me into some unseen pattern. I used to believe mirrors were reliable things, truth tellers, but lately, even they have turned against me. At first, it was flickers in the corner of my eye, movements I could blame on fatigue or tricks of light, but then I saw it. While brushing my teeth one morning, I looked up and saw a child standing behind me in the bathroom mirror. It didn't move. It didn't speak. It just stood there, still as death, wearing a mask made from folded paper, yellowed and torn, shaped into a distorted version of my own childhood face. The mouth gaped too wide, and through its hollow eyes, I sensed a depth of knowledge that chilled me to my bones. When I turned around, the room was empty, but the air felt heavier, and the mirror seemed to hum with residual presence. I've since covered every reflective surface in the house, draped sheets over glass, turned picture frames to the wall, but that hasn't stopped it. I can feel it watching, pressing against the fabric, patient and unblinking. The threads around my legs grow tighter each night, and I can no longer tell if I'm being bound or being transformed. The child in the mirror wears my face, but its presence is older than memory, and its intentions, whatever they are unfolding whether I resist or not. I sleep in fits now, never fully unconscious, always hovering at the edge of some deeper awareness I'm not sure I want to reach. They've started multiplying. The photographs, what began as a handful tucked inside the sock drawer, has now become a quiet infestation. I find them everywhere now, scattered through the kitchen cabinets, wedged between bathroom tiles, even pressed flat between the brittle pages of books I swear I've never opened. No place is untouched. Each image is unmistakably me. My childhood face, frozen in time, but distorted into increasingly elaborate, almost ceremonial masks. Some are folded with disturbing precision, the creases forming angular grins too sharp to be human, while others have begun to incorporate additions, coarse strands of hair, slivers of what looks like fingernail, fibers that shimmer too subtly, as if they don't belong to any known material. And the eyes, God. The eyes, my own, but vacant
and knowing at the same time, as if they see through me rather than at me. One photo, taped to the underside of a lampshade, showed a version of my face with 6 eyes, each one gazing in a different direction, yet somehow all focused inward. Another had tiny horns curling from the temples, crafted from what I think was twisted wire or bone, I'm not sure which. The smell clings to them, faintly metallic and sweet, like old blood on silver. I've stopped touching them. I used to try collecting and discarding them, but it became too much. They return regardless. Shift locations appear where they weren't before, even multiply mid-shelf, mid-drawer, as though breeding. And no matter how monstrous the alterations, each photo still carries those minute details I can't deny. The scar on my chin from a bicycle fall, the uneven front tooth my braces never quite fixed. I should feel a connection, but all I feel is revulsion. They look at me like predators, wearing my skin like they know what I've forgotten, or maybe what I'm becoming. It's not just the quantity. It's the intent behind them. Each new image feels like a message I can't read, like a threat sealed in a smile. I've started dreaming in paper now, my face folding inwards, creasing along lines that never existed until the photographs taught me how. I don't know how many there are anymore. I just know there will be more tomorrow. Lately, my memories feel like borrowed furniture, familiar in shape, but wrong in weight, as if I'm moving through a life that once belonged to someone else. I try to recall specific moments, birthday candles, scraped knees, bedtime stories, but they slip through my grasp like steam, dissolving into hazy impressions that never fully settle. I used to be certain of my childhood, but now I'm not sure the person in those memories was ever me. I've started waking in places I don't remember walking to, most often the basement, always in the basement, standing in the center of concentric circles formed by dozens of those folded paper masks, their empty expressions all turned inward toward me, like an audience waiting for a performance only I can deliver. My hands are often stained with something dark and tacky, my limbs aching as if they've been moving on their own for hours. I set up cameras to make sense of it, to catch myself in the act. But when I review the footage, there's nothing but static, thick and pulsing like a heartbeat, as though the house itself is refusing to be recorded. The audio captures more. Things I don't remember saying. A whispering voice that sounds like mine but distorted. Dragging at the edges of words like they're being pulled through water. Beneath it all, there's the sound of thread, soft, insistent, the unmistakable swish of something weaving through fabric over and over, endless and patient. Each time I listen, the sound grows louder, more deliberate, as though whatever is working in the dark is growing bolder, more precise. I don't remember learning how to sleepwalk, don't remember choosing to create these circles of faces that mimic my own. But some part of me must know the design. Some part of me is guiding it even now, even as the lines between waking and dreaming blur into one long stretch of uncertainty. I no longer trust what I see when I open my eyes, or what I might do when they're closed. It's getting harder to move now. Each step feels like I'm wading through something thick and invisible, as if silk threads have been spun around my body in the dead of night, tightening with every breath I take. I can feel them, these phantom fibers, winding up my legs and coiling at my waist, delicate but unrelenting, tugging at my joints with a rhythm that matches my heartbeat. The weight of them grows more pronounced by the hour, making simple actions, walking, turning my head, lifting my arms, feel like I'm dragging my body through unseen webs that remember every hesitation. My computer has started displaying images I didn't open, pictures of me as a child with expressions I don't recognize, each one stranger than the last. My face twisted, elongated, quatured mid-transformation. They appear between keystrokes, flickering on the screen for just long enough to be seared into memory before vanishing like they were never there. And the child, the one with my face, no longer waits behind mirrors. I see him now, in full view, moving through the house with slow, deliberate steps, never coming close, but always watching from the edges of the room. He wears my old clothes like borrowed skin, the fit slightly off, the colors faded by decades. Sometimes I hear his footsteps behind me, soft and padded like mine were when I was 7. But when I turn, he's already gone, leaving behind the scent of dust and paper. The photographs continue to multiply, covering surfaces I never touch, growing in number so quickly, I've stopped trying to keep count. And they've begun to shift, not just in volume, but in message. Each image documenting some new stage of my transformation, angles of my body, captured in poses I don't remember holding. My skin pulled taut, like it's being shaped by unseen hands. They show the threads too, faint at first, then thicker, more intricate, as if something is crafting a pattern through me. It's no longer just the house watching. I think the pattern is learning, growing through me, with me, and whatever it's becoming, it's nearly ready. Sometimes I catch my hands moving on their own, fingers sketching strange patterns in the air with a rhythm too fluid, too practiced to be accidental, as if they remember something my mind has long forgotten. I don't know what these gestures mean, but my muscles respond to them with eerie familiarity, like I've done this before, 1,000 times in another life, or in dreams I can no longer access. The child, the one who wears my face, now sits in silent mimicry on the floor of my room, his hands echoing mine, or maybe it's the other way around. I can't tell anymore. Mirrors what few remain uncovered, betray me with reflections that move seconds out of sync, lifting arms I haven't moved, tilting heads in directions I never chose. One night, I saw myself grin in the glass, while my real mouth remained slack with fear. The sensation of being watched has deepened into something worse, something participatory. The house no longer waits for me to act. It moves with me. When I inhale, the walls seem to draw outward, stretching gently, like lungs expanding. When I exhale, the floors sigh beneath my feet, warm and pliant, like the body of something vast and dreaming. The floorboards bend to support my weight in ways they never did before, not groaning in protest, but yielding, adapting. I think I'm being absorbed. Or maybe I've already been absorbed, and what's left of me is
simply learning to recognize it.
I don't fight it anymore. Not when the movements come, not when the threads tighten, not even when I wake with the child's breath in my ear. Soft and steady, as if he's trying to lull me back into some shared memory we've both been waiting to re-enter. I used to feel like I lived inside this house, but now I know better. I'm becoming part of it. It remembers me. It's always remembered me. And now with every whispered breath, every mirrored gesture, every silent movement through its skin and bones, I remember it too. The child is no longer a visitor or an echo. I know now he is a part of me, the quiet thread I left behind somewhere in childhood. The part that always remembered how to weave what I've only just begun to see. He sits beside my bed now, his small hands moving with infinite precision, drawing luminous patterns into the air that flicker like constellations across the dark. When his fingers brush the threads wrapped around my body, the entire web pulses with light, revealing a shape too vast to grasp. A design that stretches far beyond the house, beyond memory, beyond the thin fabric of reality. I can feel the silk winding around my chest now, not suffocating, but synchronizing, crossing my heart in a rhythm that doesn't match my pulse, but something deeper, older, like the slow breath of a world just beneath this one. The photographs continue to appear, but they've changed. Now they show the process from impossible angles, documenting my gradual dissolution, my slow fading from flesh into air. In one image, I can see myself blurring at the edges, the boundary between skin and space beginning to unravel, like I'm being unstitched and rewoven into something larger, and I no longer resist. I lie still in the deepest hours of night, letting the invisible fingers complete their task, letting the pattern take me. The threads no longer feel foreign. They feel like purpose. I don't know what the web is meant to catch, only that I'm part of its architecture, an anchor point between what is remembered and what is imagined, between the child I was and the thing I'm becoming. The house holds its breath now, silent and waiting. As the last connections are drawn tight, I can feel the shift nearing completion, the final weave just beneath my ribs, humming with potential. I see it all so clearly now, how the house, the photographs, the masks, the thread, the child, they were never separate. They were steps in the same motion, pieces of the same transformation. Soon I will no longer be confined to this shape, this voice, this place. Soon I will remember what I've always been in the process of becoming. The weaving continues, and I am almost ready. Story 1. It was 3 a.m. when I found myself back on County Road 47, a road I'd driven a dozen times before, always as a shortcut. A lonely, narrow stretch, cutting through the pine barrens, helping me avoid the late-night construction mess along the interstate. But tonight felt off. Not in any dramatic Hollywood scream kind of way. No, it was quieter than that. Subtler, like something holding its breath. You ever get that gut level feeling that something's not right, but there's no evidence for it? That was me.
white-knuckled on the steering wheel, high beams piercing into miles of empty darkness. The road ahead felt like an accusation, cracked, forgotten asphalt, unraveling into the void. Even the radio had given up on me. No static, no hum, just dead silence. The only soundtrack was the low purr of my engine and the soft hiss of wind leaking in through a passenger side window I could never quite get to seal. And then I saw it. Something sitting dead center in the road about 50 yards out. A wooden sawhorse, just standing there. But it wasn't just the sawhorse that caught my attention. It was what was hanging from it. A baby bottle, white plastic, empty, dangling from a string tied to the crossbeam, swaying gently under my headlights. Now you'd expect road work, right? Maybe construction? But there were no cones, no signs, no reflective vests, no flashing lights. Nothing. Just that single wooden frame, as still and solitary as a grave marker. I let my foot ease off the gas. It didn't feel like trash left behind, or debris from some forgotten project. It felt placed, deliberate, like it was meant to be there, like it was waiting for someone. And that someone, I realized with a pit sinking in my stomach, was me. I've driven through some strange places in my life. Ghost towns with boarded up windows, long haul nights with nothing but truck stops and empty diners, but this was different. This felt personal, like I'd wandered into someone else's story, or worse, someone else's trap. Maybe it was the bottle that got to me, the innocence of it, a baby's bottle, but completely empty, lit up like a beacon in my headlights. It almost glowed. I could feel the unease crawling up the back of my neck. You ever try to convince yourself that nothing's wrong while your instincts scream otherwise? I did. Told myself it was just late, just fatigue, just grief. I mean, I'd been on the road since sunset. 6 hours straight, heading back from Sarah's funeral in Portland. Couldn't afford another motel night, couldn't afford to stop. So I did what made sense. I moved into the left lane, preparing to pass the obstruction like any other roadside junk. But just as my front bumper aligned with the sawhorse, I felt it. That wrongness. That tightening of reality. Like a shift in pressure when a storm is about to hit. I glanced in the rearview mirror. A reflex, just to check, just to be sure. And that's when the story really begins. At first I thought I was seeing things. Maybe my eyes were just tired. Maybe my brain, half fried from hours behind the wheel, was playing tricks. But no. In the rearview mirror, the sawhorse was moving. Not swaying, not falling, moving. With purpose. I know how that sounds. Wooden objects don't move on their own. They don't get up and walk. But I swear to you, that thing was no longer stationary. It had changed. What I'd thought were just basic wooden legs, the kind you'd find holding up a caution sign, were now unfolding joint by joint with a precision that didn't belong to wood. It didn't walk like a person either. No limp, no sway, no sense of weight. Instead, it moved like a machine, like a spider, clean, mechanical,
efficient. My foot slammed the gas pedal without me even thinking. The engine roared in response, 40, 50, 60 miles per hour, trying to put as much distance as possible between me and that thing. I checked the mirror again, still there, exactly 20 feet behind me, not gaining, not falling back, just matching my speed, step for step. The baby bottle still dangled from the crossbeam, only now it bounced with each precise stride, catching the reflection of my brake lights in tiny flashes of red. 70, 80, 90. Nimba. Trees rushed past in dark blurs on either side. The road stretched like a ribbon of black ahead of me. But that sawhorse never faded, never faltered. It moved like it belonged to the night. The weirdest part? I could hear it. Through the roar of wind, the growl of my engine, the whistle of air past the cracked window, I could hear it. A faint ticking sound, like gears winding, tick, 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 tick. The rhythm matched the beating of my heart, or maybe it was the other way around. I shook my head, tried to snap myself out of it. "You're tired," I whispered. "You're stressed. Grief does strange things." But that logic didn't hold up long. I took my foot off the gas, slowed down, wanted to see if maybe, just maybe, this was some hallucination that would fade if I stopped feeding it with fear. 45. I checked the mirror again. The thing slowed too, never losing position. Always 20 feet. Always centered. That's when I knew this wasn't in my head. I floored it again. 95, 100. Didn't matter. It didn't fall behind. It didn't even strain. It just kept coming. I tried swerving, zigzagging across the road like I was drunk, hoping to throw it off. But the sawhorse mimicked my every move, cutting the corners with surgical precision, its articulated limbs adjusting like they'd been built for this chase. I couldn't catch my breath. My mouth had gone dry. I reached for the bottle of water in my cup holder, with one trembling hand, eyes darting between the dark road ahead and the nightmare in my rear-view mirror. The water tasted like metal, or maybe fear. I couldn't tell the difference anymore. What was this thing? Why was it following me? And what the hell did that baby bottle mean? None of it made sense. But one thing was crystal clear. I wasn't outrunning it. I kept driving, but I wasn't really in control anymore. The road had become a tunnel, an endless black ribbon with no exits, no turns, no landmarks. Just the glow of my high beams ahead, and the relentless figure pacing me behind. I didn't dare look too long in the mirror, but every time I did, every time my curiosity overpowered my fear, it was still there, exactly 20 feet back. That same wooden sawhorse, those same mechanical limbs, unfolding and stretching with inhuman ease. The baby bottle still swaying gently, like a pendulum marking the seconds of my unraveling. Tick, tick, tick. That sound, I could hear it clearly now. Over everything. Like it was inside the car.
like it had burrowed into my head. I started to wonder if I was even awake. What if I'd dozed off an hour ago? What if my car was already upside down in a ditch somewhere, steam rising from the hood, while I lay slumped over the wheel, dreaming this all up in a coma? Or worse, what if I'd never left Portland at all? What if I was still parked outside Sarah's funeral home, gripping the wheel but never turning the key? I glanced at the dashboard. 3:17 a.m. That couldn't be right. I left around sunset, didn't I? I should have been home before midnight. But time felt broken, like I was stuck in a moment that wouldn't end. I looked at the fuel gauge, just above empty. How long had I been running this fast, this hard? I should have run dry miles ago. But the engine purred like it was running on something deeper, something that didn't need gasoline, something like grief or guilt. And that's when it hit me. The baby bottle. It was empty when I first saw it, glowing white in the headlights, innocent. But now it looked different, full. Even from the rearview mirror, I could see the bulge in the plastic, something dark and thick sloshing inside, catching the glow of my taillights in sickly flashes. I didn't know what it was. Milk gone bad, oil, blood. But I had a feeling, somewhere deep in my gut. I knew what was in that bottle. And I knew it had something to do with why the sawhorse wouldn't stop chasing me. Because here's the truth. I wasn't just driving away from a town. I was driving away from something I didn't want to face, something I didn't want to admit, not to myself, not to anyone. And that sawhorse, it knew. The way it mirrored every move, the way it never got tired, the way it carried that bottle like some twisted offering. It wasn't chasing me. It was following me home. The road began to climb. I hadn't even noticed the incline until my engine shifted gears, grumbling as it pulled me upward into a stretch of hills I'd forgotten were there. The tires hummed, working harder now, gripping the old asphalt as if they too were uncertain of where we were heading. In the rearview mirror, that thing adjusted with ease. Its mechanical legs didn't falter, didn't hesitate. They stretched, contracted, climbed. Like gravity meant nothing to it. It was built for this terrain. Or maybe it was built for me. I passed a sign. Milltown. 15 miles. 15 miles to civilization, to light, to people, to some explanation that didn't involve madness or nightmares. My mind clung to the image. A truck stop buzzing with fluorescence, the warm smell of coffee, some trucker named Hank offering a bad joke and directions back to the real world. I imagined pulling into the parking lot, slamming the brakes, stepping out into the light and watching this wooden nightmare vanish in front of witnesses. I'd turn to them, breathless, laughing in relief, and say, "You saw that, right?" But then another thought hit me. What if they did see it? What if that thing followed me right into the light, bottle still swaying, limbs still ticking? What if it didn't disappear at all, but instead stood there in full view of others, confirming every terrible suspicion I tried to deny? I crested the hill, expecting, praying, to see the glow of Milltown in the valley below. But there was nothing. No lights, no buildings, no road signs, just blackness, stretching into more blackness, trees, asphalt, void, like the town had been erased. or had never been there to begin with. My heart dropped into my gut. That was it. The last thread I'd been holding on to. Gone. No exit. No safe haven. Just more of the same cursed road that looped on forever, dragging me along like a fly caught in a web.
I checked the fuel gauge again. Empty. Completely empty. But the engine kept running, smooth and steady, like it was being fed by something deeper than fuel, something older, like sorrow. The thought came out of nowhere, cold and sharp. What if I wasn't driving anymore? What if I was just a passenger now, along for the ride, while something else sat at the wheel? I flicked the dome light on. My face stared back at me in the rearview mirror. Hollow eyes, stubble, a pale expression I barely recognized. And behind me, just for a moment, I thought I saw nothing. No sawhorse, no limbs, no bottle. Just the empty road. I twisted around in my seat, heart hammering. Still nothing. No movement. No sound. Not even the ticking. Had it vanished? Had I finally outrun it? The relief that washed over me was so intense, I nearly wept. And that's when the radio crackled to life. A woman's voice, garbled, broken by static. Reported missing after failing to return. Vehicle located approximately. Search efforts continue. The words disappeared into static, but I heard enough. And suddenly, I wasn't sure if I was the one being followed or if I was the one already gone. The silence after the radio died was somehow worse than the static. I turned it off with shaking fingers, like that would make it all go away. Like if I could just shut down the noise, the thoughts would stop too. They didn't. Outside, the darkness pressed in tighter than ever. No towns, no road signs, no stars. Just black. The kind of black that feels like it's watching you. The speedometer still read 100 miles an hour, though I couldn't remember the last time I consciously pressed the gas. My hands were on the wheel, sure, but more like a formality than control. The car was moving on its own now, like it had always known the way. And I was just along for the ride. I checked the mirror again. And there it was, back, the sawhorse, the articulated legs, the bottle, no longer empty. It swayed gently side to side, like a pendulum counting down to something I didn't want to face. Tick, tick, tick. I couldn't take it anymore. I eased off the gas, let the car slow, 90, 80, 70. The thing slowed too, kept perfect distance, never gaining, never retreating. Finally, I brought the car to a stop, middle of the road, no other traffic, no sound but the soft mechanical whir from behind. I put the car in park, turned on the hazard lights. The blinking amber cast strange, stuttering shadows inside the car, like reality was glitching, flashing between dimensions. In the mirror, the figure was illuminated, then gone, lit, then like something caught between this world and another. Then I noticed the bottle. It was full now, not with milk, not with anything that belonged in a nursery. The liquid inside was thick, dark, pressing against the plastic like it was alive, like it was waiting to be consumed or offered. I turned on the dome light and saw myself, not just my face, but the truth behind it, eyes sunken, exhausted, haunted, like someone who had been running not for hours, but for years. And behind me, nothing. No figure, no wooden limbs, just empty road. I twisted in my seat, heart pounding. Still nothing. Gone. Like it had never been there at all. But I knew better. I could still feel it. Not on the road. Inside. The ticking. The weight. The cold, invisible pressure of something unresolved. The kind of thing you can't run from. The kind of thing that keeps pace no matter how fast you drive. The kind of guilt that fills bottles and hearts until both feel like they're about to burst. I turned off the dome light, took one last look in the mirror, and saw myself. Just myself. For now. The engine still hummed, steady, smooth, even with the gas gauge buried under empty. I put the car in drive, and I kept going. Headlights carving a path through nothing, chasing a horizon I wasn't sure even existed. And 20 feet behind me, though I couldn't see it anymore, I knew it was still there. Still swaying, still ticking. Because some things, they don't let go. Some roads never end, and some debts, they follow you forever. Story 2. Ever since I was little, my family had one strict rule on my birthday. I was never allowed to look into a mirror, not even for a second. Every year, as midnight approached, my mom would move through the house like clockwork, covering every mirror with white sheets, her face calm, but her hands trembling slightly. No explanations were ever given. My dad stayed quiet. My sister avoided the subject, and I eventually stopped asking. It was just something we did. A weird birthday tradition in a family full of unspoken rules. But everything changed the year I turned 16. That night, my mom forgot one. I woke up around 1 a.m., thirsty, my throat dry from the summer heat. I grabbed my phone and headed to the kitchen for water. I wasn't thinking. I didn't even notice where I was walking. But the second I turned on my phone's flashlight, the beam landed on something reflective. The ornate mirror above the dining room basin, floral wooden spirals curled around its edges. It was my mom's favorite, and this year she hadn't covered it. I didn't mean to look, I truly didn't, but I did. And then I couldn't look away. My reflection wasn't moving. Even when I stepped back in confusion, it stood still, eyes locked on mine. I blinked and it felt closer. My skin crawled, panic flooded my chest. My legs felt heavy. The dining room suddenly felt impossibly quiet, like the house itself was holding its breath. My heart pounded louder than my footsteps. I was frozen. What if it crawled out when I looked away? What if it was waiting for that exact moment? I fumbled for my phone and voice dialed the only person I could think of. "Call sister," I whispered. The phone rang. It felt like an eternity. Finally, her sleepy voice came through. "Hello? Sis, I saw a mirror. I think I'm in trouble," I shouted. There was silence. Then confusion. "What the Sister, please, what do I do?" She went quiet, then asked, slowly, "Did Mom never tell you what to do if you ever looked?"
No, she avoided it. You're my only hope right now. I was begging. Then her tone changed. It turned cold, flat. Alex, you need to look away. What? I can't. Every time I try, it gets closer. Listen to me. Her voice didn't sound like her anymore. The more you stare, the more it learns. Look. Away. But it's moving. Look away, now! Her voice was screaming, animalistic, tearing through the phone. It didn't even sound human anymore. My stomach dropped. I panicked and hung up. My hands were shaking. I couldn't breathe. I was trying not to cry. And then a voice came from the hallway. "Thank God you didn't look away," it said. I spun around. My sister was standing in the doorway holding a small mirror. "Sister?" I asked, terrified. "Why did you stop talking after you said you saw a mirror?" she asked. My mind reeled. I had been talking to her. So who had I just spoken to on the phone? She stepped closer, raised the small mirror toward the large one. The ornate glass cracked violently, shattering into jagged shards. My heart jumped. "How?" I whispered. She caught her breath. "I created a loop of infinite reflection," she said. "The reflection is now trapped inside the feedback. For a while." Then she turned sharply toward me. "Stupid, why did you look at it?" I stammered. I didn't mean to." But she suddenly hugged me, gripping tight. "If I hadn't been warned, it would have taken your place. Don't look into any mirrors today, no matter what." I nodded, trembling. And then, just as I let my guard down, she whispered something I'll never forget. "Or you'll end up like your sister, stuck in the mirror." That sentence still echoes in my mind. Because ever since that night, she's acted completely normal. She never mentioned the mirror again. And even now when I hear her laugh from the next room, or catch her reflection in the corner of my eye, I wonder who is really living with me. Story 3. I've worked at Yellowstone long enough to dismiss campfire tales and tourist exaggerations. But there's something about Old Faithful that refuses to sit still in the mind. At first I clung to the science. Pressurized groundwater, volcanic heat, predictable cycles, all measured and cataloged to the second. It comforted me to think of the geyser as a reliable marvel, a natural wonder on a schedule. But by my 5th year, that comfort had started to rot. The strange things didn't arrive all at once. They bled in slowly, subtle and unsettling. I first noticed the sound. Not the roar of water, that's expected, but something beneath it. A low, melodic tone just before eruption, barely audible, unless you stood too close. It reminded me of an old music box drowning underwater, warped and sluggish like a lullaby meant for something not quite human. I tried to brush it off, maybe a mechanical hum from seismic monitors, or the mind playing tricks under the pressure of anticipation. But then came the dogs. Every time that eerie tune surfaced, they would whimper and try to run. One pulled so hard it broke its leash. Children covered their ears, some crying. A woman collapsed one afternoon, crumpling to the pavement like a puppet cut loose. I helped her up, dazed and pale, and she whispered, no, insisted, that she heard her dead father calling to her from the steam.
He said my name, she sobbed, clear as day. We filed it as heat stroke. Altitude disorientation, nothing abnormal, just park things. But it kept happening. And each time I felt it inching closer. Whatever it was, not the steam itself, but something inside it. Something that listened back. My coworkers didn't talk about it, not seriously, though some avoided certain shifts near the geyser. One guy quit midsummer after claiming he couldn't sleep without hearing that warped tune in his dreams. They found him 2 towns over, barefoot, muttering about voices in the fog. Still nothing official, nothing in the reports. We had protocols for everything. Bison encounters, fire drills, even earthquake tremors. But nothing for this. And maybe that was the worst part. The silence. As if the park knew not to speak of it. I started to dread the intervals between eruptions. I'd stand just beyond the rope line, pretending to assist with crowd control, but really I was listening, waiting, hoping it wouldn't happen again. But sometimes it did. That whistle, soft and cold and so wrong, would slide up from the crater like a hand brushing your spine. Then the steam would rise. Slow at first, then violently. And I'd swear, just for a heartbeat, I could see shapes in the mist. Not faces, not really, just impressions. Shadows where none should be. And the smell, sulfur, yes, but also something like copper and rain-soaked ash. Once, during a quiet moment after dusk, I stood alone at the viewing platform. The next eruption was minutes away. I leaned in, foolish, curious, drawn like a moth. And for a split second, less than that, I thought I heard my own name in the fog, not shouted, not spoken, breathed. I froze, heart pounding. My hand was already on the radio, but I didn't press the button. What would I even say? The geyser whispered to me. I just stood there, blinking into the white swirl, waiting for it to be over. When it was, I checked the logs. No anomaly, nothing unusual, just another eruption. But I knew better. I felt better. That geyser isn't just a vent, it's a throat. And lately it's been humming more often, like it's practicing, learning, remembering. And I can't help but wonder what happens when it finally speaks clearly. It was during one of those late September shifts, shoulder season when the crowd's thin and the wind turns mean, that I learned what it truly meant to be alone in Yellowstone. The air had a bite that night, cold enough to sting through my gloves as I crunched along the gravel trail near Old Faithful, radio clipped to my vest, flashlight beam cutting pale arcs through the settling fog. Midnight perimeter checks were standard that time of year, nothing special, until the ground beneath my boots gave a sudden shiver. I stopped. No warning, no bubbling, no seismic alert. Then, with a sharp, piercing whistle that cracked the silence like a bone, Old Faithful erupted. Not slowly, not in the usual rhythm, it exploded. The plume blasted upward, steam hissing like a wounded animal, flooding the clearing so fast I stumbled back and landed hard. My flashlight skittered into the grass. When I scrambled up, the world had vanished into thick white, dense, unnatural. Every instinct screamed to get out of there, but I stood frozen, straining to hear past the roar, and that's when I caught it. Soft, deliberate and close. Footsteps, wet, bare. Walking through the steam, I called out, forcing steadiness into my voice, telling whoever it was they needed to come back to the trail, that it wasn't safe. The steps stopped, then turned, then ran toward me, fast. No hesitation. My hands fumbled for the flashlight. The beam found nothing but vapor. I raised the radio to my mouth, but before I could press the button, the footsteps halted just inches from my face. No breathing, no movement, just silence, and then barely audible, right next to my ear, a voice whispered, "You're not the one we're waiting for." I couldn't move. I couldn't think. My mouth was open, but no sound came out. The fog lingered a few seconds longer, then thinned, clearing as fast as it had come. There was no one there. No prints, no puddles, just empty gravel, quiet as death. I finally looked down at the radio in my hand, still untouched, and saw the plastic casing warped and bubbled. The batteries inside had melted. I didn't file it in the report. Just checked the usual box, steam pocket, minor surge, the kind of bureaucratic lie that keeps the wheels turning. But I knew what happened. I heard that voice. And though it didn't call my name, it knew I didn't belong. Not yet. Not then. That was the first time something in the fog saw me. And I think in some awful way, it's still watching, waiting for the moment I finally become the one they're expecting. I never meant to find the journal. It was buried in a forgotten corner of the old utility basement beneath the Upper Geyser Basin Lodge, a place most staff didn't even know existed. The storm had knocked out half the grid, and I'd been sent down there to locate a backup generator, navigating past rusted shelves and the scent of mildew thick as moldy cloth. Behind a stack of cot frames and a cracked milk crate that reeked of scorched copper, I saw it. A water-warped black leather book with no title, no markings, just waiting. The first page was stiff but intact, the handwriting rigid, all block letters, pressed deep into the paper like the author had been shaking or angry. The entries stretched from 1991 to 1996, each one stranger than the last. Not logs, not field notes. These were obsessions, the kind of compulsive chronicling that makes you wonder if the writer was trying to convince himself of something or hold it back. The earliest entry mentioned an eruption that came too early, without seismic triggers, without warning. But what chilled me was what followed. Saw something in the plume, not a figure, a ripple, like something was pressed against the inside of the earth. Listening. Another entry from Winter described dogs bolting before the geyser went off, one smashing into a post, a ranger vomiting from the smell of blood in the steam. Then came the vision, April 1994. The writer saw his dead wife standing in the mist, wearing the same coat she was buried in, mouthing something he couldn't forget. He's waking up. The deeper I read, the more the entries shifted from observation to transformation. He wrote of dreams he could no longer remember in English, of thoughts that didn't feel like his own, of something moving beneath the geyser, like a heartbeat in the stone. Pages were crossed out violently, others circled obsessively, and scattered through all of them, scribbled in the margins, burned into the edges, repeated like a chant, was one word:
Sentinel. At first, it meant nothing to me, but by the last entry, the writer, who I would later confirm was a ranger named Ellis, was certain of what he had become. "I think I was chosen," he wrote. "I've stopped dreaming in English. I need to go under." That final sentence was the only one that felt written in someone else's hand. Looser, almost childlike. I stared at the page for a long time, feeling like something behind the words was breathing, like the pages weren't just paper, but skin. The journal had no ending, no farewell, just silence. After August of 1996, I closed the book slowly, hands damp, heart racing. There was no question in my mind. Ellis had seen what I was beginning to see, heard what I had heard. And if the journal was right, if there really was something beneath Old Faithful listening through steam and memory and blood-scented fog, then maybe Ellis wasn't just documenting, maybe he was being prepared, conditioned, hollowed out so something else could wear him like a voice. That night, I dreamed in a language I didn't recognize, not words, just rhythm. Pulses like breathing, like waiting. And when I woke up, the geyser went off 26 minutes early. No warning, no trigger, just that deep whistle and the faint sound of pages turning in my head. I found the cabin just before dusk, nestled deep beyond the Fire Loop Ridge outpost, past the last trail marker where even the wind seemed hesitant to follow. Wasn't on any current map, barely even a rumor among the older staff. But something in me, some whisper I'd been carrying since that night in the steam, had pulled me here. No lights, no path, just a slanted A-frame hidden behind a curtain of pine, its roof sagging with time, the air around it stale and heavy, like the woods were holding their breath. The door was already ajar. Inside, the place was a crypt of old survey maps, crumbling park brochures, Polaroids of Old Faithful taken from impossible angles, one from ground level, another from what looked like inside the plume. And then I saw him, or what was left of him. Ranger Ellis. Gaunt, skin like parchment, beard cascading down his chest like roots from a dying tree. He didn't startle, just looked at me with sunken, unblinking eyes and said, "You opened the journal, didn't you?" I nodded, throat too dry to answer. He motioned for me to sit, and for a long moment we just listened. To the creak of the trees, to the distant hum beneath the ground. A pulse barely audible, but constant. Then he spoke again, his voice brittle but precise. "Old Faithful isn't just geothermal," he said. "It's biological. It has a pulse. And when it calls for a sentinel, someone always answers." He reached under the bench and handed me something wrapped in plastic. A thermal imaging sheet, faded and crackling with age. The image showed the geyser cone, but beneath it, far deeper than any known vent, was a shape, a rounded mass, layered, moving. Not with heat, but intent, like something shifting in its sleep. "They think it's magma," Ellis whispered. "But magma doesn't turn over like that. It doesn't breathe." I tried to ask what it was, but he shook his head slowly. "It doesn't matter what you call it. What matters is that we're not above it. We're inside it. The basin's just a lung. The vent is a throat." His eyes welled for a moment, then cleared.
And the pressure isn't just thermal, it's psychic, emotional. It builds until it needs release. And if it can't find that release through steam, it finds another way. I stared at the thermal scan, heart pounding. The shape beneath Old Faithful was vast, ribbed, almost skeletal, like a cathedral of bone stirring under centuries of rock and story. Ellis looked past me, his voice dropping to a whisper. The last eruption won't be water. He didn't elaborate. He just asked me to leave. Begged me, really. Said if I stayed any longer, it would hear me too clearly. I stepped out into the woods, but before the door shut behind me, I heard his final words. Spoken not with fear, but something colder. Tell them not to dig. And then the cabin went quiet. So did the trees. And under my feet I felt the earth throb once, like something had turned its head beneath me, listening. The invitation came without warning. Just a folded note slipped beneath my truck's windshield. No envelope, no name. Only a black emblem I didn't recognize, 3 concentric rings split by a single vertical line, and 5 words printed in a steady hand. Maintenance briefing below, 4:00 p.m. alone. I thought it was a prank until I saw Jim Collins waiting by the restricted elevator near the North Rim compound. Silent, unsmiling, holding the door open, with a key card I'd never seen before. We descended in silence, deeper than I'd thought possible, beyond any known maintenance level, until the doors slid open onto a narrow concrete hallway, humming with sterile light and cold air that smelled like clay and bleach. Jim said nothing, just led me into a room that didn't look like it belonged in a national park. Long table, mirrored walls, 7 people already seated, each wearing gray park ranger uniforms, stripped of names, ranks, or emotion. One woman, older than the others, with silver hair pulled back so tightly it looked painful, finally spoke. "Mr. Price," she said without warmth, "you've been identified as a viable candidate for Sentinel replacement designation. Congratulations." I opened my mouth, but she raised her hand, silencing the question before it formed. "You've seen it, heard it, been touched by it. That qualifies you." She turned a thick folder toward me and opened it, revealing not personnel files or geological surveys, but layered topographic maps, each representing different points in time, going back over 12,000 years. On every single one, the same mark appeared at the basin's center, not labeled Old Faithful, labeled the throat. She explained, her voice as even as the hum of the lights above us, that the thing beneath Yellowstone wasn't a dormant volcano, wasn't magma, wasn't anything we were meant to classify. "It is not a creature," she said. "Not in the sense of biology. It has no single form. It has no gender, no bones, no mind that mirrors ours. It is older than understanding, and it sleeps beneath this land, not by accident, but by design." She gestured toward the maps. "What we call eruptions are not random. They are ventings. Pressure releases, each one a controlled exhale of something immense." I felt my throat tighten as she continued. "When the pressure grows too high, it seeks other release through hallucination, through language, through bodies. The geyser is not geological. It is anatomical. You are not guarding a park. You are guarding a mouth." The others remained silent, their eyes fixed on me, like they were watching something bloom in slow motion, something inevitable.
I asked what the role of a sentinel truly meant. She didn't hesitate. To listen, to appease, and when the time comes, to give. She closed the folder and slid a small object toward me across the table. A tape recorder, old, scratched, labeled in marker, Sentinel Log Number 6, Ellis. You already know what's waiting beneath the basin, she said softly. Now you must understand what it needs. I sat there, unable to breathe, feeling the pulse beneath my feet, slow, steady, patient, like the earth itself was holding its breath, waiting for me to decide if I would speak or if I would scream. The invitation came without warning, just a folded note slipped beneath my truck's windshield. No envelope, no name, only a black emblem I didn't recognize. 3 concentric rings split by a single vertical line, and 5 words printed in a steady hand. Maintenance briefing.
Below 4 p.m. Alone. I thought it was a prank until I saw Jim Collins waiting by the restricted elevator near the North Rim compound. Silent. Unsmiling. Holding the door open with a keycard I'd never seen before. We descended in silence, deeper than I'd thought possible, beyond any known maintenance level, until the doors slid open onto a narrow concrete hallway, humming with sterile light and cold air that smelled like clay and bleach. Jim said nothing, just led me into a room that didn't look like it belonged in a national park. Long table, mirrored walls, 7 people already seated, each wearing gray park ranger uniforms, stripped of names, ranks, or emotion. One woman, older than the others with silver hair pulled back so tightly it looked painful, finally spoke. "Mr. Price," she said without warmth, "you've been identified as a viable candidate for Sentinel replacement designation. Congratulations." I opened my mouth, but she raised her hand, silencing the question before it formed. "You've seen it, heard it, been touched by it. That qualifies you." She turned a thick folder toward me and opened it, revealing not personnel files or geological surveys, but layered topographic maps, each representing different points in time going back over 12,000 years. On every single one, the same mark appeared at the basin's center, not labeled Old Faithful, labeled the throat. She explained, her voice as even as the hum of the lights above us, that the thing beneath Yellowstone wasn't a dormant volcano, wasn't magma, wasn't anything we were meant to classify. "It is not a creature," she said. "Not in the sense of biology. It has no single form, it has no gender, no bones, no mind that mirrors ours. It is older than understanding, and it sleeps beneath this land, not by accident, but by design." She gestured toward the maps. "What we call eruptions are not random. They are ventings, pressure releases, each one a controlled exhale of something immense." I felt my throat tighten as she continued. "When the pressure grows too high, it seeks other release through hallucination, through language, through bodies. The geyser is not geological. It is anatomical. You are not guarding a park. You are guarding a mouth." The others remained silent, their eyes fixed on me, like they were watching something bloom in slow motion, something inevitable. I asked what the role of a sentinel truly meant. She didn't hesitate. To listen, to appease, and when the time comes, to give.
She closed the folder and slid a small object toward me across the table. A tape recorder, old, scratched, labeled in marker. Sentinel log number 6, Ellis. You already know what's waiting beneath the basin, she said softly. Now you must understand what it needs. I sat there, unable to breathe, feeling the pulse beneath my feet. Slow, steady, patient. Like the earth itself was holding its breath, waiting for me to decide if I would speak or if I would scream. The morning after the briefing, I woke with a weight in my chest that hadn't been there the night before. A silence inside me that felt like it belonged to something else. I drove to the station like always, half hoping it had all been some strange, feverish hallucination. But the first sign that it wasn't came when my keycard refused to scan. The digital reader blinked red, chirped once, and rejected it like I was a stranger. I tried again. Same result. At the front desk, I gave my name, expecting confusion, maybe an apology. Instead, the admin staffer squinted, typed slowly, then frowned. I'm sorry, what was your name again? I told her. She paused, then turned the monitor toward me. My name wasn't there. No profile, no ID, no records at all. I laughed at first, nervous, reaching into my wallet to show her my license, proof that I was real, that I existed. She took it, examined the photo, and hesitated. This doesn't look like you, she said, tilting the card back toward the light. And in that moment, I understood why her voice faltered. The photo was mine, yes, but the eyes were wrong. They weren't captured, they were alive, watching, curious in a way that made my skin crawl. I ran to the personnel office. Same story. The Ranger roster had no entry for me. Even my locker had been reassigned. My cabin? Locked, the windows curtained, and someone else's boots by the door. I called Jim. No answer. I texted. Nothing. I drove to the emergency tower and used the internal channel. No response, just static. But 20 minutes later, I returned to my truck and found a single scrap of paper under the wiper blade, torn at the edges like it had been ripped from a larger message. 3 words printed in that same steady black ink. The throat remembers. That night I avoided mirrors. I didn't want to see what might be looking back. But I slipped up in the bathroom at a gas station just outside of Mammoth. Just a glance into the warped glass above the sink. And I saw them again. My eyes. Still mine, but somehow not. Too wide. Too aware. Like they were studying the world for the first time. Not from inside my head, but from somewhere deeper. And worse still, they blinked late. Just a half second behind my real ones. I shut the lights off and left without washing my hands. Every reflection since then has been the same. Wrong, echoed, delayed. And last night when I lifted my coffee mug, I saw the word etched into the ceramic under the base, so faint I nearly missed it, but it was there, unmistakable, as if it had always been there. Throat. This morning it was scratched into the condensation on the mirror in the public restroom at the trailhead, visible only in the fog, like a warning whispered through breath. No one else could see it. I asked. They looked at me like I was unwell, and maybe I am. But I know what's happening.
I'm not being watched. I'm being rewritten. The throat remembers, yes, but it doesn't just remember facts. It remembers people, shapes, voices, and now it's remembering me. Not as I was, but as it needs me to be. It happened at 2:09 a.m., same time as always, but this time the air didn't carry the familiar hiss of pressure building from the basin. It carried silence, weighted and expectant, like the park itself was holding its breath. I stood alone by the lower trail, close enough to see the shimmer of moonlight, caught in the sulfur mist, when Old Faithful erupted. Not in steam, not in boiling water, but in something thicker, darker. A red vapor burst skyward, swirling in the night like blood diluted with breath, staining the air with a metallic sheen that clung to my skin and filled my nose with the scent of old pennies and burned meat. And then I saw it. For just a second, caught in the pulse of crimson fog. Something curved, ribbed, enormous. A rib cage. Hollow but breathing. It moved like lungs expanding. Like a creature drawing in air through a mouth we'd mistaken for a wonder of nature. I staggered back, blinking against the heat and the blur, and as the mist thinned, I realized I wasn't alone. In the tree line just beyond the light stood a group of figures, silent, still watching. No flashlights, no movement, just shadows in red hoodies, their faces hidden, yet every shape unmistakably familiar. The boy, the one who had once asked, "Are you the new sentinel?" was now multiplied, duplicated like a pattern repeating in the dark. I should have called for help, should have run, but I didn't. I couldn't. Something rooted me there, a strange calm blooming beneath my panic, like a part of me was waiting for this moment all along. The ground trembled again, softer this time, like a sigh, and then the word started following me. Throat. I saw it etched into the seam of my ranger hat, like it had always been there. The next morning it appeared on the underside of my coffee mug, faint but deliberate, each letter carved as if by fingernail or needle. In the shower, when the mirror fogged over, it wrote itself again. No hand, no pressure, just condensation curving into letters that faded when I blinked, but not before I read it. I started checking every reflection after that. Side windows, puddles, the backs of spoons, because the word kept appearing, not always written, sometimes just suggested, like a mouth forming in vapor, lips shaping the syllables silently. And the worst part wasn't seeing it. The worst part was when I didn't. When I'd stare and wait for it to return. And nothing came. That's when the unease bloomed fully. When I realized it wasn't showing itself to me anymore. It was showing itself through me. The word wasn't a message, it was an imprint. And it was spreading. I began to feel it in my own breath, like steam curling from a place deeper than lungs, like I wasn't just hearing the pulse. I was sinking to it, matching it, echoing it. And somewhere behind my own thoughts, I felt something shifting, watching, growing curious, learning the shape of me from the inside out. It was the 7th day without sleep. when I returned to the lower basin trail, pulled by something deeper than instinct, more urgent than curiosity, a gravity that pressed from the inside out. The tourists had thinned, dusk was settling like ash across the landscape, and Old Faithful hadn't erupted in over an hour, yet the air vibrated with anticipation, as if the earth itself was bracing for a scream. That's when I saw him, just beyond the rope line, standing alone in the fading light. Same height, same build, same cautious posture, but the moment he turned, I knew. It was me, older, weathered, hollowed out in ways that had nothing to do with time. His skin had the pale sheen of wax, his hoodie hung loose over sharp joints, and his eyes didn't reflect the world. They absorbed it. He stepped closer, expressionless, and reached out with a hand that trembled like it remembered being flesh. When his fingers brushed my shoulder, his voice, my voice whispered, "You are ready now." I wanted to run, but my legs locked, knees buckling, as the ground beneath me began to breathe. Slow, deep exhales through hot, shifting stone. Then came the whistle. Not sharp, not mechanical, but organic, rising from the basin like 1,000 flutes screaming in unison, the call of something ancient clearing its throat. The geyser didn't erupt. It opened. The ground beneath me gave way without resistance, and I was pulled down, not falling but drawn, through a tunnel that wasn't carved but grown. Its walls pulsed around me, slick and warm, like sliding down the inside of a throat. I couldn't scream. I couldn't speak. The air was thick with copper and breath. I landed hard on a platform of soft, spongy tissue that glowed faintly from within. Before me, half crumpled against the wall like a discarded offering, was Ellis, or what remained of him. His bones slumped inside his uniform, jaw frozen mid-whisper, one eye socket filled with crystallized ash. In his lap sat another journal, bound in something that felt too warm to be leather. I opened it with shaking hands. The pages were titled, labeled with precision, Sentinel 7, Price. The entries were organized not by memory but by process. Duties begin September 23rd, voice contamination complete, October 4th, integration October 7, collapse event October 12th. Projected casualties 37,000 plus. The rest of the journal descended into chaos. Symbols I didn't understand, faces that warped as I stared, languages that seemed to echo inside my skull instead of on the page. And near the end, one phrase repeated again and again, handwritten in jagged strokes carved into the margins like a scream trapped in ink. The throat remembers. The mouth learns. The eye will awaken. I dropped the journal, heart hammering, breath shallow, and that's when I heard it. Footsteps not behind me, but from within the wall. The membrane to my left bulged, flexed, and tore slightly as something pressed against it. A hand broke through first. Thin, gray, semi-translucent, bones too long, tendons twitching like wires. Then a face followed. My face. Or something trying to wear it. Its mouth opened in a silent wail, its steaming skin sloughing off in strips, its eyes gone. And in my own voice, it whispered, "You were always the dream, not the dreamer." I turned and ran, the tunnel stretching unnaturally beneath my feet, bending in ways space shouldn't. My radio screeched static, and then hissed a warning that didn't come from any human system. Collapse imminent. I didn't look back. I didn't have to. I knew what was chasing me wasn't trying to catch me. It was trying to replace me. I don't remember how I escaped that place, if you can call it escape, or how I crawled my way back through vents that pulsed like veins or corridors that flexed like muscle. Only that I woke up on the shoulder of an empty road, just outside Gardner, Montana. The asphalt cold beneath me, my body shivering though the air was still. There was no ranger truck, no gear, nothing but the note tucked neatly beside me, held down by a rusted shovel that looked centuries old. 5 words, printed in the same familiar black ink that had followed me through every step of this descent. You're the story now. Speak. I sat there for a long time, numb and hollow, until I looked down at my hands and noticed they were trembling, not from cold, but from something deeper, like my bones remembered the pulse of that place, like they missed it. I made my way back to the park, but nothing was the same. My uniform didn't fit. My badge no longer scanned. The people I'd worked with for years looked through me like I was a ghost, a trick of light they were too polite to acknowledge. One even flinched when I said his name. My reflection followed suit. Mirrors no longer showed a stable image, just a shimmer, a blur, a version of myself that flickered a half beat out of sync, as if it was waiting for me to catch up. But the worst came when I tried to speak. At first it was normal. Then slowly the words began to echo inside my own head. I'd say a sentence, and a breath later, I'd hear it whispered back. Not as an echo, but as an answer. And when I stopped talking altogether, the silence didn't return. The whisper kept going. It told stories I hadn't lived yet, memories I hadn't made. It knew me better than I did, because it had written me. That's when I understood the truth. The final horror Ellis couldn't put into words. We weren't guarding anything. We weren't protecting the world from what lay beneath Yellowstone. We were feeding it, shaping it, giving it names, roles, patterns, identities it could wear. Every journal, every whispered warning, every scream into the void. It wasn't resisting the thing. It was sculpting it. Because this thing, this being they called the throat, it didn't grow like a creature. It grew like a story. Every sentence gave it flesh. Every fear gave it form. And now that I've spoken it, now that I've thought it into being, it wears me like a coat. The more I narrate, the stronger it becomes. The more I describe, the more it remembers what it was meant to be. I see it now. In the vapor rising from the basin, in the way shadows twitch near the fence line when no one's there, in the shape the steam curls into when the wind goes still. And when I dream, if I sleep at all, I feel it rising through me, looking for new mouths. I am not a ranger anymore. I am not a man with memories. I am a vent, I am the exhale. And if I stop telling the story, if I stop feeding the shape, I don't think it will disappear. I think it will take the silence as permission and speak on its own.
It started with the pulse, but not from Yellowstone this time. It came from somewhere else. A deep, slow throb beneath the earth that hummed not through soil, but through memory, through thought. And I felt it from over 1,000 miles away, like a second heartbeat pressing just behind my own. I checked the USGS logs out of instinct, half hoping it was my imagination, but there it was. A microquake registered beneath the Shenandoah Valley. A dormant geothermal field that hadn't stirred in 12,000 years till now. And then at exactly 3:00 a.m., my phone rang. No number, no ID, just my own voice on the other end, older, deeper, frayed at the edges. "The mouth is open," it said. "The sentinels have failed." Then silence. I didn't sleep after that. I barely breathed. The next day I returned to Old Faithful out of compulsion, as if it might offer me some kind of answer, some denial that the thing I feared had already spread. But it didn't erupt. Not once. It just hissed, exhaled softly through the vent, like it had finished its part, like it was resting. And that's when I saw them. Faces. Dozens of them, forming and fading in the mist. Each one wearing my face, each one whispering with my voice. Their mouths curling into my smile, like it had always belonged to something else. And I knew then that it was no longer contained, not by boundaries, not by earth, not by us. The thing beneath Yellowstone had been dreaming for so long that it learned how to wake through us, through the stories we told to try to explain it, through the journals and warnings and desperate retellings that only gave it more shape, more breath, more presence. It didn't erupt to destroy. It exhaled to infect, to stretch across minds and borders, to echo through mouths that hadn't yet spoken its name but soon would. Because once you hear the pulse, once you feel the breath press from beneath your ribs, you're part of it, whether you want to be or not. It no longer needs Old Faithful. That was only the beginning. The next eruption won't come from beneath Yellowstone. It won't rise from a vent or spew from a geyser. It'll come from me. And if you've heard this, if you've listened this far, maybe, just maybe, it'll come from you too. Story 4. Ever since I was a kid, I dreamed in Technicolor. Stage lights, camera flashes, red carpets. I saw it all when I closed my eyes at night in the quiet fields of Kansas. To me, Hollywood wasn't just a place, it was magic. My very own Emerald City. And now at 26, I find myself packing up that dream like it was an old costume I've finally outgrown. Not because it was too hard, not because I wasn't good enough. Quite the opposite, actually. I had something people noticed. I was getting callbacks, decent roles, even a couple of leads in indie films that made the rounds at festivals. I should have been grateful. I was climbing. But everything shifted, everything died because of one job. Just one. It was during the winter, when work slows and the days end before you know they've begun. That particular season, the sun never seemed to last past 4 p.m, and the gloom of that lightless sky started to sink into my bones. Still, I had a good agent.
Someone who kept the embers warm with whatever came through. One role that kept circulating was something laughably simple on paper: grocery store customer. Just a background actor, you'd think. Walk the aisles, maybe pick up a tomato, smile vaguely, but the job paid unusually well. And there were whispers about who it was for, rumors about a world-famous client, someone you'd know even if you'd lived under a rock your entire life. I didn't pay it much mind until I got rejected for the gig. Then again. 3 times. That's when it started eating at me. What did those other actors have that I didn't? I was pretty, trained, polished, experienced. My agent gave me the usual shrug, said they just wanted a bit more on my resume. It didn't make sense, but I let it go. Until one cold January morning, the call came in. They want you. I hated how excited I was, like I'd cracked some secret code. The shoot was at a Ralph's, pitch dark at 7:30 a.m. Nothing glamorous. A white tent flapped at the edge of the parking lot, manned by walkie-talking staff with too much caffeine in their systems. I grabbed a cup from the crafty table and found myself beside a guy who looked too familiar to ignore. He was polite, sheepish even, and when I asked if he'd been in a movie, I remembered. He had. Dimitri, someone whose face had graced giant screens. What the hell was he doing here? When I asked what we were really doing, his face tightened, like he regretted everything. "We're here for Bob," he muttered. Not their real name, obviously. Just a placeholder for a household name, an icon, someone beloved and untouchable. Bob had become too famous, he said. So famous that reality itself rejected them. They couldn't go anywhere without the world cracking at the seams. So they built this fantasy, paid actors to simulate normal life. Grocery store trips, casual run-ins, conversations with strangers who were paid not to recognize them. At first, I laughed internally. It felt pathetic. Then they told us the rules. Never acknowledge who Bob is, never break character, and above all, never make eye contact. We repeated that last one like a mantra. Absolutely, positively, no eye contact. It felt more like a cult than a production. I wasn't prepared for how real it would feel, how natural the simulation was. And then Bob appeared. Nothing about them shimmered like on TV, no filters, no edits. Just a tired face, older than I'd imagined, but still unmistakably them. And when they approached me near the avocados, I felt my body tense in a way I couldn't explain. We spoke casually, as if we didn't know each other, and for a brief second, I think we locked eyes. I couldn't be sure. But someone saw. I knew they did. That should have been my first and final warning. But the money was good, too good. And when Bob reached out after, texted me personally, I didn't run, I leaned in, and that was the beginning of the end. The cold in Los Angeles that winter didn't feel right, like something had crept in from someplace else, an unnatural stillness in the sky where the sun should have been, leaving every day dimmer, shorter, heavier. Work in the industry always dried up in the winter, but this season felt particularly hollow, like the world had put itself on mute. I kept close to my phone, hoping for a spark, a roll, a reason not to doubt myself. Until one morning it rang with a strange offer I had already been rejected for 3 times. Grocery store customer, that's what it said. Background role, no lines, just existing, and yet it paid better than most speaking parts I'd fought for, and it came with whispers attached. Rumors about a benefactor so powerful, so globally recognized, that they needed to hire entire casts of people just to breathe near them in peace. It sounded absurd, but the money was real. I had never been more bitterly curious. The rejections had felt personal, especially with the vague excuse of not enough experience, like there was a hidden criteria I hadn't cracked. But this time they said yes. My call time was 7:30 a.m. The sun hadn't risen. The Ralph's was dark, sterile, and already humming with activity. A white tent flapped near the entrance, surrounded by crew members whispering into walkies, sipping burnt coffee, eyes already dulled by repetition. I hovered near the craft table when a familiar face joined me, a guy I knew from a film that had made waves, Dimitri, the kind of actor who didn't belong in the shadows of a fake grocery store. His presence made the whole thing feel even more off. When I asked him what this job actually was, he hesitated, then finally muttered like a man confessing to a crime. We were part of a controlled fantasy, an artificial environment built to soothe the fractured soul of one of the most famous people alive. He wouldn't say the name, but I already knew it. Everyone did. Let's just call them Bob. According to Dimitri, Bob couldn't go anywhere without chaos. Fame had ruined their ability to be perceived normally, so they manufactured the illusion of normalcy. Hired actors, full crews, real money, real groceries, all to simulate what it felt like to walk through a store unnoticed. But it wasn't just pretending. You had to believe it, live it. That's what the job was. That's why they were so selective. Frank, the assistant director, corralled us into folding chairs and began his welcome speech, like a priest about to deliver a sermon. 3 rules, he said. 1, act like a shopper. 2, if Bob engages, respond like they're a stranger. 3, this one we said together like some sacred oath. Absolutely, positively no eye contact. The way everyone around me repeated it, like they'd said it 100 times, made my stomach turn. This wasn't a film set. It was something else. We were handed real cash, $200 in 20s, to buy our groceries. When I walked through those fluorescent-lit aisles, I tried to ground myself, running a shopping list I had made the night before, like lines from a script. But there was an eerie harmony in how everyone else behaved. Casual gestures, accidental stumbles, stolen snacks, perfect little human mistakes that felt too flawless to be real. This wasn't a group of background extras, it was an ensemble keeping an entire illusion afloat. Then the air shifted. Bob entered. It was like feeling a storm front roll in, subtle at first, then undeniable. I couldn't help but watch. They looked older than I expected, more fragile. None of the gloss or charm I'd seen in interviews or magazine spreads. Just a person, vulnerable in their body, haunted by something none of us could see. I caught myself staring and quickly turned away, pretending to study an avocado with monk-like concentration. That's when they spoke. Any keepers? Bob's voice was softer than I imagined, almost playful. I responded as instructed, polite, casual, guarded. But even as I smiled,
Something in me shivered. Their presence felt like a ripple through reality, a bend in the atmosphere, and when I handed them the best avocado I had found, I couldn't shake the sense that I was part of something I didn't understand. I tried to laugh it off. Made my exit, finished my shopping, got paid, went home. But that feeling didn't leave me. Later, when I turned on the TV and saw Bob in a rerun interview, laughing and dazzling and effortlessly beloved, I realized something had changed. The screen no longer enchanted me. It felt like a wall, and on the other side of it, Bob was watching, always watching. I thought I could let it go, chalk it up to a weird gig. But something tells me I crossed a line the moment I looked them in the eye, even for a second. Something tells me I've been seen.
We were corralled into a narrow hallway behind the frozen goods section, fluorescent light buzzing low above us, and Frank, the assistant director, stood like a weary preacher before his congregation, white button-up stretched tight over his belly, coffee-stained teeth chewing through every word like it was policy. 3 rules, he barked, holding up 3 nicotine-stained fingers as if they carried the weight of ancient law. Rule 1, your motivation is simple. You are a shopper. You're not acting like one, you are one. Shop like your fridge is empty and your dinner plans are real. Rule 2, if Bob speaks to you, you do not act like you know them. You don't swoon, you don't smile knowingly, you treat them like a stranger. Rule 3, everybody say it with me. And the whole room joined in like it was scripture. Absolutely, positively, no eye contact. I said it too, though my voice faltered at the edges. There was a weird synchronicity to it, a rehearsed solemnity, like we were actors in a cult rather than a cast on a job. We were handed crisp 20s, $200 each, not as payment but as prop money to use during our scene, except it wasn't really a scene. There were no cameras I could see, just long aisles, clean carts, and the faint smell of bleach and refrigerated produce. I pushed my cart like I'd done 100 times in real life, letting muscle memory guide me through the routine. I picked up cans and read the labels. I weighed fruits in my hand and looked for imaginary ripeness. I reached for a box of cereal I didn't eat just to feel the weight of it. Around me, the other actors were impeccable. So natural, it began to blur the edges of the illusion. A man fumbled a jar, caught it midair, chuckled to himself. A woman scolded her fake toddler for begging candy. It all felt real, too real. Like we were ghosts haunting a life none of us owned anymore. And then it happened. A shift in the air, like static pulling at the fine hairs on my arms. The automatic doors slid open. Bob entered. They weren't accompanied by fanfare or entourage, just a cart and a sense of gravity that bent the room around them. I saw them only briefly before turning my gaze to the cheese display, but that glimpse was enough. They looked older than the image I carried from magazine covers and talk shows. Not old, just weathered, human in a way that made the illusion crack at its core. I tried to steer clear, ducked into frozen goods, took my time with a bag of peas, but somehow I ended up near the avocados, and just as I reached for one, I heard a voice. Smooth, almost casual, but threaded with the kind of charisma that made your spine straighten. Any keepers? I froze, and when I turned, Bob was right there, inches from me, smiling. I I remembered the rules, especially Rule 2, and gave a light laugh. A few decent ones, yeah? I answered like we were strangers, my eyes fixed firmly on the avocados, my body screaming at me not to meet their gaze. Well, leave a couple for the rest of us, eh? They said with that familiar tone, the one I'd heard 100 times through screens and speakers. It didn't feel charming now. It felt rehearsed, disjointed, like hearing your childhood toy talk, without batteries. Here, I muttered, placing 2 in their basket. My fingers brushed theirs, and I felt a jolt. Not electric, not physical, but something deeper, as though I'd been seen in a way I wasn't ready for. Thanks, dear. Say, you new to the neighborhood? Don't think I've seen you around. I laughed, hollow. Just moved in around the bend. Still figuring out where everything is. I kept it short, deliberately vague. My peripheral vision catching movement at the register. One of the staff whispering harshly into a walkie. I gave a half wave and pushed my cart away before anything more could be said. I couldn't be sure if we made eye contact. I told myself we didn't. That it was just a trick of angles, a sliver of shadow between us. But deep down, something told me I'd already broken the rule. The rest of the shift passed in a blur. I picked up a few last items, pretended to check out, and walked to the lot where Frank waited with a new envelope, this one fatter. See you Monday, week after next? He chirped like everything was normal, like this was just a job. I nodded. I don't remember the drive home, but I remember the silence in my apartment. I sat on the floor with the groceries I'd never actually bought, running the scene over and over in my head, unable to tell if I'd played my part or slipped out of the script. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw Bob's face. Those eyes that may or may not have met mine, the smile that seemed to split the air between performance and predator. I didn't know it yet, but that brief encounter was the beginning of something I wouldn't be able to step away from, something that had already started unfolding quietly beneath the surface, something watching. The second time I showed up at Ralph's, something was already wrong, though I didn't notice it at first. The same tent, the same stale coffee, the same early morning blur of tired extras clinging to their scripts of ordinary life. But something in the arrangement was off. It took me a while to realize. The bald man, the one who'd sat 2 rows in front of me during orientation, wasn't there. He had been one of the other new faces, and focused, taking notes like this job meant everything to him. I hadn't even learned his name, but now his absence pressed in like a draft from a door I hadn't seen open. I leaned over to Dimitri, who seemed less guarded now, almost resigned. When I asked about the bald man, Dimitri hesitated, then shrugged. Not casually, but with that quiet kind of caution that made my skin go cold. He probably looked, he muttered. Just those 3 words, like they explained everything. As if making eye contact with Bob was enough to erase you. I wanted to laugh it off, to roll my eyes and call it actor paranoia, but the unease clung to me, sticky and undeniable. The shoot that day never even started. We waited, wandering the aisles with our carts, like ghosts rehearsing routines we'd already forgotten. 2 hours passed before Frank's voice crackled through the intercom, flat and businesslike. Everyone go home. Bob took an impromptu trip with a friend. Won't be coming in today. And just like that, the illusion shattered. Everyone abandoned their carts mid-aisle, and for the first time, I saw the performers drop the act. Silent smiles vanished, body language reset, the careful choreography dissolved. We were no longer shoppers. We were witnesses to something we weren't meant to question. That night, still buzzed with tension I couldn't name, I cracked a beer and collapsed on my couch, trying to decompress. That's when my phone lit up. Unknown number, 3 messages. The first one sent a tremor through me. "Hey, it's Bob. What are you doing today?" Then, "I thought maybe we could go out for dinner." And finally, sorry if this is too forward, I just feel like we had a special connection last night. My mouth went dry. I stared at the messages, waiting for logic to catch up. How did they get my number? The call sheet, maybe. But would Bob even have access to that? Or had someone given it to them? Part of me wanted to scream. Another part, one I didn't want to admit existed, felt flattered, curious, drawn in, the way you might reach for a hot stove just to see how much it'll hurt. I responded. I said yes. The restaurant was called Takwetsu. Tucked away behind tinted windows downtown, and when I arrived, the staff treated me like I was royalty. They ushered me through the kitchen, past rows of young chefs slicing with mechanical precision, their eyes never meeting mine. I was guided into a private room where Bob sat cross-legged on a cushion beside a low, lacquered table. They smiled when they saw me, that signature warmth radiating like stage light. But here, in the hush of the room, it felt different, intimate, electric. "Molly," they said, like they'd been waiting for me their whole life. "So wonderful to see you." The meal was perfect, too perfect. Every dish, a delicate mystery. Every moment choreographed to feel spontaneous. I tried to play it cool, but I was still starstruck. Unsure how to be myself around someone who had lived in my head since I was a teenager. But Bob made it easy. Their attention was intoxicating. When they spoke, I felt like the only person in the world. They listened like they cared, remembered every detail I shared, laughed at all the right moments. They told me they had a big ceremony coming up. Something exclusive, invite only, full of people I'd only ever read about. And they wanted me to come. I didn't even ask what it was. I just said yes. After that, we started seeing each other more often. Lunches, movies, even late night rehearsals where Bob helped me run lines for auditions I didn't really expect to book. It felt surreal, like I'd been pulled into a separate reality, one where I wasn't just an actress chasing scraps, but someone chosen. Bob treated me like I mattered, like I had been singled out from the crowd. And maybe I had. But underneath it all, there was a current of something else, something I couldn't name, a slowness in Bob's blink, a stillness behind their smile. I told myself it was just the weight of fame, the scars of being observed for too long, but deep down I knew. The rules hadn't vanished. I had just been allowed to forget them. It was a quiet, overcast afternoon when Bob suggested we visit the zoo. One of those gray LA days where everything feels like it's been dipped in gauze, muted and slow. The sky was low and biggies, and the air carried a faint electric charge like the world was waiting for something to crack. We strolled past enclosures and concession carts, sipping overpriced lemonade,
and for a moment things felt almost normal. But as we stood near the lion exhibit watching two boys hover by the railing, I heard something that stopped me cold. One of the boys slapped the other's arm, not hard, just enough to jolt him out of whatever daydream he was in, and then he whispered, soft, urgent, but clear enough that I felt it in my spine. "Stop," Frank said, "don't look." My chest tightened. Frank. The name dropped like a stone into a still pond, sending ripples through the delicate illusion I'd been clinging to. I turned slowly, pretending to stretch, scanning the faces in the crowd, the parents, the couples, the loners pretending not to be alone. But something was off. Their movements felt rehearsed, their laughter too well-timed. Eyes flitting past me just a second too quickly. I didn't recognize any of them, and yet they all felt familiar, like I'd seen them before, just slightly rearranged. The world tilted then, just a little, just enough to make me feel unsteady in my shoes. That night, Bob told me they wanted to take me somewhere special. A ceremony, they called it. Said it was important. Said I'd need a new dress. They offered to buy it for me, which should have felt romantic, thoughtful even, but there was something in the way they said it that made me feel like a child, being dressed for a performance I hadn't agreed to join. I asked what kind of event it was, who would be there, but Bob only smiled and said, "You'll see, it's beautiful." The limo arrived the next morning, just after 11:30, sleek and black. Windows tinted so dark they reflected the sky like oil. Bob was already inside, sitting with that casual elegance that made everything they did seem effortless, as if gravity bent a little differently around them. We drove for what felt like hours, the city fading behind us, until nothing remained but narrow roads wrapped in thick pine, the kind of forest that swallows light and sound. I kept glancing out the window, trying to trace landmarks, to tether myself to something familiar. But there was nothing. Just trees, winding asphalt, and silence. Eventually, we pulled into a clearing lined with other limos, their engines idling softly, chauffeurs standing like statues beside them. A long red carpet stretched into the woods, laid out over dirt and root, like some grotesque parody of a Hollywood premiere. Lanterns hung from the trees above, flickering gold and casting slow, hypnotic shadows that danced across the faces of the guests as they milled about beyond the tree line. Bob stepped out first, held out their hand, eyes glowing with that strange, serene excitement I had come to fear. I took their hand because I didn't know what else to do. We walked the carpet in silence, my heels catching occasionally on knots in the ground, and with each step deeper into the forest, I felt reality loosen around me, thread by thread. The trees arched overhead like cathedral ceilings, and the further we went, the harder it became to convince myself this was anything close to normal. My heart pounded, not in fear exactly, but in some primitive recognition that I was leaving behind something vital and crossing into somewhere I wasn't meant to be. When we emerged into the clearing, the sight stole the breath from my lungs. Lights strung overhead in a tangled constellation, elegant guests in immaculate attire, glasses clinking, laughter echoing through the branches like wind chimes. Celebrities I recognized from billboards and childhood dreams stood chatting idly, but their eyes never quite matched their smiles. Everything looked perfect, too perfect. And underneath it all, a hum I could feel in my bones, something low and alive,
A young man passed with a tray of hors d'oeuvres, bow tie tight, eyes fixed somewhere just below mine. He offered me a plate, and when I looked up, I froze. It was Dimitri, dressed like a waiter, face blank, voice distant. "Sorry, madame. Would you like an hors d'oeuvre?" he said without a hint of recognition. "Dimitri, it's me. Molly," I whispered. But he didn't blink, didn't waver, just smiled politely, eyes focused on my collarbone. "I'm sorry, miss. You must have me mistaken for someone else." He walked away before I could stop him. My throat tightened as I turned back toward the crowd. None of it made sense. The whispers at the zoo, the missing faces, the scripted stares, Dimitri now a stranger in a bow tie, and at the center of it all, Bob. Radiant, calm, otherworldly, guiding me deeper into a celebration I didn't understand. They told me I was special. They told me I belonged. But in that moment, under the lanterns and between the trees, I felt like I'd been chosen, not for who I was, but for what I could be made into. I didn't ask questions. I kept walking. But something inside me whispered that I would never walk out the same way I came in. I was still reeling from the surreal, synthetic elegance of it all when I saw him, Dimitri, moving quietly through the gathering, balancing a silver tray of delicate hors d'oeuvres, as if he had never been anything else. His eyes skimmed the crowd with mechanical grace, never quite meeting anyone's gaze. And when he reached me, offering a pair of glossy canapes with a polite smile, my breath caught in my throat. "Dimitri?" I whispered, my voice cracking against the calm hum of the crowd. "It's me, Molly." For a second, just a flicker, I thought I saw something twitch behind his eyes, some submerged recognition, but it drowned fast. "I'm sorry, madame. You must have me mistaken for someone else," he said, gaze fixed just below mine like I was already a phantom. He turned and drifted back into the sea of tailored suits and curated smiles, leaving me trembling in a silence that buzzed just beneath the surface of the music and laughter. That's when the bell chimed, soft, metallic, too precise, and the party slowed like breath being held. Bob stepped forward, radiant beneath the lantern glow, their voice warm and theatrical. "Everyone," they announced, arms raised slightly, "I'd like to introduce this month's guest of honor." Their hand swept toward me, and in that instant, all eyes turned. Famous faces from every screen I'd ever looked up to gazed at me with something that wasn't admiration, wasn't joy. It was hunger, wearing the mask of celebration. "When I first met Molly," Bob continued, "I knew she had something rare. She made me feel real again. And now I want to invite her to share in that reality, to walk with us, to know the abundance we've built together." Champagne flutes lifted, cheers rippled through the crowd. But I couldn't breathe. My name in Bob's mouth felt like an incantation, a spell I didn't remember agreeing to. And then, screaming, wild, broken, animal, from the trees. The party froze. People turned, some shielding their eyes, even before anything emerged. And then he stumbled into the clearing, naked, skin sagging from his skeleton like melted wild eyes bleeding red. Him. The bald man, the one who had vanished. His voice cracked through the clearing like a curse. "Don't look! Don't look at them! They'll take your eyes!" He fell to his knees, clawing at the earth, pointing toward Bob with a trembling, skeletal hand. All around us, the servers dropped to the ground, covering their faces like children in a lightning storm. He tried to crawl closer, tried to reach me, but his voice began to gurgle and tear, like something inside him was unraveling. "Run," he whispered hoarsely, barely audible through the phlegm and blood. "Run while you still can." I turned to Bob, trembling, needing them to explain, to say anything that would undo this nightmare. But what I saw made the world split open. Their smile had cracked at the corners, not in disappointment, not in sorrow, but like a mask losing its hinges. Their eyes, once oceanic and clear, were now dark and pulsing, and the skin on their face, it began to ripple, fold, peel back like petals soaked in blood. Their face opened, literally opened, like a fleshy blossom, revealing the glowing blue of a skull beneath, impossibly bright, a terrible phosphorescence that burned into the inside of my eyelids, even as I squeezed them shut. I couldn't move. My legs felt submerged in concrete, my mind thick with a sweet foam that made the lanterns spin above me like stars collapsing. Somewhere deep inside me, a voice screamed, "This isn't real, this isn't real." But another voice whispered louder, "Yes, it is. It always was." I wanted to weep. I wanted to fall into that light and let it burn me clean. But something broke. A snap. A surge. Maybe just my survival instinct clawing its way back. And I tore my eyes away from the impossible, away from Bob's radiant, unfolding horror, and ran. I don't remember making the decision to flee, only the way the forest blurred past me in streaks of red and gold, the sound of my heartbeat, louder than the wind or the screams fading behind me. I ran with no direction, just a single word thudding in my chest with every step, away. I don't remember how my legs moved, only that they did. Raw, desperate, carving a path through twisted roots and underbrush, as if the forest itself wanted to hold me in place, to make me a part of whatever ritual had just been set in motion behind me. The red carpet beneath my feet, once laid with ceremony and care, was now a garish artery leading me deeper into the dark, every step pulsing with panic. Bob's voice followed, soft at first, then growing sharp and frantic, echoing through the trees in a grotesque sing-song rhythm, repeating my name like a spell designed to freeze me in place. "Molly, Molly, 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 Molly." Faster, louder, almost insectile in its persistence. I glanced behind me just once and instantly regretted it. Bob was there, not running but gliding, tearing through the air with a grace that didn't belong to flesh, the glow of their exposed skull, lighting the forest like a funeral torch, blue fire licking at the edges of reality itself. Their skin peeled and flapped in the wind, translucent and melting, yet their eyes,
Those eyes locked onto me with the gaze of something that had lived too long in the spotlight and had finally stepped into the dark. The scream inside me never made it out. My body had gone numb from fear, conserving every ounce of breath for escape. Branches slashed my arms. My feet stumbled over uneven ground. But I never stopped. Not even when I saw Frank standing like a ghost beside the limo at the edge of the clearing, cigarette trembling between his lips, his white button-up stained and crumpled, like he'd been waiting there 1,000 years. "Start the car!" I shrieked, voice barely more than a rasp, and thank God something inside him still worked, because the engine roared to life just as I slammed the door behind me and collapsed into the leather seat, lungs burning, limbs shaking so hard I thought my bones might splinter. The vehicle lurched forward, then back, then finally spun into the dirt road, fishtailing through gravel as Bob emerged from the trees behind us, no longer chasing but simply watching, their face returning to its perfect, symmetrical, human shape like a mask, resetting itself. I could feel them still, though, like static under my skin, feel their smile in the base of my spine as we sped down the endless stretch of black road. Frank muttered something about losing his job, something about the rules, but I wasn't listening. I stared out the back window the entire ride, half expecting Bob to appear in the trees or beside us in the passenger seat or inside my own reflection in the tinted glass. When we reached the edge of the city, something inside me collapsed. I didn't speak. I didn't sleep. I packed whatever I could fit in a duffel. I left the rest behind. Clothes, furniture, the headshots taped to my mirror, the scripts I'd highlighted in pencil, and hope. I booked a hotel 50 miles out, just to feel the distance, just to breathe. And when I entered the room, dropped my bag, and turned on the television without thinking, there Bob was, smiling, laughing, sitting across from some grinning late-night host on a rerun I must have seen years ago. They looked so human, so funny, so alive. The audience cheered as they told a story about childhood or family or some endearing flaw, and for a moment I almost forgot. Almost believed none of it had happened. But then their eyes flicked toward the camera. Just for a second, and I swear I felt it again. That same gentle pressure behind my forehead, like a memory I couldn't scrub away. I unplugged the TV, packed my things again, and sat on the edge of the bed, staring at the door like it might disappear. I don't know where I'll go next. I just know it can't be anywhere near this place. Hollywood was a dream, and I was foolish enough to believe I belonged in it. But now I understand. There are things in that world older than ambition, deeper than fame, hungrier than success. And once they see you, really see you, there's no going back. Story 5. I took the job at the local ice rink because it was quiet, easy, and paid just enough to keep me afloat through the summer. While everyone else baked under the blistering sun, I spent my days in a refrigerated bubble of frost and silence, the rink's artificial cold biting through my sweater in a way that almost felt comforting. My duties were straightforward: hand out skates, mop up spills, restock the restrooms. But the one rule my boss drilled into me from day one was this: the ice must always stay frozen. 19 to 29 degrees, no exceptions.
I checked the thermostat regularly, sometimes obsessively, making sure we never crossed that line. But my boss, he checked it even more. Sometimes he'd come out of his office without a word, walk straight past me and stare at the thermostat, as if it held secrets only he could read. I used to think he was just a control freak, the kind of guy who couldn't let go of the reins. But the way he hovered around that little screen, the way his eyes lingered too long, I started to wonder if he knew something I didn't. There was a tension under his skin I couldn't explain, like he was waiting for something, like he was afraid. I told myself it was just the cold getting to me, that the isolation and hum of the cooling systems were playing tricks on my thoughts. But something about the way he moved, the way he watched the temperature like his life depended on it, it made me uneasy. I started to feel like the chill in the rink wasn't the only thing keeping something frozen in place. It started with a late punch-in, just a few minutes past the hour, but the way my boss must have jolted toward the thermostat when I walked through the doors made it feel like I'd interrupted something fragile. His eyes were wild, and he asked if anyone else had been around. We weren't even open yet. I told him no, and he relaxed too quickly, brushing it off with a smile as he directed me toward the arcade. A new game cabinet had arrived. An enormous dual-seat beast with glowing lights and overpowered speakers, and he wanted me to help get it running. As I plugged it in, the screen sparked, the speakers groaned to life, and then everything went dark. The entire building shut down in an instant, as if we'd tripped something vital. My boss was already bolting toward the breaker box, muttering under his breath. The girl at the concession stand dropped whatever she was doing and vanished into the kitchen without a word. And then the smell hit me. Thick, rancid, like spoiled meat rotting in the sun, so strong it coated the back of my throat. I gagged. It was so overpowering, I staggered back from the arcade and followed the stench toward the kitchen, half expecting to find a forgotten trash bag or a broken freezer. But the kitchen was clean, empty, lifeless. My boss appeared again, sweaty and pale, claiming the wiring was old and sensitive, and as he flipped breakers back into place, the lights hummed and flickered, and the smell began to fade. But only a little. It clung to my clothes all the way home, soaking into the fibers like smoke. A few days later, my boss stepped out for errands, leaving me and the concession girl in charge. Things were fine at first. The usual crowd of kids and bored parents, but then the arcade game began freezing up. The kids said it kept eating quarters and wouldn't restart. I hesitated to unplug it, but after trying every fix I knew, I finally gave in and crouched behind the machine, fiddling with the cords. That's when I noticed the heat. It pressed against me like wet breath, sudden and wrong. I was dressed for the rink, layered in sweaters and gloves, and still I was sweating. Confused, I ran to the thermostat. 30-degree, still cold enough for the ice. But the air felt heavy, suffocating. The AC was fighting, barely holding up against the blistering heat outside. I made a note to tell my boss, then returned to the arcade to finish repairs. The rest of the day blurred into movement, skate rentals, bathroom checks, arcade maintenance, a flurry of noise and responsibility, until the final guests trickled out and the closing routine began. It wasn't until I turned off the lights and flipped the open sign to closed that I remembered I hadn't checked the thermostat since early afternoon. I wandered back, rubbing my temples, and saw it. 5 degree F. Warmer than it should be. I adjusted the target temperature and stood by, watching the system groan and churn as it kicked on. I was about to leave when I noticed something in the hallway by the restrooms. A figure. A man, standing completely still at the far end of the dark corridor. I froze. My voice came out thin, cracking, as I called out that we were closed, that I needed to lock up. He didn't move. I asked if he needed the restroom, trying to keep my tone neutral, thinking maybe he was sick or confused. But then he turned, and the red glow of the exit sign cast shadows across his face in the most unnatural way. His features looked wrong, misaligned, like they had been placed there by someone unfamiliar with human anatomy. His eyes were foggy, vacant, yet unmistakably focused on me. And just standing there, in that freezing rink, I felt it. A chill that went deeper than cold air. Something ancient and hollow clamped around my spine. I looked away for only a second, just to ground myself. And when I looked back, he was gone. Not walking away, just gone. I didn't check the restrooms. I didn't say goodnight. I just ran, locked the doors behind me with shaking hands, and didn't look back. But even now, sitting here hours later, I swear I can still feel his eyes on me. The next morning, I told my boss about the man in the hallway, the way he stood so still in the dark, the unnatural slack in his face, the way his eyes didn't shine. I thought maybe he'd laugh, call it nerves or a trick of the light, but instead he just stared at me and asked, calmly, quietly, if the man was dressed out of style, if his face seemed empty. I hesitated, then nodded. That was exactly how it felt. Like something wearing a human shell. He didn't react much, just glanced toward the rink and asked if the temperature had gone above freezing the night before. I told him it had 35 degrees, but I adjusted it. He just nodded again, like I'd confirmed something he already knew, and said, "Just keep an eye on the ice," before walking back into his office. That was it. No explanation, no concern. My coworker had been restocking behind the counter and caught every word, but when I looked over, she dropped her eyes and went back to organizing candy like none of it mattered. I didn't press. That afternoon, the sky boiled over with a brutal heat wave, and by evening, the city's power grid collapsed under the strain. The rink went dark. My boss ran outside to start up the backup generator, but before he left, he told me not to let anyone near the ice, his tone hard and final. At first, people waited, lingering in the lukewarm air, hoping the cool would return. But without electricity, the chill faded fast. One by one, customers drifted out into the thick, punishing air, and eventually it was just me and the girl from concessions. She stepped outside to check on the boss while I stayed back, hoping we'd be told to go home. I wandered toward the thermostat, still running on backup battery, and saw it. 40 degrees. I didn't even have time to react. Behind me, I felt the temperature drop, not in a way that made sense, not the slow creep of rising cold, but a sudden, suffocating presence pressing down on me like an invisible hand. And then came the smell. The same rancid, rotting stench I'd thought I left behind. It was thicker now, warm and wet, wrapping around me with sick familiarity.
I didn't turn around. I couldn't.
My instincts screamed to run, and I did. Straight across the ice, thinking I could cut through and reach the exit faster, but I'd forgotten how slick it gets when the temperature rises. I slipped the moment I stepped out, landing hard on my back. The breath knocked out of me. I gasped, dazed. And then I saw them. They were everywhere, standing, silent. Dozens of them, pale and bloodied, their bodies bloated and twisted in post-mortem agony, mouths frozen open in screams that never came, their eyes clouded, milky, dead, locked onto me. I couldn't move. I couldn't scream. All I could do was crawl, slipping in panic, dragging myself across the melting ice as their heads slowly turned to follow me. It felt like hours, like drowning in silence. I don't know how I reached the other side, but when I finally burst through the exit doors, my heart racing and my skin cold with sweat, I looked up and saw that my coworker's car was gone. She had left. And for a second I envied her because she had the right idea. She didn't wait for answers. She just ran. I didn't go in the next day. I couldn't. I called my boss instead, my hands trembling as I gripped the phone, hoping for some kind of rational explanation that would make everything I'd seen feel like a nightmare I could shake off. But he didn't sound surprised when I told him. He didn't question me, didn't ask for details. Instead, after a long pause, he said, "You know that gravel lot down the road?" I did. It had always just been there. Empty, fenced off, forgotten. Used to be an office building, he continued, his voice distant. Collapsed years ago. Whole thing came down without warning. A lot of people were inside. I didn't know what to say. I'd never heard that story before. He told me the morgue couldn't handle the bodies. There were too many, and it was the middle of summer. So they moved them, stored them somewhere cold, somewhere they thought would be temporary. The ice rink. My chest tightened as his words sank in. I asked how long they were kept there, and he just said, long enough. Long enough for something to settle in. Long enough for the cold to stop being just temperature and start becoming memory. Long enough for pain to stick. I realized then that what I'd seen, those pale, twisted figures on the ice, the man in the hallway with the vacant stare, the suffocating rot that clung to the air, it wasn't imagination. It was history refusing to rest, trapped in frost and fluorescent lights. I wanted to believe that knowing the truth would help, that understanding would bring peace, but it didn't. If anything, it made the silence of that rink feel even heavier. I told him I wasn't coming back. He didn't try to stop me. He just said, "Keep the doors closed when it gets too warm," and hung up. I came to the retreat house because I needed clarity. Or maybe I just needed to escape. Not from anything physical. No one was chasing me. But from the constant noise. That low, static hum inside my skull that never stopped. You know the kind. That whispering doubt that grows louder when the world around you goes quiet. The kind of noise that makes you question if your thoughts are even your own. The retreat was advertised as a place of peace, solitude, silence. I thought maybe I'd find answers there, or at least a break from whatever had been gnawing at the edges of my sanity. But from the moment I stepped inside, I knew this wasn't going to be that kind of place. The building itself was old, not charming old, ancient. Its walls seemed to breathe with secrets. The air carried the unmistakable smell of wax, floor polish, and candle remnants, and something else. Something I couldn't place. It reminded me of whispered prayers soaked into stone, century after century. If you've ever walked into a crypt or a forgotten chapel tucked away in the woods, you might know that scent. It should have been comforting. But instead it settled in my lungs like tomb dust. Brother Francis was the one who greeted me. A gentle man, aging but alert, with eyes that had seen too much. He didn't ask why I was there. No one did. That was the unspoken agreement. You don't ask, and you don't tell. You just stay quiet and let the silence do its work. He led me to the dormitory on the 3rd floor. A long, narrow room lined with metal bunk beds, 12 on each side, 24 in total. Only about half were occupied. Most of the men were like me, middle-aged, tie-geared, polite, in that restrained way people are when they're carrying invisible wounds. Some nodded when we met. Some offered a quiet hello, but no one really wanted to talk. Not deeply. That was part of the draw, I think. You don't end up in a place like that by accident. Some had the look of men recently divorced. Others had the vacant eyes of those who'd been hollowed out by years of pretending. I recognized it because I saw it in my own reflection, too. We were all there searching for something we couldn't name, called by a hunger for silence, or perhaps by something darker. That first night I unpacked my things without saying much to anyone. I chose a bottom bunk near the end of the room and lay there staring at the ceiling, listening to the symphony of uneasy sleep. Beds creaking, occasional snores, a muttered dream word here or there. The mattress was thin, the springs old. Every time I shifted, they groaned like something wounded, but none of that mattered, because the real noise, the one I'd come to escape, wasn't out there. It was inside me. And in the silence of that 3rd floor dormitory, I realized something that made my blood run cold. The quiet wasn't helping. It was amplifying. Have you ever been so still, so far from distraction, that the thoughts in your head take on weight? That they feel like someone else's voice whispering from just over your shoulder? That's how it began for me. I'd gone there for peace, but what I found instead was a presence. Not immediately, not obviously, but something was waiting in that quiet, watching. And though I couldn't yet name it, I could feel its eyes on me, just out of reach. And if you're thinking this sounds like the beginning of a ghost story, you're not wrong. But this wasn't just a haunted house story. This was something deeper, a haunting from within. Pause, lower voice. You see, the most dangerous ghosts aren't the ones that rattle chains or move furniture. They're the ones made from your own regrets, your compromises, your unspoken truths. They follow you, and in the right silence, they speak. The first night passed uneventfully, or so I thought. I drifted in and out of sleep, the thin mattress offering little comfort. Every time I turned, the old springs groaned like they'd remembered something painful. But that wasn't what woke me. It was 3:17 a.m. when my eyes snapped open, not from a sound, not from a nightmare, but from an overwhelming, absolute certainty. Someone was watching me. Have you ever felt that? Not a passing suspicion, not paranoia, but a visceral knowing. A full body certainty. As if every hair on your arms has turned into an antenna and tuned into something ancient. The dormitory was blanketed in darkness, not the soft kind you get in modern buildings with standby lights and power indicators, but the heavy, consuming kind. The kind only old places know, where the shadows aren't absence but presence. The moonlight slipped through the tall, narrow windows and silver columns, spilling across the polished floorboards like liquid ice. I didn't move, didn't breathe, just listened. The room was filled with the familiar symphony of sleeping men, slow snores, the occasional rustle of blankets, a faint murmuring from a dreamer. And then something else. Click, click, click. Soft, deliberate, rhythmic, like beads, wooden beads being rolled one by one between fingers. Not rushed, not careless, intentional. The sound was coming from my left, from the row of bunk beds across the room. I turned my head slowly, every muscle stiff with resistance. And that's when I saw him. He was sitting on the stairs of the bunk bed, directly across from mine. Not standing, not lying down. Perched. Third step, up. Like a bird watching prey. And his posture, it was wrong. There's no other way to describe it. His spine was twisted in a way the human body isn't meant to be. His shoulders curved sharply in one direction, his legs pointed in another. It was like his body had been rearranged by something that didn't understand human anatomy. And where his face should have been was nothing. No eyes, no mouth, no features. Just smooth, pale skin, stretched taut like candle wax. In his hands he held a rosary. The beads were dark, maybe ebony. And each time he rolled one between his fingers, it made that sound, click, like wood tapping against wood. Or maybe something worse, like bone. I wanted to look away, tell myself I was dreaming, but the man, this thing, began to move. His entire torso rotated, not his neck, not his head. His entire upper body turned toward me, smoothly, silently, while his legs stayed locked in place on the stairs. The motion was like a serpent coiling, bones shifting in ways bones should never move. He held up the rosary then, held it out. Not like a gift, but like a threat. And that's when I saw several of the beads were missing. The gaps in the string reminded me of a skull's grin, jagged, broken, unfinished. And then another bead slipped free. It fell. It should have bounced. Instead, it shattered. Right there on the floor in front of him. Not like wood. Like something more delicate. Something organic. The fragments caught the moonlight, pale, curved. Bone. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't think. But I must have made a sound, some small instinctive cry, because in that moment, he froze. His entire body went still, like a spider sensing disturbance in its web. Except for his hands. They kept moving. Click, click, click. One by one, the beads dropped and broke into bone fragments. And still, none of the other men stirred. They slept through all of it. as if I were alone in this moment, alone with something that shouldn't exist. I tried to tell myself it was stress, insomnia, a hallucination brought on by the unfamiliar bed, the scent of wax and dust, the emotional exhaustion of being alive too long without answers. But my body knew better. This wasn't just a dream, this was happening. The air changed too. The smells shifted. Still wax, still incense, but now laced with something more organic, something old, like dirt from a grave that had been opened after too long. I wanted to scream, to shake someone awake, but no sound came, just the beads, just the clicking, just the man with no face breaking off pieces of himself or of me and letting them fall into ruin. And then, just as silently as he had appeared, he was gone. The stairs were empty. Only the bone shards remained. And I laid there, awake, rigid, eyes wide open in the dark, waiting for morning. Morning came too slowly. I lay there, completely still, until the retreat bell rang at 6 a.m., its hollow chime echoing down the old stone halls like a summons from another world. The others stirred, rubbing sleep from their eyes, rising with quiet discipline. No one mentioned the night. No one asked if anyone had trouble sleeping. And I said nothing. I moved like a machine, washed, dressed, folded my thin blanket with robotic precision. But the image of the faceless man hadn't left me, not even for a moment. His impossible posture, that rosary half empty, the sound of the beads shattering like bone on polished wood. And I couldn't stop thinking about what I'd seen. So after the room had mostly cleared out, I walked back to the bunk bed where it had all happened. The one with the stairs. The third step up. It looked normal now. Quiet. Still solid. But I knew what I'd seen. I crouched down, heart hammering, and ran my fingers over the floorboards beneath the stairs. Nothing. The wood was immaculate, smooth, polished like glass. No fragments, no dust, no trace of anything at all. And for a moment, I felt insane. Had I imagined everything? That was the question clawing at the back of my skull. Was this just the brain's way of unraveling under the weight of stress, grief, and months of sleepless nights? I almost convinced myself it had all been a dream. Almost. Because just as I turned to leave, something caught my eye. Wedged tightly between two floorboards, at the base of the bed, was a small, dark object. I knelt and carefully pried it loose. A single bead. Dark wood, almost black, perfectly smooth, polished by time and countless fingers. I rolled it in my palm. It was heavy, denser than it looked. Something about it felt old, too old. The kind of bead you'd find on an heirloom rosary, the kind passed down from generation to generation, whispered over in candlelight, soaked with prayer and memory. I didn't put it in my pocket. I clutched it like a talisman or a warning. An hour later, I found myself in the chapel, sitting alone in the last pew,
back straight, eyes fixed on the simple wooden cross at the front of the room. The chapel was silent, except for the occasional creak of timber and the distant rustle of leaves outside. I didn't pray. I didn't even think. I just stared, still holding the bead. That's where Brother Francis found me. He sat down beside me slowly, his movements stiff and careful, the kind of motion that only comes with age and pain. "Trouble sleeping?" he asked gently. I wanted to tell him everything, about the faceless man, about the twisted spine, the rosary made of bone, the beads that fell and shattered like ancient teeth. I wanted to pour it all out, but instead, I held out my hand. "I found this," I said, opening my palm. "In the dormitory. Thought someone might have dropped it." Brother Francis took the bead and turned it between his fingers. His expression was unreadable, but something flickered in his eyes. Recognition? Worry? "Old rosaries fall apart sometimes," he said after a long silence. "The string weakens over time. We find loose beads around the retreat house fairly regularly." It was a strange thing to say. Vague. Practiced. Like he'd said it before. Like it wasn't the first time someone had handed him a bead in the chapel and asked questions with their silence. I studied him carefully. And then I asked quietly, "Have you ever had anyone report unusual experiences here? Things they couldn't explain?" He didn't answer right away. Instead, he kept turning the bead between his fingers. That same motion I'd seen in the night, in the dark, in the hands of someone or something that shouldn't exist. Finally, he said, "This is a place where people come to confront their inner darkness. Sometimes that darkness takes forms we don't expect." He handed the bead back to me. "Keep it, if you like. Consider it a reminder that not everything we see is what it appears to be." And just like that, he stood and left. I sat there for a long time after he'd gone, the bead warm in my palm. A reminder, he'd said, but of what? That I was breaking down? That there were things in the silence we were never meant to face? Or that the man I saw last night wasn't some ghost or hallucination, but something worse? A piece of myself. Something I'd lost, and now was coming back in pieces. The second night, I prepared like a man going into battle, but not the kind of battle that's fought with weapons or armor. This was something older, something quieter. I followed the retreat schedule with a kind of desperate discipline. Morning prayer, silent breakfast, lectio divina, evening vespers. Each ritual felt like a shield, a way to keep the memory of the faceless man at bay. But when the sun disappeared and the dormitory filled again with the breath of sleeping men, I knew nothing I'd done had changed anything. The dread began to return even before I climbed into bed. That quiet pressure in my chest, that certainty that something was coming. I lay there with my eyes closed, pretending to sleep, listening to the rhythm of the room, soft snores, the rustle of sheets, and waiting for the click. And when it came, I knew exactly what time it was. 2:43 a.m. Earlier than the night before. He was punctual. I opened my eyes without hesitation this time. The faceless man was back, sitting in the exact same place. Third step up the bunk bed stairs. Twisted the same way, shoulders turned unnaturally, legs fixed in another direction. But tonight, I noticed more. His clothes. Simple, unremarkable. A white shirt, dark slacks. Nothing that would stand out in the daylight. Nothing you wouldn't see on any of the men staying here. And yet on him, they looked wrong. Stretched over something too thin, too sharp. His hands were pale, almost elegant, and moved with precision. He worked the rosary with the same rhythm, click, click, click. But this time, there were fewer beads. Far fewer. Nearly half the string was empty now, long stretches of bare cord where beads used to be. Each remaining bead shimmered faintly, glowing from within like embers, or like something alive trapped inside. He lifted the rosary and held it up, showing me the gaps. And then, without a sound, he turned his head toward me. Even without eyes, I felt his gaze. Heavy, focused, like a hook behind the sternum, pulling me forward. Then he raised one hand and beckoned. The gesture was unmistakable. Come. Come closer. Come see. And before I realized what I was doing, I was sitting up in bed. My feet found the floor. My body moved on its own like I was a puppet and someone else was holding the strings. I took one step, then another, 3 steps across the room, 4, 5. The other men didn't stir. They might as well have been corpses, frozen in mid-breath, oblivious to the weight in the air. To him. And that's when I noticed the smell. Not strong, not immediate, but it was there, buried beneath the familiar scent of wax and polished wood. Decay. Not fresh, not sharp, not blood or rot. Older, patient. The scent of something that had been buried too long and had started to wake up. And then he dropped another bead. Landed just inches from my foot. But instead of rolling, it shattered. This time the fragments were unmistakable. Finger bones. Maybe part of a wrist. They gleamed in the moonlight, polished to a shine that looked unnatural, like glass or ivory. I stopped walking. The trance broke. Somewhere deep inside, the rational part of me, the part that had been shrinking for months, screamed loud enough to be heard. What are you doing? This isn't real. This is madness. I turned. Not quickly. Each step away from him was an act of defiance, a reclamation. The pull behind me was still strong, like an undertow, like a promise, whispered in a language I didn't know, but understood too well. And then he made a sound. Not the click of beads this time, something else. A breath, a sigh, or maybe just the old wooden stairs, settling under something too heavy to carry. I climbed into bed, pulled the thin blanket over my head like a child. It felt ridiculous. It also felt like the only thing I had. I stayed like that for what felt like hours. Eyes closed, palms pressed tight, listening for the sound of footsteps, or breathing,
or beads. And when I finally worked up the courage to look, he was there. At the foot of my bed, he was standing this time, tall, taller than I'd imagined, lean, still twisted but no longer bent over the stairs. His spine had straightened, but his head still tilted at that impossible angle, as if his neck had forgotten how to be human. He held the rosary again, now nearly bare. Only a few beads remained, maybe 5. He offered it to me, held it out with both hands. An invitation, or an ultimatum. And up close, I saw the truth. The remaining beads weren't wood at all. They were bone, rounded, smooth, and warm. I didn't touch them, but I felt the heat coming off them, like tiny suns, or like the last parts of me he hadn't taken yet. And though he had no face, I knew he wanted me to take them, to finish what had already begun. My hand was inches from the rosary. I didn't remember deciding to move, but there I was, arms outstretched, drawn to it like gravity, like need. The faceless man stood still, offering the nearly empty strand as if it were salvation or surrender. The beads pulsed in his hand, not flickering but alive. I could feel the heat radiating from them even across the gap between us, warmth that felt strangely intimate, like something I had once known and forgotten. And though he had no face, I could sense his anticipation. It was there in the way his body leaned forward, expectant, ready. If I took it, I knew something would change forever. Then, Matthew, a voice cut through the silence like a blade, sharp, real. I spun around. Brother Francis stood in the doorway, backlit by the soft red glow of the hallway's emergency lights. His silhouette looked fragile, but steady. His eyes locked on mine with something more than concern. He knew. He stepped into the room, voice calm but firm. "I heard walking," he said, as though that explained why he was fully dressed at nearly 3 in the morning. "Sometimes the quiet here takes some getting used to." I opened my mouth to answer, but no words came. My throat felt tight, raw with the strain of holding in screams I hadn't yet released. I turned back toward the foot of my bed. The faceless man was gone. Just gone. Only the scent remained. That subtle undercurrent of decay and wax, like something sacred that had soured. But something else lingered too. Bone fragments, just beneath the bunk bed stairs. Caught in the moonlight, small and white and unmistakable. I followed Brother Francis out of the dormitory, without another word. He led me down to his office on the 2nd floor, a small room thick with the scent of pipe tobacco and dust. Books lined the walls. Paper stacks leaned like towers waiting to fall. He gestured to the single chair in front of his desk. "Sit," he said. I did. He didn't waste time. "This isn't the first time, is it?" I froze. "What do you mean?" I asked, but it sounded weak, even to me. He didn't answer with words. Instead, he reached into a desk drawer and pulled something out. A rosary. old, frayed, half empty, over 30 beads missing. He laid it gently on the desk between us. "This was found in the dormitory 3 months ago," he said. "The man who left it behind, he saw things too." I stared at the rosary. My mouth went dry. My pulse roared in my ears like waves crashing against stone. "Where is he now?" I asked, barely above a whisper. Brother Francis was quiet for a long moment, then, "Safe." But the way he said it, low and careful, suggested that safe didn't mean what I thought it meant. He chose to stay with us. Permanently. I thought of the men I'd seen around the retreat grounds, the ones who didn't talk, the ones who moved with quiet purpose and hollow eyes, the ones who never left. I swallowed hard. "What is this place?" Brother Francis leaned back in his chair, eyes tired but steady. "A refuge," he said, "for men who've seen too much, who carry burdens the outside world can't understand. We offer silence, solitude, and protection." "From what?" He hesitated. Then quietly, "From the things that hunt in the spaces between waking and sleep." I felt the room shrink around me, the air thicken. "And if I leave?" I asked. "Then you leave," he said. "But what you've seen doesn't stay behind. It follows, grows stronger with each encounter." He reached for the broken rosary on the desk and turned it slowly in his hands, until there's nothing left but fragments. I didn't respond. I couldn't, because in that moment something broke open inside me. I thought of my apartment, still empty, cold, the unsigned divorce papers on the kitchen table, the job I'd taken leave from and knew I wouldn't go back to, the sleepless nights, the whispered voices, the feeling of being watched, even when alone, the man with no face. "What is he?" I asked, my voice barely stable. Brother Francis looked at me, not unkindly. "A manifestation," he said. "A reflection of the parts of yourself you've abandoned. He comes to men who've forgotten who they are, who've spent so long pretending that they no longer recognize their own souls." His words hit hard, too hard, because I knew he was right. When Brother Francis said the faceless man was a reflection, something inside me cracked, a quiet crack, the kind that doesn't come with drama or tears, just a widening silence inside your chest, a space where truth can finally echo. He said the man appeared to those who had lost themselves, who'd given away so many parts of their identity, they no longer remembered what they looked like inside. And as I sat there, surrounded by the scent of tobacco and old wood, I realized I couldn't remember either. How long had it been since I'd done something without fear of how it would be perceived? Since I'd spoken without rehearsing? Since I'd looked in a mirror and recognized the man staring back? Brother Francis saw the weight of that question in my face. He didn't interrupt. He just waited, patient, still, like he'd seen it unfold before. Finally, he asked, "How long have you been having trouble sleeping?" The answer came faster than I expected.
Months, I said. Since... I paused. I'd never said it aloud. Since my wife left. She said I'd changed. That I was obsessed with things that weren't real. That I was disappearing into myself. His eyes didn't judge. What kind of things? He asked. And then the words came. Too fast. Like they'd been bottled up for too long. Sounds in the walls, voices when the house was empty. The feeling that something was watching me, even in broad daylight. Dreams that didn't feel like dreams. And not nightmares either, just this presence. Like someone was waiting for me to break. I gave a short, humorless laugh. She was right, I added. I'm losing my mind. Brother Francis didn't correct me. He didn't offer false reassurance. Instead, he reached into the drawer again and slid something across the desk. Another rosary. But this one wasn't like the others. It was mine. The one I'd found beneath the floorboards, or claimed to have found. Only now, under the office light, I could see it clearly. It was broken. More than half the beads were missing. 30, maybe more. The bead you showed me yesterday, Brother Francis said, you didn't just find it on the floor, did you? I didn't answer. I didn't need to. He knew. You've been visited, he said. Not a question. A fact. He looked down at the broken strand between us, eyes full of something I couldn't quite name. This rosary belonged to another man. He came here months ago, said he felt like he was falling apart, that every night something came and took a little more of him, one piece at a time. I stared at the empty spaces between the beads. They looked like missing teeth. Where is he now? I asked again. Brother Francis paused. He chose to stay, he said. Sometimes that's the only way to find peace. But his tone was careful, as if peace had come at a price too steep to name. I thought of the permanent residents I'd seen around the retreat house, the ones who didn't speak, who moved like ghosts through the hallways, sweeping floors, setting chairs, washing dishes. Men who'd traded one kind of silence for another. I looked at the rosary again. How many beads are on a full one? I asked. 59, he said. 50 Hail Marys, 6 Our Fathers, 3 for the opening. I counted the gaps in the strand, over 30 missing, more than half. If the faceless man kept coming, if a bead fell each night, I had maybe a week left. A week before the strand was empty. A week before whatever was happening reached its end. And what then? Would I vanish like the others? Stay behind, haunted and hollow? Or worse, would I become him? Brother Francis watched me carefully. There's a third option, he said softly. His voice dropped, almost conspiratorial, but it requires a kind of courage most men don't have. What kind of courage? To face him, he said. To reclaim what you've lost, instead of surrendering what remains. And in that moment, I understood. The faceless man wasn't hunting me. He wasn't a demon or a spirit or a hallucination. He was me. The part I'd abandoned. The self I'd traded away in exchange for approval, for comfort, for survival. Every time I said yes when I meant no.
every time I smiled to keep the peace, every time I ignored that quiet scream from somewhere deep beneath the surface. He was the one left behind. And now, he wanted me to finish the trade, to give up the final pieces, or to fight. The third night, I didn't wait to be pulled from sleep. I didn't pretend to rest. I didn't wrap myself in a blanket like a shield, or hope that the darkness would spare me. I sat upright in my bunk, awake, alert, ready. I had spent the entire day not in prayer, but in memory. I sifted through the years, the choices, the masks I had worn. I thought about the man I used to be, before the noise, before the compromise. The man who dreamed, the man who spoke truths instead of swallowing them. The man I'd buried beneath decades of silence. And when the clicking began, click, 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 I looked straight at him. 3:07 a.m. He was already there, perched on the stairs as before, twisted like something sketched by a broken hand. But now I didn't recoil, I didn't freeze. I rose deliberately and stepped into the moonlight. The rosary in his hands was nearly bare. Only 5 or 6 beads remained. They shimmered faintly with that same inner light, like stars floating in the dark. He looked up, or at least his head turned in my direction, still featureless, still smooth, still terrifying in its absence of identity. And yet, I felt the emotion behind it. Satisfaction. Like he had been waiting for this, like we both had. This time I didn't stumble toward him like a puppet. I chose to move. One step, then another, but not toward the stairs, toward the center of the room. And there, in that cold, moonlit space between beds, I spoke. Not loudly, not to wake the others, but with clarity, with intention. I know who you are. His head tilted. The clicking stopped. You're every compromise I made. I continued. Every time I chose comfort over truth. Every time I became what someone else needed instead of who I really was. He rose. Slowly, his spine creaked as it uncoiled, limbs moving like they were remembering what they once were. He held out the rosary again. The invitation was clear. Finish it. Take the last pieces. Surrender the rest. I took a step closer, then another. But I didn't reach for the rosary. I reached for him, my hand extended toward his face, toward that blank mask. He didn't resist. My fingers touched the smooth skin where his features should have been, and something shifted, like heat blooming beneath ice, like breath returning to something long dead. An eye appeared, then another, a mouth, faint at first, like an image developing in a dark room. And as the details formed, I recognized them. They were mine, not the face I wore in the world, not the practiced smile or the neutral eyes, but the real one. Tired, raw, honest. It was me, worn down by years of pretending, but still alive. Still there. And then the rosary changed too. The remaining bone-white beads glowed brighter, and in their place, new beads began to form. Not bone, not wood, but something warm, alive. Each bead shimmered with memory. A moment I had lost, a truth I had silenced, a dream I had abandoned. And the faceless man, now no longer faceless, offered it again, but this time it wasn't surrender, it was reclamation. "These are yours," he said. And the voice, it was mine, but stronger, clearer, more real than any sound I'd made in years. I reached out and took the rosary. It was warm in my hand, heavy with meaning. 59 beads, each pulsing with life. A map of who I used to be and who I could be again. The figure before me smiled, not with his face, with his eyes. Then he was gone, not vanished, not erased, integrated, merged back into me like a missing heartbeat. And for the first time in years, I felt whole. At dawn, I packed my bag. There wasn't much, just enough. Brother Francis met me at the front door. He looked older in the morning light, tired, but kind. "You're going back," he said. It wasn't a question. "Yes," I answered, "but not to what I left behind." He nodded. "Good." The man who arrived here was running from something. The man who leaves today is running toward something. I glanced back one last time at the retreat house. I thought of the others, the ones who chose to stay, who couldn't or wouldn't face what I had faced. And I understood. Some ghosts are too heavy to carry home, but I had reclaimed mine. I stepped out into the daylight, the rosary in my pocket, each bead a memory returned, each step a choice, a small act of remembering who I really was. The world outside looked exactly the same. Same streets, same skyline beyond the trees, same cracked sidewalk outside my apartment complex. But I was different. Not because I had been haunted, not because I had seen something impossible, and not because I had survived. I was different because I had stopped running. When I walked through the front door of my apartment, everything was exactly where I had left it. The lamp I never used, the jacket still slung over the back of a chair, a cold cup of coffee I hadn't touched, days ago, maybe longer. And on the kitchen table, the divorce papers, still unsigned, still waiting. I stood over them for a long time, not with dread, not with pain, just clarity. I sat down, and this time, I didn't skim. I read every word, not because I hoped something had changed, but because I was finally ready to let go, not just of her, but of the version of me that had kept that marriage alive long past its death, the man who smiled too easily, who gave in too quickly, who said, "I'm fine," even when his hands were shaking. He was gone now. Not destroyed, not erased, but absorbed. I picked up the pen and I signed my name. Pause. reflective tone. It wasn't an ending, it was a beginning. Later that afternoon, I sat by the window. The city moved the way it always had, chaotic and unaware. Cars honking in distant waves, neighbors shouting through thin walls, people rushing by with their coffee cups and their errands and their masks. So many faces, all of them carefully arranged. I thought of the faceless man, and I wondered how many people out there are haunted by the parts of themselves they've left behind. How many carry the weight of compromise, of silence, of forgotten dreams? And how many, like me, never even noticed the cost until it was nearly too late? I reached into my pocket and pulled out the rosary. 59 beads. Each one a part of me I had once given away. Each one warm, solid, true. I held it up to the light. The beads glowed softly, like embers in the dusk, a quiet reminder, not of the faceless man, but of the night I chose to stop disappearing, the night I remembered who I was. Brother Francis had said the retreat was a refuge, a place for men who had seen too much, who carried things the world didn't have words for. But it wasn't the retreat that saved me. It was the choice to face what had once frightened me, to stop burying the truth, to gather the broken pieces and make something whole again. I wish I could tell you that everything made sense after that I never saw him again, that the dreams stopped, that the silence became peaceful, but I can't. Because healing isn't a moment, it's a process. Some nights I still wake up at 3:07. I still feel the weight of something at the edge of my bed. But now, I know what it is, and I don't run from it anymore. I listen, and I remember. Soft, final pause. This world is loud. It rewards masks. It teaches you to abandon your voice for acceptance, your truth for stability, your dreams for safety, but in the end, what you silence will find a way to speak. And the longer you avoid it, the louder it becomes. If you ever find yourself face to face with a version of you that's twisted, faceless, and broken, don't look away. Don't pretend it's not real. Reach for it. Touch it. Let it speak. Because that might just be the part of you that remembers who you were before the world told you to forget. What is remembered is never truly